Welcome to the Call to Cinema. Normally, the thing plays before, but I did realize I didn't hit the go live button until the music had almost all played. I usually just introduce Malcolm, but you guys know Malcolm by now.
Yep.
Welcome, man. I'm late.
Yeah.
I'm late. I'm
You
late for
late.
the date.
Luckily, I'd saved the stream.
I was going to do the stream earlier. This was going to be my earlier day stream, and here we
Yeah.
are. I've got it set up for the Vinegar Cinema. Have the other announcements been made yet? Have the Arrow announcements been made?
The Radiance one has, and so is the Umbrellas.
Ooh. Okay. Let me bring that up here because we're going to talk about that as well. Then,
Sure.
are they good ones? If they're going to be on Umbrella's website yet.
Oh, you're breaking up my mind. Oh, there you go. You're back.
Is that a Hercules movie?
Yeah. Hercules Returns.
Hey there, George. Hey there, Robert. Sorry about being late, guys. So I guess we're 4 minutes away from the Vinegar Cinema sale, which is the closest I've ever been. No, 34 minutes. We can actually go into the stuff from Umbrella first.
Sure.
And will it be on their websites as well?
It is. I know that because I pre-ordered them.
Ah, so you know it. How am I not surprised, Malcolm?
Yep.
Yeah, the Pusher trilogy.
Yeah.
So I got this on DVD. This was a rare DVD find for me a while back when I was in Corner Brook. I was visiting my dad, and I hadn't seen these at the time. But of course, I know the actor. So I'm like, I gotta get this. So I picked up the DVDs. Thank you, sweetheart. You are a lifesaver. She brought me coffee, which I desperately need.
Yay! Nothing beats coffee.
Coffee is my morning love here. So it's got Blu-rays, a book, a rigid slipcase, a slipcase, posters, and art cards. Umbrella are secretly becoming that company that's putting out some banger sets that people are noticing.
I think as well is they're adding more to them, and like it's become a thing with Vinegar Syndrome, for instance, where it's a slipcover or it's a hard box and that'll be a show. But I feel like Umbrella are slowly going there. But the only problem with Umbrella is the price.
Yeah. Like I don't mind the price of this. For me, it's like the price of the shipping that kills me. I'm sure you.
I mean, I was lucky because as a new customer reward thing, I got 15% off.
Oh, nice.
But when shipping becomes $60, it's a bit of a problem for 9 things.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to get.
See, I have a friend in the U.S. that in Canada that orders with other friends so that they can split the shipping.
Yeah.
And, which is, if you know people that are collectors too, then that's actually not a bad idea as long as you're live in the same proximity, which is the killer part. Most people I know that collect do not live in the same proximity.
Well, I tried doing that with a couple of people I know, like my cousin and my friend, and since they're both kind of gone off and buy media, it kind of killed that idea.
That sucks. But yeah, meat doesn't work for me because one, I'm in Morocco. So anybody I know, I'd have to fly to meet. Two, yeah, I like Pusher, by the way.
That's definitely going to add the cost to it.
And like I got stuff coming to Paris right now to a friend of his, and and it's been like months, and it's just nobody's been there to see it.
No.
For those that haven't seen this, I guess we should kind of explain this one. Have you seen Pusher before?
Yes, I've. Thanks to my cousin, actually, because he's only seen the first one, but he recommended it to me, and I've only seen the first one. And I've got to say, knowing that the trilogy was on Blu-ray, I was like, I have to buy it. Because I was like, the first one was all right. I know the second one hasn't got the best response, but I know the third one's supposed to be really, really kind of pushes the boundaries a bit.
It's one that I'd recommend. It's I would definitely give a recommendation. Pushing, no problem at all. I got to open up my thing here, so people are probably making
Sure.
messages and saying things I can't. I'm not seeing them. I'm so like out of it today, guys. I do apologize. I literally like, because I told Malcolm before he came on stream, like it is 4:30 here in Morocco. I just woke up,
Yep.
so I am a little off my game today, guys. Hey, Maddie. Hey there, Alan.
Hey, Matty.
this was
Hey,
actually
Alan.
good.
Hey,
Mads
Robert.
with us
Hey,
today, of
Joel.
course. So we got Mads here, man.
Yep. Mads Mikkelsen. Can't go wrong with him.
So you want to like give like a summary or?
It's been so long since I watched it.
Okay, we can do the reading for it.
Sure.
All right, Pusher. So Pusher is exactly what you think it is. Starting in 1996 was his debut film and the first film in the series. Pusher is the sort of a small-time drug dealer named Frank, who, after having a heroin deal go wrong, finds himself in massive debt to drug baron Milo. The pressure mounts on Frank as he attempts to repay Milo, and it's really good. It's a tense story.
Yeah.
It's over 3 films. Each one could be its own story, but they do go together. I really like this. As you can see right here, Mads looks very different. He's got his head like shaved in this.
It's got that kind of Tim Roth look from Made in Britain.
Exactly. What I like about this is I just like overall I liked all 3. I know some people didn't like part 2, and I get it, but for me, I just I dug them all.
Yeah. Well, I've only seen part 1, but I will say this: one thing that really makes me happy is when companies are releasing complete sets, not just a part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
I wish
understand.
more companies would do that.
Back in the day, man, that's what you get. You get one, and you'd wonder if they were going to come out with another edition, like ever again.
Yeah, exactly.
It happens with as a collector of like comics and stuff like that. It happens all the time. Like omnibuses will come out, and they're like volume 1, and then you got to wait like 5 or 10 years for volume 2. So yeah, Hercules Returns.
Yeah,
is that the guy from Elven Purple? It looks like the guy. He's an Australian actor. My dad, I know you're there. You know this movie because I, for the life of me, can't remember this one, but I think I should. I think I should know this movie.
I think it's got another film on it.
Hercules Returns, Blu-ray, book, rigid case, slipcase, poster, art cards from 1993. I know I've seen this movie. It's a comedy, right?
Yeah.
Revising. Okay, so yeah, it's the way they revise one of the Hercules. They got like English dub of the original Italian film, Samson and his Mighty Challenges. It's making fun of Hercules. Yeah, it's one of those where they dubbed up the voices, right?
Yeah, I picked up. I'd never seen it before, but I picked it up.
That is 100% the guy from that Australian film. Because he's like tall and gangly, and
yeah.
I'm gangly without the tall part.
Yeah.
But
there was supposed to be another announcement today, but it got pushed back. So
was it really?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a Blu-ray, but they've decided to make it into a 4K set, so they pushed it back.
I have to say, and I was talking with Culture Shock, and I spoke with you about this yesterday, and I cleared with them before I mentioned this. But Culture Shock has 2 big announcements coming next week. One of them is a never on disc film.
Yeah.
One is from the 80s. And they are working towards their first lenticular cover on something coming up in the future. And if you like that drive-in set that they put out, there's another one coming. And we're going to get some erotic thriller. So we talked about it here on the channel. And Culture Shock, after Fun City Editions left, Culture Shock was the most lauded label for the partner labels. And now they're going too. But I got a feeling they're going big. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to mention that, share that out there. It was nice. It was nice enough that I had the news, and I was cleared to be able to talk about it. What do you think, man? Will you buy the
I
lenticular
think
cover?
I,
I will.
I'm hoping it's like Invisible Maniac. I'd love more like that, where they're a little bit more, where you actually see movement, proper movement. I hate these lenticulars where it's just like a little bit. Duh, duh. I like
Did,
it when it's a complete change.
well, did you get Jack Frost when it came out and Demon Wind ones?
I've got Demon Wind. I bought that recently, but I haven't got the Jack Frost one.
Jack Frost has like a complete change.
It
I
does
think,
the friendly to evil, right?
yeah, from
Yeah.
just regular to evil. I was trying to think of movies that could have it. Can you think of any lenticular cover films, or maybe it's gonna be something like brand new?
I mean, it could be anything, to be fair.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I wonder if there's anything that was lenticular in the store. Like, remember Werewolf was like a kind of like a late '80s, mid '90s werewolf film.
Hmm. I remember one. What was it? Yeah, because I know at one point with cheap, low budget horror movies, they used to put lentils on to sell the covers, to sell the movies.
Yeah,
I really they used to do that. They used to always put like Black Sheep had one, and I think My Blade Valentine had one at one point. Because it was quite a big thing here, and then people just stopped buying them, so they just didn't bother.
yeah. But for me, you could always say, like, on VHS and the days of VHS,
Yeah,
if you put a lenticular cover on your movie, good or bad, Aaron would rent it. It
yeah.
was a given. It was a given.
It's because it was a unique thing that made it stand out.
Yeah, and like now, I'm very surprised that we haven't seen more of that. Like, I come from like the comic book like collecting background,
Yeah,
and I lived in the '90s when we got like lenticular covers, chromium covers, holographic covers, uh, die cut covers.
yeah.
So within the era of the boutique label, I'm just surprised we haven't seen more kind of gimmicks to kind of to
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like you said with the gimmicks, because the slipcover thing's been overused, really. So you'd think something else would
it.
push it a little bit. I mean, I think the new thing is these big rigid cases like Imprint and that Imprint are doing where they got the double discs and stuff.
The rigid cases are the slip covers of yesterday.
Yeah,
Because nowadays that's like the rigid box, right? So when you get a
yeah,
regular box set, you're kind of disappointed, right? Like, it's
yeah,
still a box set, still has all those movies you wanted, but if you get it and you take it out and it's like thin, so Steph would say on just this, it's got to pass the knock test. You have a
yeah,
bit of knock on it, right? And
yeah,
hear the sound. Um, but yeah, for me that's the thing. I got like a bunch of like Severin and like Indicator and stuff like that. Indicator has all those things, but when I
yeah,
got my Severin was my Amicus set,
yeah.
and it had
Yeah,
all
that's
the movies
cheap
I
looking.
wanted. Yeah, and I had like this great extra disc. It was wonderful, fantastic. Nothing wrong with the set, but the box
Yeah.
was so
Just like
flimsy.
the one that had blood drinkers and that in as well.
That's well, Blood Drinkers was Hemisphere Horror.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
That one was the
no one
same.
else. Same thing, yeah. And I think their the Blood Island one was the same as well, and that they started
Yeah,
going into like afterwards.
yeah. Well, luckily they're not going to be doing that with the Emmanuel set. Was they totally wreck it, wouldn't they?
Well, the Manuel set, I can 100% say that's probably going to be like the L. Amson set. Like, no
Yeah.
difference is going to be there. It's going to be like the
I'm looking forward to the camera because the camera on the cover, you flick the thing and it changes pictures in it.
yeah, that's that, which is very cool. Actually, I actually love that.
Yeah, which I think is a great idea. Morning, Dustin.
Yeah, morning, Dustin, man. Morning, Cinematech. It literally is morning for me. I woke up a few minutes ago. I woke up. Actually, I got a text from Malcolm. I looked at my phone. He said, "My God, was it 11 or 12 o'clock?" And he's like, "Are you doing a video today?" I'm like, "Of course I'm doing a video today." I look at my time. It is 4:05.
Yeah,
So never have I dressed, ran downstairs, washed my face quicker, set up this table, set up everything. I didn't even have this set up last night. I should have. I got to do this tonight. I got to remember to do this tonight so that I'm not making this the next day. You glad you got the Wishman set on sale? Wanted to get them all and stick them together with a magnet. That is cool.
yeah.
Actually.
I've got them all, and I've got them all connected. What I've got them in protective covers, and they all just stick like boom. You know,
Just
best decision I've made.
saw Last Gap, $12 is still too expensive. Okay, I needed that. I needed that this morning. There's some titles where I feel like that. The Cardona
Yeah.
collection. There you go. I think it was $25 on sale or something like that.
I think it was $25.
Okay,
Because
25 cents, still too much.
that was the second day, right? Or was that the third day?
First day was Sunday. We are here for that. Second day they did the box sets.
Yeah,
That was what I expect to be kind of their biggest day, but they put out 8 box sets, and I think we can all agree that's not enough. So
and it was 9 films, wasn't it? And then last time to this lot, but was 14.
Yeah. Hopefully we're gonna get something like that today.
So would you like to know what I got from Umbrella?
Oh, you got some stuff? Huh? Oh, yes, I would.
Because I got those pre-orders. But also tell people what I picked up the Razorback set.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, with the shirt and everything. It comes with an action figure as well.
It comes with an action figure?
Yeah, which is like a small little. See it in the corner?
Oh my God! Yeah, is that it right there? The Razorback?
Yeah.
That is so cool. That is an amazing.
So I could have just got the normal version, but I went, I want the shirt to brag a bit, you know.
Yeah.
So I got that. I picked up the Last Wave, the 4K. These were all the collector's editions. Kids and We Were Once Kids.
Brutal film, but I actually love it.
And Sky Pirates. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What was the other one? 6. There was another one. Oh, I picked up Houseboat Horror.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that one as well. So I was like, I'm not quite sure.
It's supposed to be an Australian shot and video movie, and I went, since I've been watching a lot of them.
Yeah, why not, lately that's your thing.
Yeah, so got that. Then I got a couple of other things like Outpost and a cheap martial arts movie. Well, I got that, haven't I?
That's true. But do you have with the documentary?
No, I don't. I was a little bit sad because I think I would have bought. What was it? Was the Weird Al Yankovic set? I would have bought. You know, the complete one, and I would have probably picked up Bittersweet Life because even though I've got that on Blu-ray, it's not a 4K restoration. So,
do you think Umbrella are doing too much with their releases? Postcards, posters galore. I don't think so. I think we talked about this a bit yesterday because Olive Films went under.
Yeah,
and that was big news. That happened during our stream. So me and Malcolm talked about it for quite a while on here, and we talked about it afterwards with my better half.
Yeah.
So there are companies that we worry about, and there was a time, Semitech, I will be 100%, and I said this to Malcolm last night, that I was worried about Umbrella. That they did great stuff, but they were too far out of the loop, and a lot of people didn't know who they were. I am hoping that moving towards like doing stuff with like the partner label, and I'm hoping it's something that they've only got to do for a little bit. That because I don't like it's partner label. You can only do one movie a month apparently, like allegedly, and allegedly there's quite a cut that's taken when you from the distributor, allegedly again. So I think this might be the way. If people start noticing this, if they can get a buzz around this right here, because I will say this right now, like I reviewed for Umbrella. I don't review for them anymore. And I was worried because they lost a few reviewers, basically because there's no allegedly. I know this. The new acquisitions person just took people out.
Yeah.
And narrowed down who the review base was. Word about Flick Rally. You're not the only one, man. The thing is, there's certain companies that I worry about because I'm not one. You don't hear enough about them, or like Cinematech is mentioning right now. Are they getting too ambitious in too short a time?
Well, I mean, if we talk about Umbrella on that, I think Umbrella's biggest problem isn't the quality, it's the prices. You know, because of the thing. I mean, for me, oh excuse me, I don't know if you heard that or not. You know, they're quite expensive. I mean, I don't know by Australian standards because obviously I don't live in Australia, but I think they're a little bit expensive. And that, you know, I mean, there's different options, sure, but
That might help you out.
that makes sense. I can see why Imprint would, because Imprint release a lot of stuff. And they release a lot of things. The only problem I have with Imprint is it feels like half time it's just a cheap case in a really, really cheap slip. For me, I mean, the slip doesn't feel very. I mean, it looks great if it's in a protector, but
Yeah.
it doesn't look like it's anything when it's not in a protector. And I wish they'd put more booklets in the stuff. You know,
Do you think Imprint is overhyped?
I do a little bit. I do. From what I've heard of them, I think they're good, but I think they're overhyped. I think Umbrella is good, but I feel like there's not enough. When I was going through the website, I spent what 600 Australian dollars
Oh wow.
here. But when I did the imprint during their sale, I spent like 2,500 Australian dollars. So you know, it's like you
I
know,
think
need more
like
stuff.
there's more. Yeah, I think for me, right, if I had the money right now, if, like this is what it comes down to.
Hello, Alex.
Hey, Alex, welcome, man. I love the pusher set, but I wait for a cheap release. I'm sure it won't. That's the
I
thing.
just want to say something quickly. In case people don't know, Alex is my sister.
Really?
No, I just tell
Okay,
him
no,
he's my sister all the
don't get
time.
messing with me. I just woke.
I just tell him all the time.
Okay,
But
so
no,
well, basically, I think there should be if there should be options. This should be not the only way.
yeah,
Like you should be able to buy the pusher trilogy like this, and I'm sure they'll put like a standard edition out too as well.
yeah,
Wouldn't make sense to like just put out a big limited edition and not do a standard edition. So I'd say just wait.
yeah,
But they're probably going to sell this edition first, and they'll put out a regular edition afterwards because the regular
yeah.
editions aren't that expensive. Like the regular things aren't
Well,
aren't overly
well,
overly pricey. It's just the sets.
I'll be honest. Talk about releases because I saw Alex said this. I do believe 88 Films will release this.
Do you think so?
This is an 88 Films release down the line. It's got to be, especially with Romper Stomper and that. It'd go well with it in its own way.
I'll be honest with you. Do you think that I love 88 Films? I'm not gonna lie. I love their. I got a lot of their stuff.
Yeah.
Do you think they know this exists?
That's a good question. I mean, they do stick to the same thing, but I do believe this. To be honest with you, they should have released this years ago. You know,
Yeah,
because when
honestly,
you
like
look at
Mads was huge. Like, where? Why was
yeah,
this not released during Hannibal?
exactly. I mean,
He
these are
was-
the type of things. These type of things where you wonder what's going on. You
I
know, but I
legit
think
found
when
this, guys, the DVD of this in a game store with a handful of movies with my dad. It was there in the middle, and I took it out. Didn't know what it was. Saw this like thing with a bunch of TV shows, and picked up like Pusher with Mads. What the hell is this? I had no idea what it was.
I only knew about it originally because my cousin told me about it. Is it a 4K scan? Where was it?
Is it 4K scan? I did it say there? Let me now. I want to. Inquiring minds need to know. I don't know if this would need a 4K scan. If it is,
Ooh.
fantastic.
2007 Bollywood remake.
Where's that at? Is that in this in Pusher?
It says it in the features. It says it in the features.
Hind? We might need this. In Pusher? Where am I missing? How am I missing this?
It's on the side. It's on the right. It's under extras. But I can't see the... Is it
2007 Bollywood remake trailers and selected clips. There you go. Under the first, they made a Bollywood remake of Pusher.
I'm sure they did.
So in Pusher is Mads Mikkelsen, like as a heroin dealer, having
Mm.
things with an even bigger like bad dealer like Milo. And I'm sorry, every time I hear the name Milo, I'm a huge Prozac fan from the back in the day.
Yeah.
I like my electronic music. So I think Milo. I think Prozac.
I guess that's quite worrying, but it doesn't say the scan.
Do they regularly say the scan? Let's check some other
Normally,
releases.
normally places nowadays say that, don't they? So you know the quality.
Let's
So
go to
let
kids,
me
for
have a
instance.
look. If I look on
Apparently,
Umbrella's thing, they might when they announce that.
apparently, it was originally 35
So,
millimeter film frame edition of art cards for the kids that sold out. Wow. On the clock, but it got me in the background. Thank you, Jimmy. Um, we'll talk in detail so that you know when
weird.
the announcements come up. We haven't looked at the we'll look at the Radiance ones after too. There's a big one for Radiance that surprised me. Have you ever
Okay.
seen Kids? I'm guessing you've seen Kids, right?
No, I haven't.
Oh
Sadly,
wow. Oh, be ready. It's a brutal film.
it's one of the
It's very
films
realistic.
I watched the trailer for it before I picked it up,
Yeah.
and I was like, "This is what I want to say," because I'd heard things about it, and I remember the cover,
Like
but never seen it.
it's the most realistic like actual film for teens that I've seen. I think the most realistic show that was ever done for teenagers was
Yeah.
Degrassi, like the original, not the newer one, but the
Oh,
original
Degrassi.
Degrassi
Yeah,
show in
that's
Canada.
amazing. I love
Now,
Degrassi.
but this here is definitely from horrible to say from my youth. This is
Yeah.
definitely the most realistic portrayal of teens, and I guess for modern day, I guess Euphoria probably
Alex
sort of.
wasn't. I said, Alex wasn't Kids what you recommended to me last time we were out. I'm sure he might have done because I remember. I think it was the DVD. Maybe I'm wrong, because we were in CEX and he pointed it out. I'm sure it was Kids. Maybe it was something else, but yeah.
You know, I barely remember Sky Pirates. Like, I know I should. Maybe it's because like I should remember Hercules Returns. I saw this.
Yeah.
Wasn't that was that theater? No. I had a VHS. That's some VHS.
Yeah. Yes, it was. See, I took your recommendation then. Sky
Why don't I
Pirates,
remember?
I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen it before, but I feel like it was one of those films that I saw in the background, not saw as in watched, if that makes sense.
Makes perfect sense. 86. So yeah, I would have seen this for sure. This is
Yeah.
Australian, right? I'm pretty sure it's an Australian film.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got that Indiana Jones looking cover and all that type of stuff. You got to do that.
You could have
£2.
had it. You
For
could have had it for
£2.
well, it's not Blu-ray, is it? With an extra feature.
Yeah, and there's no like cards with that one.
No. You got to remember, if this is terrible, you recommended it, so I blame you if it's bad.
If this, you're safe. This one here, you're safe. Let's run over to the rating stuff real quick. How close are we to the announcement? We're 7 minutes away from the announcement.
10 minutes. Well, let me tell you something about the Radiance thing. They've got a new hosted label of a mystery Italian horror title, but they were going to announce, but they had to hold off because they're waiting to it. And they're £10. You can still get 10% off it if you put it in the bundle. But the problem is with that is, could it be something that's already been released? And I don't mean like in the UK. I mean, could it be something that Mondo's released? Could be something that, many other places have released. I have to wait and see what it says.
Let's go.
Otherwise, I might end up with double dipping. Not many.
So what we got here? There's
Kim
not a
Newman did
contract.
all the
Alan Jones and
commentary on
Kim
it.
Newman. Well, that could be that could lean towards Argento. Alan Jones actually did a book on.
Well, it's supposed to be a Italian Gothic film.
Bava. So
Possibly.
whatever it is, you can apparently add. No, there's no real clues. They should have gave you some type of like little like teaser clue, not to give it away, but something so that you feel like you don't have it.
I think they're going to announce it next month, I believe.
But $16.99 bad.
Because this is the October bundle.
Because if you're buying Radiance, you're probably going to buy these titles anyway. So
yeah,
like Horror Dr. Hitchcock, I love this cover, by the way. It's absolutely
It's
gorgeous.
lovely, isn't it?
I love this, by the way. I know some people don't like this, but I actually think this is what you need.
I
We
think
talked
that's
about this
amazing. I
yesterday.
like that. I think it makes them stand out.
Yeah, it gives them an identity, and we talked about that yesterday. One of the things that we had to say about companies like Olive, unfortunately, as much as we liked a lot of the releases that they put out, is that they
Yeah.
had no true identity.
Nope.
Like when you buy Kino release, for instance, and you open up that case, you know that not like it's got that usually got that black disc, right? And
Yeah.
it's got just the title thing on it. And at first,
Yeah.
I didn't like that. It's like, where's the artwork and all this stuff? But it became okay. It made sense. It was Kino. I always knew when I opened it up. I looked at the disc. I
Yeah.
knew it was Kino. And when you put a lot of Kinos right next to one another, they look impressive together.
Yeah.
They definitely have an identity.
Well, it's like 101 Films with all the big print of their label on the top or in different versions, like the red
Exactly.
label, the black label. You know.
I love that. I worry about 101 Films just because I wonder if they get enough. Like you're in the UK. Do they get enough like shelf space?
I don't think so. I mean, they're quite cheap when they do the sales, you know, like in the shops. But the problem is there's too many sales for them, but not enough new product.
Like they made that deal with Agfa, which I'm hoping is going to help them. Um, and they recently announced like big titles, and I'm hoping that doesn't. Here's the thing: I always want to see new deals,
Yeah.
just as long as the deals that they make aren't aren't hurting the
Yeah.
company. I guess the best way to put it.
Well, you know, I mean, I recently got, I think it was like 7 titles of them. I recently got them. I think it was like, can't remember, almost 5. I think I've gone for about 20 quid. You know, they're not. I think the problem is they don't have much value to them once they're on your shelf. Do you know what I mean? Like you watch them, they're there, but they don't feel like there's anything particular that stands out in the collection.
I think as their black labels do, but I don't think that enough people have actually talked about it. Like I'll be honest with you, I showed a black label on here
Yeah.
that I got, and there were a bunch of people that my viewers had no idea, what a
Yeah.
black label was or how they went. So if you're a diehard collector, the black label, the red
Yeah.
label, all that type of stuff. Most people don't.
Well, I'll be honest. I think their black label stuff, for the most part, is actually really cheap looking. I
See,
mean,
I can't
the
agree on
box and then
Ghostwatch. I think Ghostwatch looks amazing.
yeah, but that's different to the normal ones.
See, I
Because
don't
the
have the normal,
normal,
so I got nothing to compare it with.
yeah, the normal black label ones are in like a kind of white case with a booklet
It's like
in
this
and
long.
just the thing. Yeah, that's like the case, but the booklet, but not a hard shell. It's like a soft shell.
Okay, see, I thought all the black labels would have a hard shell box
No,
with
they
them, so
don't
they
all look
don't.
like
So
that.
all of them don't have.
Snowtown does. I don't know if that's black label, but Snowtown does. The confession, is it confession tapes? The other one, it's something tapes because that one's got, I believe, Elijah Wood in it. And then I think there's another one, but yeah, the Brain and I think Last Broadcast and a couple others were in that one.
I know the Silent Night, Deadly Night one did. That one looked really good, and I think their Bob Clark one did, right? Had the hard box.
Yeah. So Alex says, "One are in a weird spot. Not enough heavy hitters recently," which is true.
It is true. And the heavy hitters they got are such a huge heavy hitter, like in my opinion, that I wonder if like how they can afford to do it.
Yeah.
And that's the following Christopher Nolan. That's the Criterion release here in North America. Just to give you guys like a context for it. It's his first film, which is a big, definitely is a big release.
Yeah. It is a big release. Especially considering he's got a new film coming out as well.
Exactly. Oppenheimer. I'm kind of looking
Yeah,
forward to it.
Not 1, 2 and a
Not as
half.
excited as other stuff. Do I need to close the door, babes? Okay. My better half's going to see your parents right now.
All right.
Salt and Light had a hard box too, yeah, which is fantastic. I just wish something. I'm worried now. I mean, like with Network going, Malcolm, and with Olive gone, and being such drastically going so quick,
Yeah.
not being like we're like okay, we're gonna go, and all of a sudden like there's a sale or two. Like remember Twilight Time went,
Yes.
and like they had like kind of a massive sale, and they sold off a bunch of stuff, and everybody was
Yeah,
going in and
like
getting the last Twilight
liquidation
Time.
kind of thing.
Exactly. So, but to be put into a spot, and you have to be put into a spot at that point that you can't even do a sale, that you just got to close down immediately. Um, that's scary times.
Well, you have to wonder where all that media is going, after they've shut.
Uh, of some of it, like for all of it, some get acquired, but as the same as it is with any like if they're acquired by another company, by another streaming service, whatever. Um, acquired doesn't mean we're going to get okay. We got it. We're new stuff.
Oh.
And there are 11 titles. I want to see what we got here that you are going to grab.
Okay, 2 I haven't got.
So Utopia's minor premise. See, I look at this one every time I see this one, Malcolm. I'm not sure you're a Doctor Who fan, right?
Yeah.
Does that not look like Sasha Dewan to you?
It does a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I can't unsee it. So I picked this one up during the 10 for 10 sale, curfew.
Yeah.
This has a Carl Richards from Halloween, and of course Halloween Kills, Halloween Ends.
Yeah.
She's Lindsay. And you called it, man. Wolfpack is here.
I did.
The Long Walk from Yellow Veil Pictures. I find
That
them
looks like that
interesting.
could be a good one.
Circle Collectors Project Space 13. Slash Dance from Culture Shock. I don't care what anybody says. One of these days, I'm buying this cover alone. It's worth it for me.
Yes.
It is.
As having lived it in person, I can tell you it's worth it.
All right.
As is the movie next to it.
Burglar from Hell. Nice. From Saturn's Core. And I can recommend the one right next to that, by the way. Two Undercover Angels, Kiss Me Monster. Franco may not be sleazy as some Franco films, but Franco for $18, $14 there if you're in the US. Yes, that's a good price for that. It's a double feature of Franco.
Well, Nerve.
Round Nerve Culture Shock. And again,
Didn't we already see that one?
I'm trying to remember.
Because I remember us talking about.
One of the Vinegar Shannon puts out is a Western double feature where one of them is Cardona.
Yeah.
Are you freaking serious? Okay, I'm sure lots of people like this. Maybe he won't kill as many animals in this one as he normally does. I would think we're going to get a lot of Culture Shock over the next couple days. December's here as well.
I bought that during the halfway sale.
Okay, this is the normal, like, I'm getting to see more of their covers. Like, I'm kind of excited to see what they do in particular.
Yeah.
Not going to lie, because look at the stuff. Look at the way they do their covers.
Yeah, the covers are beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah, like even if the movie's kind of more is on the teaser side, like they do great covers. Saturn's Core does really good covers here as well.
Yeah.
What do you recommend? What do you recommend for people watching right now?
I recommend, if I look back at it, I recommend Curfew because I watched that, and that's the only one I've watched so far. So
I haven't watched it yet. It's actually at my dad's place because I was at my dad's during the 10 for 10 sale, so I got everything there. My dad's probably watched it on me, which is okay because it's my type, and I do like I do like Carl Richards. I think she's super cute. I had no idea what the Housewives thing was until Halloween Kills came out because I knew there was like a Housewives. I thought it was like I didn't know there was like 30 or so. There was a lot of them. I just thought it was kind of like. I guess I'm not in the know when it comes to reality television. Television is the best way to put it. I would say, like if you're a VSA fan, I guess Wolfpack. Would you give Wolfpack a?
I got that off eBay with the patch for £10. So I was quite lucky there. I think that's not such a good movie from what I've seen. I mean, Yellow Veil pictures are normally pretty good.
I'm not gonna lie. The
And I
only
did watch
Vinegar
Raw
Syndrome
Nerve,
title,
and I did like Raw Nerve as well. So it's an impressive lineup for the
the
most
only
part.
the only Vinegar Syndrome title I'm gonna recommend out of the two titles that are actual Vinegar Syndrome. I can't believe this. Two freaking titles. Um, is Two Undercover Angels, Kiss Me Monster. That's the one I will
Mm,
recommend that one. I will say this right now. This goes a little bit of ways towards, and we've mentioned this before, the partner labels being more impressive than the titles they're putting it themselves on a monthly basis. Like, I know it's going to get me some heat, but
yeah,
I do think that there's been a few months where that's been the case. I would 100% recommend Saturn's Core. I would recommend the culture shock stuff. Think you're safe when you like
yeah,
if you like shot on video stuff, then Saturn's Core. You're gonna like that type stuff. If you like
definitely.
kind of the lower budget horror and like the actiony stuff, you're gonna like what Culture Shock puts out, and they
Yeah.
put it out in a nice looking package. But Yellow Veil, I don't know the Long Walk Home. I did get their one counting during the 10 for 10 sale, and that had a very intriguing premise. I wanted to check that out. This is kind of a sci-fi one, right? If I remember it. Yeah, an elderly man who has the power to time travel thanks to a mysterious companion whose death he witnessed decides to trespass into his own past and set him into motion a plan to prevent his mother's suffering and appease his soul. So an interesting title for sure.
Oh, we're
It's a
breaking
foreign
up a little
film.
bit. I don't know if that's just the mind.
What do you think of Project Space 13? Do you have this one?
I don't have it, but when I thought about it, I was like, oh, I don't think it's going to sell out, doing the sale. And I
Yeah.
wanted to do more research on it because it looked like it was one of those that could be interesting, but might be one of those one watches.
For me, like
Do
if
you know
it's
what I
a
mean?
newer film, like this was 2021, uh, I I'll go more towards like, okay, if it's horror, I'll pick it up.
Yeah,
If it's not, then I'll wait a second. The only kind
yeah,
of the more modern stuff I picked up was like Shiva Baby, and that, like, honestly, I picked that up initially because of the cover, because I thought Rachel Sennett was really cute, and and I locked into an amazing film.
yeah.
But I normally just go for the horror stuff and some of the sci-fi stuff if it's really really interesting. For here, like I haven't seen Minor Premise, so I really can't, like, I can honestly give like a recommendation either way.
It's supposed to be pretty good.
Is Sasha
It's
Dwan?
supposed to be.
It-
This is one of those days where I wish there'd been more that I'd seen.
oh, that's what we got the viewers here for. They've seen stuff that we haven't seen.
Anybody recommend any of these?
Yes, I give
I
some
mean, I own
recommendations
them
here.
all.
Like Curfew, I know I'm going to give recommendations to. I've seen enough in the trailers and stuff. I did enough research that I like that. Culture shock stuff, recommendation there. You saw Slash Dance. Some people are going to say not to get Slash Dance because it's like it's a cheesy film, but if a movie's called Slash Dance, what do you expect?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's called Slash Dance, for crying out loud.
What's this say? Alex says, I've always said to Mount that the partner labels interest me. Interest me more than 90% of the VS stuff, which is true because it's unique. There's a lot of great world cinema and a lot of obscure movies as well, which actually are pretty good.
Yeah, like this one, Raw Nerve. I honestly don't know if I've seen this, but
I've seen it.
it's Pryor. It's freaking
Yeah,
Pryor. I love David Pryor. Are you serious? That's that guy, Ted Pryor, right? Yeah. So, guys, for
yeah.
those that don't know, David Pryor is like does legendary, insane movies. Um, God, I've got one here. Hold on a second. Where's that? So, David Pryor put out a movie called Deadly Prey. He also put out one called Killer Workout as well, by the way.
Yeah.
And it all usually stars his brother Ted Pryor. It's kind of like a kind of, I guess, to be the muscle bound type character. They're always insane. I liken David Pryor to Andre Bianchi. where I'm not quite sure if he's that inept or he's another genius. It's a razor's edge line, and we got like what Sandal Bergman's, Tracy Lords,
Yeah.
Glenn
Yeah.
Ford, Jan Vincent, Tex
Yeah,
Cobb.
Tracy Laws plays the guy's sister, from what I remember, and they have a very, very strange relationship.
I think I've seen this movie. I had definitely seen this movie. Yeah, I strong recommendation on this one, guys. So Alex is going to getting Wolfpack, Two Undercover Angels. I'm going to recommend Two Undercover Angels. The Long Walk and Hot Snake. Did you get have you got the Western one?
Yeah, I've got all of them except for the Project 13 and what do you call it?
So Hot Snake is not done by Cardona, so that could be good. And then there'll be the Cardona one, which I'm going to guess is going to be overly long. And
I've decided after all your Cardona stuff that I'm going to start collecting Cardona only movies in my collection.
That's it. That's to keep me from burglaring your house. That's why. So when I open up the window, like to your house or something like that, I'm going to see Cardona first, and
Yeah, and then it'll scare you off. It'll scare you off.
There's some nice stuff here. I mean, like this is not it. I mean, it's okay if you like spaghetti westerns, which I do. It's just I really hate Cardona. But Two Undercover Angels, if you're not getting this one on a sale price, like come on, like this is as cheap as it's going to get. Even at a half price sale, it's going to be more expensive than this. We can see the SRP rate here is $53.86. So even if it goes down, it's going to be
that's the made up one.
It's not the made.
It is. That's the made up one. He's going to pay $53 for that.
But that's the thing. It'll never be 53, but it'll always be 30% off, or at a sale be half off, right?
Yeah.
So this, unless you do another 10 for 10 sale, this is the cheapest one here. Yeah, Sean, you weren't here for that part of the video yesterday. Yeah, we were making the video. Maddie here let us know because he'd seen it up there on their site that Olive Films had actually gone out of business. For those that haven't seen it, I'll actually put the message up here right now.
Sad day.
It was a sad day yesterday, and we had quite a huge conversation about this.
We did.
It was, and we'll talk more about it later on. And we got, because this is happening now. We have companies that are moving away from OCN distribution. So we're getting both more and less partner labels. And now Vinegar Cinema is like changing and evolving what they're doing. And we got to take a bit of a microscope look, I guess, Malcolm, as we go through at the other companies and see if we see any warning signs.
Yes.
Because this wasn't a thing where, like Twilight Time, like I mentioned before, okay, here's your last chance to buy titles from this company. Like for some of these companies here, they went under straight away. So you can bet people are running on Amazon or to whatever local place you can get those titles and get them before they're totally gone out. And unfortunately, in some cases, the wrong people are running to get that. And I mean, scalpers.
Yeah.
Bottom feeders.
Oh, I hate scalpers.
100%. Like people say, well, scalpers, no, that's their job. No, my job is punching them. But no, I can't deal with scalpers. Yeah. I understand it. Like if you're collecting too, and like this is, you've got like, but if you're buying like 8 copies of a movie, so that a limited edition one, if you're buying one extra copy of a limited edition to like, and there's a nice few of them. I can kind of justify that, but even then, because you're trying to pay for your hobby type whatever. But if you don't like movies and you're buying like 8 or 10 movies, or you don't like gaming and you're buying all the PS5s in your local place so that you can sell them more expensive, then I hope that they decide to put an unlimited amount. Then you're stuck with them. because
Well, I think
that
that's what happened recently, wasn't it, with the PlayStation 5s?
it did, and like that was karma. People like got to the point where people couldn't sell them, and you see them selling them like for price or underprice online.
Well, I was quite lucky. I bought 1,500 of those zombie sets, and
Yeah, that's okay.
and
Then you,
now I've got the market.
uh, so we're gonna have a coffee, and if your zombie sets like disappear, one of them like magically disappears, we'll know what happened. Not me. Anything but me, right?
Yep.
Just I'm not like there's some decent stuff. Like this is not. This almost seems like a partner label sale at this point.
Sure. I mean, Burglar and Slash Dance are both shot on video movies.
Yeah,
So that's something people need to be aware of, in case they don't know. You know, Two Undercover Angels is probably the best set for me in the whole Sal thing.
yeah, and like
Just because
like
I'm a
don't
massive
think
Jess
it's gonna be
Franco
super
fan.
sleazy Franco because it's not. Like it's not the sleazy. If people go in expecting like no, you can nude, but you're not gonna expect like 7 levels of nudity. I guess is what you want to say.
Yeah,
Because these are earlier films done by him. But I
yeah,
think they're good films. You got like the 46-minute interview with Stephen Thrower on this here. Uh, archival interviews with Jess Franco, of course. It had to be archival unless somebody had a seance.
he looks so rough at the end of his life.
I think what kills like me for a lot of these like people, especially the guys now that are so like lauded, like Jess Franco, and I still think people give Jess Franco a hard time, and it's undeserved because the guys was whether you like all of his films or not, you can't deny the quality of a filmmaker he was. Like that's something that goes without saying. He was a really good filmmaker. This guy worked with
Yeah,
Orson Welles.
yeah,
He did a lot of great stuff, and even when he made like he had to make stuff cheaply and quickly, it still was better than half of the cheap quick stuff you'd see at that
yeah.
time. And nowadays, like it's better than anything you'd see nowadays, cheap and quick. But I lost my train of thought there. My God. But yeah, no. When you see stuff, I say Franco's one of those guys that I think I wish the more he would have known. So same with Fulci. I wish they would have known exactly how much they would be appreciated
Yeah,
before they passed. Like Fulci went to a
yeah,
Fangoria convention, and he got to see like people actually like this stuff, which is fantastic. And that was like he passed during the convention, by the way.
yeah.
Um,
That's probably why, because he was happy and he realized he did good work.
that's like you can't you imagine like if you're making a movie on somebody's life, and that's like the dream ending, right?
Yeah,
Like you got a director who's like working hard, like he's not doesn't know. It's because you have to remember, guys, like these guys in their own countries aren't lauded in the same way that they are
yeah,
here. So Lucio Fulci, even Mario Bava, like you guys look at Mario Bava, and we look at Mario Bava now as being this amazing auteur, this great
yeah.
cinematic like genius. In his own country, and a lot of times, Mario Bava wasn't getting that type of respect. He wasn't being looked at like that.
No,
Argento had to fight to get his first movie into theaters to get it into widespread distribution. They didn't like it too much. So
yeah.
Birds of Crystal Plumage, it's a classic now, but the distributors weren't sure, and they wanted to put it into like a couple small theaters. And his dad,
Well,
and him,
I think what people got to remember as well, when you take the time into consideration, the time frame these movies came out, the censors, the way people thought, it was nowhere near like it was later on in like the 70s and 80s and
like
onward.
100%. And you look at the type of films that are being like focused on during that era. So like basically, you're not like a French New Wave film, something that's going to be an art film that's going to be like get more
Yeah,
focus in the theater, or like if you're here in like in North America in the 80s, then if you win a blockbuster, uh, then you were you weren't a blockbuster and you
yeah.
weren't Merchant Ivory, you kind of fell to the wayside. You were the other film.
Slash
Flashdance in
Dance
December will
and
be gone
December.
soon. What are they at? Let's look at their. I want to see where Flashdance is at right now. Only 470. That's going actually. It's going pretty quick. 471 for Flashdance. December. I love this title, by the way. Have you seen this one? I haven't seen this one.
No, I got it during the sale. It's quite long. It's quite long, apparently, like 2 hours.
Hour and 40. Wait a minute, Barbara Crampton's in this?
Yeah.
Tiffany Shepard?
I think it's a fairly newer movie.
It is. It's like it's 2019. But for
Yeah.
those who don't know, like if you wanted to put down a list of some of like my favorite like kind of like horror actresses, Barbara Crampton, Tiffany Shepard like tops that list for modern day ones all the time. Features have 24 macabre morsels of holiday horror as you walk through the cinematic advent calendar. So this is a kind of a portmanteau type thing.
Yeah. I know it's an anthology film.
Christmas shopping carnage to death. Oh, nice. So it's like you know, the somebody went to death. You know, what was the name of that one again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw this. I think I like this actually. Look at it. Holy crap! Look at the features.
Oh,
guys.
look at all that.
That is, even if it's, I don't care if that's like 2 minutes talking, that's still rolling.
That's impressive. That's a really impressive disc.
Yeah, guys, if you don't have this one, definitely going to recommend this one.
Yeah, pick it up.
Slashdance has an uncredited Janet Jackson cameo. Janet Johnson cameo. Does it have an uncredited Janet Johnson cameo? Have you've seen Slashdance?
No, that's an inside joke.
Okay,
but something. You know, it'd be great if that was in there, but nah, I don't think so.
Features. Look at that.
That's mental, isn't it? Is it all interviews and trailers?
Most of these, like, okay, we go past the trailers here.
Oh, introductions.
So here on out is like there's a rough extended cut, alternate opening sequence right here, auto commentary for 13 of the film segments, by the way.
Wow, it's 13. That's quite impressive. No wonder it's so long.
And like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 interviews.
Whoa.
One of those is with the Rigoberto Deodato.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
By far and large, like definitely, you know, an amazing filmmaker.
So did he direct something on it then?
Yeah, the director of Casitas Perduta in Campagna.
Nice.
So he did one of the
Well, that raises it up more.
It does. I mean, like, guys, if you were sleeping on December, I wouldn't do that.
No, they're not. Culture Shock released really different things. Because I've got quite a few. Because they released that Valley High one, didn't they?
They did.
Double
and
pack
there is
recently as well.
There's a second like one coming up. I think in around if they can get it out in September. There's a new Culture Shock. Like if you like that, like Valley High, the Virgin, like the double feature one.
Yeah.
There's another one coming up September. So.
So like Volume 2 kind of thing.
Exactly.
That's pretty cool.
I got to speak to one of the guys from that works with Culture Shock, and I got, it's just so you know, I'm not doing a don to this things. I got clearance before I said anything. I hate
the inside man.
But yeah, no title names. So just know that there's get the first one because the second one's coming. I think the limited edition slips are already sold out for that double feature.
My problem with Culture Shock now that they're Eggs and Vinegar Syndrome is in the UK. I don't know if it's this way everywhere, but in the UK, if you buy one disc, it costs $20 shipping. So it's going to kind of hurt if you want one thing each month, and you don't want it to sell out. So that's something
do you
to
kind of hope they
consider.
do a subscription service then, like so that you can actually probably do it like television?
Yeah, I'm hoping for subscription. I'm hoping all the ones that leave have subscriptions, because I'd rather have a subscription, put something down, and just let come in the mail cheaper.
Yeah, like it's for me, like that would be the best way to do it. Like either I go with a company that's going to be cheaper shipping wise, but you know it's hard. Like because one thing you got to say with Vinegar Cinema is they got some good shipping options. They've made some good deals with shipping, and you know I worked in the shipping department at one point. I was kind of working my way up in a company, and there's a lot of work in shipping.
Yeah.
So there like a lot of deals.
Well, I really don't think $17 shipping to the UK. You know, when you add to existing orders, I don't think that's that bad. And I don't think it's that bad if you want to buy a lot of stuff what's not on sale, which I think is a bit silly. But let's say, like a partner label month, for instance, where you ain't really got a choice. I think that's a good way of saving so much money. When you have these companies like, I'm trying to think, like oldies that charge you like $1 shipping every item, it can get quite high.
I can. Yeah, I do. I do love Aldi's though. Like I got to say, when I did get stuff
Yeah.
shipped from them, they came really well.
I just have to brag as well. Severin gave me free shipping on my 4 flights of grey velvet, but they added to my existing order.
That's it. That's
So
good.
after the sale.
Now, Severin, like the same thing when I ordered those box sets, and I said, "Well, I may have to cancel one."
Yeah.
They were like, well, tell you what, we'll waive the shipping. So when they did the box set sale, they did waive the shipping for me. So they
Yeah.
can, when the right person's working there, it's working with Severin, they can actually do some really great stuff. And I have been nervous, like we talked about this after the video last night. I've been
Yeah.
nervous about Severin because I think it's a company that's putting out stuff that other companies are not going to put out and wouldn't
Yeah.
even think about putting out. But some of the business decisions have made me very nervous about like the future of Severin.
Yeah.
And I don't want to be in a collector's space where there's not a company that's going to put out Ray Dennis Steckler or Al Adamson sets, because I
Yes.
don't see, like, I'll say, Mel, can you think of any other company that would do that? Because I can't.
No, I personally think, if I'm honest, that Severin need to focus more on those kind of sets, because I think they do such a great. I bought you those, the Burbank trilogy. I bought that for you, Alex. That's your birthday present. Right. It's gonna come late though, so don't worry about it. But anyway, I think they need to focus more on those sets, because I think those sets are winners for them. Even though people might complain about the movies, you're getting a good amount for such a decent price, especially if they're on sale, which I wish they'd do more in the box set sales. I'd
100%,
rather they do more big sets like the Al Adamson set, then release them individually for 20 when you could get, like, let's say for 150 for 30.
I think, in all honesty, Malcolm, what they need to focus on even more, one, keep doing those sets, because those are the sets that are going to keep making you money. But here's the thing: get your behind the scenes in order.
Yes.
Get somebody in there that's going to don't worry about the website is what it is. It's a better website than you had before. That's okay.
Yeah.
Get in there and get somebody that is business savvy.
Yeah.
Have someone there that can talk to shipping places, that can look in Canada, maybe look in the UK, find distribution sites, places you can partner with to lower your shipping cost.
Yeah.
That's number one. Number two, with your get a bit better when it comes to your public relations portion of it. You're getting there. The podcast was a really good idea. Kind of humanized Severance. So whoever thought of that, kudos to them. I like the rolling out like day by day thing that's different from Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah.
However, I do think that you should leave your biggest couple titles,
surprises.
or like feel confident in your sale enough that you can have a couple surprises there.
Well, I think the problem with Severin is they need to. Like you said, they need to have they need to get the customer service down. I think if they did get a good shipping, I mean, technically they have, because if you have the $25 doing the sale, that is still good shipping, really. If you go over 200, but you shouldn't have to go over that much.
That's the thing.
And I'm glad they finally put the add to existing ordering, right? Because they should have done that all along, instead of this whole, you've got to contact them for them to invoice it. Because the hassle of that is, what if this sells out? Now, nothing's going to sell out on their website unless it's actually classified as limited.
Exactly.
But it's not.
Don't be that thin-skinned.
Because I know they freaked out. I know a lot of people are freaking about the Nunsploitation set when that went out and the other stuff. I think last year. But the problem with them is they need to focus so much more on quality, because I hate the line. I hate the misdeceiving they do, where they want to shock you by going, we're going to send this in June. Oh, no, we're going to send it in July. and we're going to hold everything back to August that you order, because it's just nonsense. Have 2 teams doing it so you can get it out.
It all comes down to distribution. That's why I'm saying, like, if they had different distribution departments for shipping, so if they were
Yeah.
shipping out from the UK in one place and it was shipping out from Canada in another, like, make some deals with some existing places.
Yeah.
Talk to the guys that do Vinegar Syndromes, like distribution in Canada, for instance, and then it's being done in Canada for you. You've sent them off ahead of time,
Yeah.
right? So that arm is being taken care of. You can go ahead and, like, work towards getting your stuff out on the right time, because
Well,
there's
what about their conventions, right? At their conventions, they have tables where they do 5 Blu-rays for 40. Why not do days, like random days of that on their website where people could do that? How
I think
about, buy this, get this free pin, get this free, movie of the lost tapes or something, whatever. Get it out there.
I think that the problem with that still is shipping. That it's still going to be shipping, because here's the thing: they put out a couple of exploitation ones that are going out of stock, right?
Yeah,
And
that is
they're
crazy.
$8 each. I'm like, what a great price! But then you go in and the shipping is more expensive than buying the movie. So get that figured out. If you can figure that out, like, because it's no good to give me like 5 titles for $40 or $8 for like so many titles, or $3 for a title, if the titles that I buy, the shipping cost is going to exceed the titles.
But saying that, they still had them at that price during the sale. So surely anyone with sense would have waited till the sale to order them.
But, like, not all the time. Like, they did a DVD sale when there's getting rid of a lot of kind of a DVD clearance sale.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, the $3, $5 ones.
Exactly. You could buy like the DVDs for like super cheap and stuff like that. But they said as soon as the sale comes, those DVDs aren't going to be there for the sale. And I was like, well, why not? Like, why not just keep doing that and make it part of the sale? Well, exploitation include BMX Bandits. Yeah, very much so. Yes. BMX Bandits would very much be it's more of a family like type film.
Yeah.
But yes, it's definitely an exploitation film.
Was that in the Severin Kids range?
Not in the kids range, but I think they did. I'm not sure if they still have it, but I thought they did it early on. It's like when they were just doing DVDs. I know BMX Bandits early, but there's been no new release.
The thing that's really weird as well with Severin is they have stuff that they don't sell anymore on the site, but you see it at their table at conventions. And I'm not just about Four Flies on Grey Velvet. You see it on other sites. Like, you can still buy BMX Bandits off of eBay, right?
Yeah.
You can still buy the Al Adelson set at conventions, right? But they don't put on their site. And they know people were paying ridiculous amounts of money to get hold of some of this stuff when they could be making that money.
Doesn't it seem weird? Like, if we get the Vinegar Syndrome, we're talking other stuff, but we always come back to Severin's business practices. But it's true. Like, it's because it's something. It's in the zeitgeist right now. Like, with all the films going, we worry about other companies that are going up. And I'm going to like put you on the spot because I like to do that. If you top 3 companies that you think could be in trouble.
Yeah. I would say 101 Films, I think, are in trouble. I would say Flicker Alley, someone said earlier, but I don't think so, because they got that big Lauren Hardy Year 1 set coming out. I think they just take their time and try and release, because they release some quality stuff for big money.
Network have Elf?
Yeah, that's true. So, what else? I'm trying to think of some lower ones. I would have said Code Red back in the day, but obviously, that's gone anyway, really.
Yeah.
Who else? Oh, Classic Films Direct. Yeah, they're big. That's Screenbound. So, yeah, that's one to worry about, because they don't seem to release a lot of films.
The sad thing is, like somebody said yesterday, with all the films, they thought they were gone. I thought Classic Films Direct was gone. So the fact that I thought they're gone and they're still around is never a good sign.
Well, here's one for you. I didn't even know they existed until Alex told me. So, yeah, I'm sure there's other ones out there as well we don't know of, but of us, but they're, like Dark Force. I'm surprised Dark Force is still going.
Dark Force still Pacific titles that some people want. I think that they are the worst public relations like company.
Yeah.
Like I know the guy. What was it? Like did some like indie wrestling,
Yeah.
but you don't run your company like that. I'm sorry, you're not Chris Jericho. It's not going to work. It's not. You don't like do a shoot on like on your customers. For it's a wrestling term, by the way, guys. Like basically when you go and
Yeah.
you just kind of like you heal it up. You kind of like be a bad guy. So the Dark Force often comes off a bit like a bad guy, and it made it worse because Bill from Code Red was was very he was very he could be very abrasive,
He was a very
but most
touchy
of the time in a
person.
kind of a lovable type of way. You're like, oh, it's Bill. Bill's saying Bill stuff again. But it seemed like when he got with the guy from Dark Force, that he just egged him on in a way
Yeah.
that I felt uncomfortable and I couldn't watch their streams
Yeah.
because he would do streams. It bothered me. So Dark
I
Force is a company that I'll be honest with you, but I don't never want to see a company go to business, but I like to see them smarten up. But
yeah.
are they a company that I think could be in trouble? Bill and Walt's not around anymore, so yeah, I definitely could see Dark Force being in trouble.
Well, I
Um,
remember buying from Code Red, and I said, well, I messaged going, "Hi, can you tell what's going on with my order? Because I've waited like 2 weeks," and getting just blasted at with like, "Oh, it takes time. I'm doing it on my own. Blah 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 blah. All this." And every time I went to look by ordering something, the site was always down,
yeah.
and so I just didn't like it. I preferred Scorpion releasing,
Oh yeah. Well,
but
Walt was like better with had a better business mind, definitely.
yeah,
Like Bill loved movies,
yeah,
but he did like in a lot of cases. I really think Walt helped him like keep Code Red going, like especially kind of like behind the scenes. Like, but Walt had more of a business in mind for film, so
yeah,
he did a lot of the deals, like Scorpion releasing, going with Kino and all that type of stuff. Kino is what's going to keep any Code Red releases and Scorpion releases available. Now, does that mean
yeah,
they'll have everything? No, they won't. Things are going to fall through the cracks, and you're not going to be able to get them anymore. Every time a company goes under, guys, there are titles that you're not going to be able to get anymore,
yeah,
because just because things get picked up doesn't mean they're going to get released.
yeah.
Um, and the bigger that catalog is, the more titles that have the potential to not get released again.
Well, look at this way, right? The Hammer Horror TV series, right?
Yeah.
Network had it over here. They're gone now, right? Imprint had it, and that's out of print now, right? Because from being bought, technically. So imagine if you can't get that, the prices you're going to have to pay to possibly get it.
Did network do the Thriller, the Brian Clements Thriller set over there? I know in North America it was ITV that put it out
Yeah,
because
I
it's the only
believe they
one.
did because I think they had two filler TV shows.
That's like I've got like Thunderbirds, and the
Yeah,
Thunderbirds set I got out. I'm pretty sure it's put it by ITV. But
yeah, it should be. Yeah, the Hammer Horror TV series was great. I'm surprised they didn't have more episodes, to be honest. But
every time I look for it, man, I feel like it's moved to another spot.
it's always the way, isn't it?
Like I
Yeah,
can
never
find
did
Captain
release
Power,
filler. Yeah,
like no problem.
yeah.
Which is where it should be. It's right by my Captain Power, but is it? No.
Oh dear. So happens we got so many movies and TV shows and stuff.
Which kind of sucks because that means that the Thunderbird set is so obscurely unimpressive looking that it doesn't stand out on the shelf the way some other things do.
Oops. Ooh, baby.
And that's always going to be like an issue. So when you have, for the life of me, I should see it right at the gate. This happened the last time I was making a video on them.
Yeah.
But it was one of those titles where I'm like, that's right there. That should be right in front of me. But is it right in front of me?
Nope.
Not even remotely.
That's a good point. About professionals.
Like I know exactly where every Ultraman in Mill Creek is at. I can see it, but
Yeah.
for the life of me, I went over there. I couldn't see the thunder, and I know it's there. Like I
Yeah.
know it's there, but it didn't stand out. What's my favorite physical media release of the year? What's your favorite release of this year?
Oh, there's been so many. You have to give me a minute to think about it
I
because
can
I
honestly
genuinely
say I don't
believe
have it ordered, but the Black Emmanuel box set, 100%.
I. Oh, that's definitely up there, but I can't really say until it's in my hand, can I? Really?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, what's come out this year? What's come out this year? Oh, what's that set? What's that big set I got? Oh God,
Because I
that's
can
probably
bet
when
if
you
it
buy.
came out this year, you got it.
Say that again.
So I bet if it's come out this year, you've got it or you got it on the
I
way.
probably do. I'm trying to remember because the problem is when you get so much stuff, it kind of all fades into each other. Probably. I'll be honest with you. I think my favourite movie so far this year, as in release for Vinegar City, is probably the Necrophiles.
Somebody said that actually. Alex said it would be.
No, no, not the Necrophiles. It'd probably be the Undefeatable 4K because I put that in my TV, and I kid you not, there's some incredibly beautiful scenes in that.
That's like when you think like your favorite release is going to be Godfrey Ho release, that you never think you'd say that, right?
No, but
I
I
got to
think there's
grab
a lot
something. I'll be
more.
right
But
back. You were
I
taking
think
the.
there's what's that?
I said I got to grab something, so I'll be right back. But I'm letting you take over the show.
Sure, I can do that. Okay. The Monster Club 4K, I'm still waiting on. Vincent Price Classic. You know what? I bought the network version and I've yet to watch it. It's sealed. I think it was like £3. And I think it was like £3. So I need to watch that because I've been watching a lot of Vincent Price lately. Someone in the chat said we are able to convert release our own blues. Just saying. What is undefeatable? Undefeatable? Would love a Vincent Price 4K set. I would. I think that would be awesome. I think Shout Factory should have redone their releases, to be honest, as a 4K set. I easily can see Arrow doing it. I think it's one of those things where they're going to wait probably a few years and do it because that's what those companies do. Personally, I think most of the Blu-rays that come out now could just easily be 4Ks for the most part, not all of them. But you could easily see that they'd probably have 4K masters of them. You know, I would think he would, George. I think he'd still do his videos. He'd probably just do it on old Vinegar Syndrome and probably other companies because definitely can see the channel not going anywhere. Matty says they sold nearly 300 copies and they've sent me in 3 minutes. Wow. Probably is one of the best releases that I've not seen. I know I was worried it was going to say it during the halfway, but it wasn't expensive. Vincent Price 4K set would sell buckets. Imagine the last man on earth in 4K. Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, people often think that these people, like these classics like Vincent Price now, are going to be forgotten, but they can't be, can they? I mean, Legends of Horror, Vincent Price, Chris Lee, Peter Cushing, you name it. Lon Chaney, you name it. I want more Lon Chaney stuff on disc, like on Blu-ray. Why can't Eureka and that release more of that? They did The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Why can't they do other stuff like that? I do agree with what people are saying, though. People have been saying that Eureka need to do more silent stuff again. I do kind of agree. I feel like that would be a lot better, you know. I don't feel like they need to do everything silent, but what, the Arrow Sal? To be honest with you, I almost did. I almost, someone's delivering a package. I almost did. And then I went, nah, because it's all expensive, you know? So give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'll quickly grab the package. There we go. Ames bags. Sorry about that. I almost picked up, but so much on sales recently. But I went, nah. Plus, it goes on till the end of July. So I thought, nah, I'm getting FOMO so bad. Oh. I would say mine for those guys is even bigger now. As they have older generation plus new generation who discover these guys. Exactly. Yeah, I paid more for the Nor collection. Because I bought it for. Actually, I got it for free because I bought it with nectar points off of eBay. God, why do they do this? Look at this. Can you see that? Look, packed in a jiffy bag. Oh, I purposely bought all these Spider-Mans for like £14 because they were mint with the slip covers, and they come all bent. Look at that. Oh, I'm going to ask for a refund. I'm going to go, give me a refund because you damaged them all. Let's see what else.
We're getting an unboxing here, guys.
Yeah, unboxing. Unboxing.
I swear every day that we're going to be on here, we're probably going to have an unboxing from you.
Probably will. Actually, you know what? I was really hoping that the imprint stuff would ship and get here. You know, but no. None of it shipped yet, sadly. Is Mill Creek Entertainment going to be releasing Chuck Norris sidekicks on DVD like they did with How Needham's Rad? Oh, that's a good question.
I'd like to see it. I mean, like, I get stuff from Mill Creek. You know that, Alan. Because I will say this right now, some people are going to be like, are going to agree or to be slightly upset. I have Mill Creek's Rad Steelbook, and its packaging is better for me than what Rad is for the for that I got from Vinegar Syndrome. Did you get the Steelbook, by the way? I love that packaging, by the way. That's amazing.
What, of Rad?
Yeah.
I didn't even know it was released because I wasn't following Vinegar Syndrome at that point.
So
I mean, I know it's released now, but I meant at the time.
So it had like kind of a metallic type case thing. It was easily scratched. That would have drove you up the wall, actually.
It would have. It would have gone. I would have gone mental.
But Mill Creek put it Rad, right, on Blu-ray,
yeah.
with a steelbook from Mondo. So for those that like collect steelbooks, I'm not a huge steelbook collector, but I know that Mondo is the name. When you think like steelbooks, Mondo does like those fancy like arty style steelbooks. You see them at Best Buy and stuff like that sometimes.
Yeah,
they're like special. So Mill Creek managed to get Mondo and to do a steelbook for Rad, which that was amazing. Like better than the packaging from Vinegar Syndrome.
That's crazy. Hold on, we're missing some comments here. Let's have a look. I have the complete Canon series put out by Visual Entertainment Inc. Not the highest quality, and they did not have the rights. That's another company I worry about, Visual Entertainment Inc. Because they do some serious rubbish quality releases.
Some of their TV stuff is okay. You had to be careful with quality wise, and you want to make sure that they're putting it like the fully uncut editions, things, and not like broadcast editions. Like sometimes some companies put out like TV stuff, but you'll get some episodes. I'm like, wait a minute, that's the syndicated where they cut it down for commercials. So there's a couple minutes missing. So you always want to try to make sure that. But I do like
Streets of Justice.
Yeah, like I do like a lot of VI stuff. Like because they, at the end of the day, they'll put out some stuff nobody else is putting out.
Of course, but the quality is very.
It's hit and miss, like hit and miss. That's
Yeah.
that's for sure. I would never buy like a fancy film from them. I'm not going to get Birds with Crystal Plumage from VI. I know they put a version of it out, but no,
Yeah.
I go to Arrow for companies for videos like that.
This says, "What's in the box?" in Brad Pitt's voice. Ooh. Hey, Dobson, just glad you're here. I'm not upset by that revelation. The woman from Rocky in that movie,
Talia Shire.
is that VCI or not Vi? It is. It's VCI, isn't it? But I think if you do it with the VEI, it's Vi. She's short, isn't it?
Yeah, so like VI does a lot of a lot of the TV stuff I got. I'm pretty sure Diagnosis Murder is VI.
Yeah,
They used to put out like Cagney and Lacey.
Equalizer. I had all those sets.
Yo, yeah. Actually, I love the Equalizer set. That one is pretty good.
I liked how the Equalizer set had the professionals in it. You know, the other one, not the original one, but the one with Evan Woodward.
There's two versions of the Equalizer set. Like yours did, because yours had you had the big set, right? The big box.
Yeah.
Equalizer. So I got the smaller box that came to Costco. So that didn't, it was missing the professionals.
Oh, you mean the rubbish one?
Yeah, pretty much.
The cheap one, because you cheaped out. I wish I could get that out. After yesterday, I should have been flexing.
You buy Kate and Alley. Actually, I would buy Kate and Alley if somebody put it out. I remember that show when I was a kid. It came out.
I had the Ness Bridges box set, and the quality's not too bad, but you kind of hope for more. But in saying that, those type of shows, if they're released on DVD, they're going to have that kind of misty look to them, aren't they, to a degree? Do you know what I mean? It's like when you watch old horror movies and you see this smoky effect, in the 80s, and you're like, what's going on? Are they all being killed by a slasher in a haunted place?
That's a good question here too. Do you pick and choose what to update on your collection from DVD to Blu-ray to 4K? Some films just don't justify it. Yeah, I do. I don't pick up everything. I don't need everything in 4K. I needed Halloween in 4K, so I grabbed those as soon as they were announced. Even though I had the big Blu-ray set. Same thing when it comes to Black Christmas. I don't have the 4K yet, but will I buy the 4K Black Christmas? 1,000,000%. Yeah. Same with My Bloody Valentine. It's one of my favorite films. One of yours too. So I'm going to guess both of us are going to be grabbing that one 4K when it comes out.
Yep. I'm going to technically blackmail all the people I know in America to take it in for me. And I'm going to say right now, if you live in America and you know me, you'll be getting it in your mailbox.
Have I seen Amityville Terror? Actually, this is kind of comical. The Shudder had the announcements for the awards show, and I didn't have the kind of the Fangoria Chainsaw Awards. I didn't have Shudder at the time to watch the awards. So what I did a reaction video for as I gave my thoughts on what I think would win an award, and then I went to the page where the awards were announced, and I read through and see if I agreed or not. So we got down to the best Amityville film, and I said, well, Amityville Karen sounds like a Karen in the world that I worked in was the scariest freaking thing in the world anyway. So Amityville Karen's got to win. But the one that won was Christmas Amityville, which was kind of and I'm like, I think Amityville Karen should have won. And the director of Christmas Amityville was commented on my video. Was like, I think the right movie won, which I thought was amazing. That's it.
Well, I can tell you right now, I watched Amityville Karen with my wife.
How was it?
And so you remember how yours talked about Showgirls last night? I will tell you right now, my wife, the whole time that was on, was saying so many, how can I put it, beeped out words. Was the whole time going, what the hell is this? All right. But the main thing I can tell you right now is that is not a film. I'm sorry. I watched it and I can tell that's not a film. I thought I'd seen Bad. And I've seen films called Nutbag, right? But I'm telling you right now, that's not a film. I don't think any of it. I don't think any of Sean C. Phillips. I've got nothing against the guy personally, right? Yeah. I think he's done great things. I think it's
Sean C. Phillips? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think he's done some great things. I think he should be proud of himself for even getting into making, but I think he needs to put more effort into it. 4 days to make a movie, mm, you know, but all his films suck, and
Like, I'm not gonna
I
lie, like
should say
the
this. Yeah,
witchcraft films were not good. Witchcraft was not a good series already, but when he took over, then the level really dropped. And that's saying something. Like witchcraft. Okay. One, if you've ever seen a witchcraft movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is like 16 or 17. But when he started making witchcraft films, the quality dropped more. And that seems like a phrase that you do not think is going to be possible
yeah, yeah.
because the quality is already so bad. You're like,
It's. I mean, it's bad when somebody kickstarts it and then they charge $50 for a Blu-ray after the Kickstarter. That's a big sign.
oh, look, Dark
Big,
City's
big
saying,
sign.
need me to forward a US exclusive to you. Hey, you may have a hookup right there.
Oh, hey, if you want to do that for me, Darth Sidious, I'd highly appreciate it.
Hmm. Like if one of your favorite movies of all time comes out on 4K 100%, you'd 100% buy it. It's true. I'm like, I'll go right here. Day one, went to Future Shop, picked up the set right here.
But if
But
you got the 4Ks,
hold on. my 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 better half's family went to the US, and this, by the way, this is a US only set. So when I was in the US, when they were in the US, they bought me this set. This was for my birthday. And I got the other ones too. I got number 3 still left to get out of the 4Ks, unfortunately. But I got like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, 7, and 8. I think they'll probably eventually put out the Rob Zombie ones. And although I don't like those films, I'm a completionist, so I will buy them.
yeah,
But I do.
I hate
I
those
guess I like
movies.
the set.
I hate the Rob Zombie movies.
Yeah, me too. Did you grab this, by the way, when you were in the US?
Yeah, I was lucky. When I moved over, somebody sold them on eBay with bidding, and I
Oh,
was able to
nice.
get the whole set from 1 to 8 for about 200 quid.
That is a good price. That's
All
great.
in the original hard boxes as well, and that set, but as them in.
One thing that
There was a
brought up is
question
I
here.
had a viewer send me the this
Oh,
one here. So this is the 2018 one. I'm a big
yeah,
comic book guy. So Todd McFarlane was like a comic book artist that did Spawn and Spider-Man. So he
yeah.
did the artwork for this one right here. I didn't know this existed. And this is the 4K edition of it. I guess maybe it's a Best Buy or something like that exclusive, or an FYE, I'm not sure. But
It's a nice case, and
yeah,
they've actually made matching ones for them. If you look at the third one
have they
with
really?
the orange in that, it's actually quite matching steel books, which is quite nice actually.
I gotta check that out. I gotta check that out.
I want to answer this question. Why does VO Vision Entertainment release stuff for its NTSC Region 3, but on the bag info it says NTSC Region 4? I think a lot of that has to do with copyright, to be honest. And a lot of it has to do with some of those releases were released in America. Now, England has a couple Hallmark movies, for instance, but they
Yeah.
don't have a lot. So what happens is there's this whole right situation where, you've got to have it a certain region, even if it isn't, right? Because, there's all these things they tell you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. But a lot of companies do actually make their stuff region free, especially DVDs now, because most of the time nobody really cares, but the studios tell you, you can't do that. So I think it's a good thing that they don't care. And then, because otherwise, but then there's those ones you'll get that are region locked.
Yeah.
So it's always good to have a region free player kind of thing, just to
Like
be
Shout
safe.
Factory region locking a 4K disc. What the is up with that?
Yeah. What? Oh, God.
Yeah, that's
How
the
can
thing. And
you
the thing is
region
that
lock that?
they did. They region locked like Deer Hunter, a 4K.
Are they going to region lock My Blade Valentine?
You better
Because
not.
then I'm going to have to import a
It's a,
4K
they
player
can't.
from
It's a
America.
4K.
No,
It's
one
a
I.
4K. Like, here's the thing: 4Ks should never, ever, ever be region locked. That is the big selling. Aside from like it's a jump in picture and audio quality. like it's closest to cinema as you can get. One of the biggest things for collectors in buying 4K is that it doesn't matter where you buy them in the world, they're
Yeah.
region free.
But we got to remember, is Shout Factory don't care about shipping to anyone else other than America. You know?
Shape Factory thinks, I guess that that's the only part of the world that actually really exists. Maybe.
You know, I had a comment there, but I'm not going to say it because I'll get hate.
You're like, oh, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't do it.
I'm like that. I'm like, oh,
Do you think there
Origin
is
Platforms is that? Yes.
in the UK?
No.
It
They
depends.
didn't get released on Blu-ray, did they, in the UK? So, except for the odd
UK
ones.
got a Halloween set. We got a Halloween set before we did, like as in like a more comprehensive set initially. Whether it was legit or not, I'm not quite sure. But they did have some stuff because they did because the rights distribution is different in North America than it is in the UK. You guys have a lot of them blanked under one company, whereas for some of the Halloween films, like they were owned by different distribution companies.
Yeah.
And because they're owned by different distribution companies, when they sold the rights to those films for physical media releases, they went to different places. So 4 and 5 went to Anchor Bay.
Yeah. I know 4 and 5 were released there. And I know number 1 was, because number 1's a classic. I think number 2 was, at one point, number 1 was, and when I say number 2, I'm talking about the Rob Zombie one there. I'm not sure about the first one, because I remember importing the first one when it originally came out of the Rob Zombie one. And hating it so much I broke the disc in half and threw it in the bin.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
Was it?
There was a time.
Director's
There
cut?
was a time. Yeah, it was the whole thing.
Okay.
Well, there was a time where I used to go and see CEX, and I used to pick up. Remember the film Sucker Punch?
Yeah.
I used to go into CEX, and if they had them, I'd buy every copy and break them in the store and go, "You can throw that in the bin now."
That was the most.
They had it for like £1.
What did Zack Snyder think? It was like that should have been such a good movie.
Yeah, it's because it was too low rated. It should have been rated for like R.
Like I got I have a steelbook edition of Sucker Punch that I bought for 50 cents, and I still got it because it's a nice looking steelbook.
And that's the coaster.
Pretty much, yeah. Like I'm not gonna lie, like there's certain films that I just don't dig. Like and I bought them. I'll buy certain ones, like I'll buy big editions of films, and some I'll like initially. Like when Superman, Man of Steel came out, I went to theater. I loved watching it. I love that film in theater. I was like, there's things I was like I questioned the Pa Kent stuff. Like that doesn't make any sense. But then I'm like, oh no, overall I had a pretty good time watching it. So Target opens up here in Canada for the first time. Well, not here in Canada, there in Canada. And so I go to Target. I pick up this big lenticular, really cool looking Superman, like a Man of Steel book. I'm getting ready to watch this with my cousin. I'm so stoked. Like he never got to see it in theater. I'm always excited to watch movies with Raj because he's always gives his honest reactions and stuff, and I love that. Like there's no filter with his reactions in films, and that's the best type of people to watch movies with. So I'm watching it, and as I'm watching it, I'm so bored, and I'm so like, did I get caught up in the hype of the theater? Is that what happened? Because all of a sudden stuff that I saw and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm cool with, I'm not cool with anymore. Like, 'cause it doesn't make any sense. And I still like certain aspects of the film. I like the actor, like Henry Cavill was a good choice overall, but I don't think he did a good job as Clark. But that being said, I'm like, yeah, it was one of those times where you get in the movie, and I think this happens to you. There's a group experience, and you love something as in a group, and then you get it home, and you're like start watching it, and then things start to fall apart. And that's just like a random example, but there's a lot of examples.
It's like I'll give you a prime example recently, right? Me and Alex, we went to the cinema and we watched Sisu, SISU, all right?
Yeah.
We had a great time. We were the only two people in the cinema. We were laughing, we were cheering, almost dancing, watching the movie because it was just so fun. But when you watch at home and not at the cinema, it's not going to have the same impact that it had, because it's a very basic film.
Yeah,
but the cinema score and that helped.
The question. that people get asked a lot nowadays, especially with more streaming coming in, more movies going directly to streaming and stuff like that, and different services. Is our cinemas going away? Like big blockbuster movies aren't doing as well. The Flash isn't doing as well in cinema as they expected
Yeah.
it to. So I don't think so. I mean, like there's still movies doing well. Spider-Verse did really well in the cinema because people still need that experience. Still need that like kind of that group experience.
What's some of these comments? Let's have a look quickly. If you do not own a 4K player, but your favorite movie came out on 4K by we already answered that, didn't we?
Yeah,
Would
like
you ever
and we
consider
do.
buying
Like
the
my dad, my dad has a 4K TV. He doesn't have a 4K player yet.
Yeah.
And I got him a 3K a 3K a 3D TV set. So he's been buying like a lot of 3D films. He's got a great 3D collection actually. But I said eventually you're going to need a 4K player, Dad, because the boutique label, it's the future of it. This is where it's going, right? And so there's a sale. There's $18 4Ks. It's this Friday. We're going to be covering it. I will not sleep in, I promise. But and I'm thinking, Dad, like if you see stuff there that's good, it's $18. It's going to be $21 Canadian. They'll have Blu-rays with them too. Future-proof yourself. Before I bought a Blu-ray player, I bought DVD Blu-ray combo packs because I knew I would eventually be getting a Blu-ray player. Before I bought a 4K player, we bought of all the movies, yes, we bought Tom Cruise's The Mummy.
Hey, a classic.
Blu-ray 4K combo because it was the same price at Best Buy as the Blu-ray edition. So I said, we'll eventually buy a 4K TV. We'll eventually buy it.
Well, I bought a PS3 when I was a kid. Well, I wasn't a kid. I was a late teenager, obviously. And I bought that. And after that, I did CTR TV. Is it CTR or CRT?
CRT.
Yeah, CRT. I always get mixed up. I think I get mixed up with, the keyboard.
Yeah.
But anyway, I still had one of them, and I was buying Blu-rays and watching them on it because I was like, there's no point me getting like The Godfather on DVD edition again when I should have the Blu-rays. And I did the same with 4K.
Yeah.
If the 4K was cheaper than the Blu-ray, which you'd be surprised how many times it is, I would get it. What else? Let's have a look because we're missing some comments here.
Unless
Would you ever consider buying the rights to the obscure film and releasing it yourself? I would love to do that. Me and my friend, we talked about doing our own label, right? And I was all in, and that last minute chickened out. But I even had the name for it, All or Nothing.
That's actually cool. You probably shouldn't have said that on.
Right? Yeah, someone else will do that now. But we had this idea we were going to release films that had never been, figured like more Bollywood movies, for instance. Talking about Bollywood, Charlie's Angels 2000 was a movie I liked and disliked home from Inside Heaven. Now, let me tell you this. I watched that film on 4K, but I will only watch that film in Hindi. I will never watch it with the original soundtrack. Because if a film has a Hindi Hindi dub on it, I will watch it in Hindi. I did the same with the Lorax. Absolutely makes the film so much better. It really does. Because they get more singy and songy, the way they talk. It just adds to it. I felt like that towards Human Centipede 2. Love number 1, but found 2 almost unwatchable due to how bleak and depraved it was. Again, I agree. Number 2 is horrendous. What do you think?
Which one?
Human Centipede 1 and 2. Number 2 was terrible. Number 1 was decent.
What number 1 was Human Centipede is a movie that I think could have been a short. Like
30-minute kind of thing.
Yeah, because the concept was good.
Yeah.
I don't think we needed more. I don't think we need a trilogy for Human Centipede. I really don't think we need more. Like you told your story, okay, it's a one-off. Like it shouldn't be something that's sequelized. It's not something that deserves a sequel.
It takes so long to get going as well.
Yeah, and it's just, and you've seen it. Like what's okay? We're gonna put more bodies on there. We're gonna add like babies or something like. The concept's there. Once you get the concept, that's it. It's not something you can actually redo. All or Nothing is
So
trademarked strip club, and well, it's different. Like that's a strip club. That's a different thing. As like a
who
media.
says I don't own that strip club?
Oh yeah, say you maybe
Yeah,
it was a strip
say
club in Toronto.
I own a strip club in Toronto. Say
One of the
um,
biggest, like one of the best, like known strip clubs in the world. And I've never been there, but sadly it's gone now. And in Montreal, it's a place called Super Sex, and it was supposed to be this like incredible like club. And I think
super sex or super sucks.
not sex, Super Sex.
Super sex. Okay, I was going to say because that could mean a couple of things.
It's a Montreal strip club, so it could also mean a couple things. Just put it out there.
You
But
never
they had
went.
like
Are
this
you
great,
serious?
like great like and we always wanted to go there too. Me and my better half, just it's been fun to go in and just like see the place and see the but they had this wonderful like sign. It was fantastic, old school, kind of like Las Vegas type of sign,
Oh,
but closed
nice.
down. Shame.
I've never. Do you know what? An interesting story. I've never really gone in a strip club.
Me either. My better half has. Her and a couple of her friends went in for which, but
What's
I've
this?
never
A
been in
male
there.
strip club, like a Chippendales
No, no,
thing?
it's like a female strip club. Like they're just a bunch of them. Like were in there. Thought was kind of fun. She wasn't. She went into Super Sex. Like she was there.
Wow,
She had people up in Montreal at the time, and they were
that's
visiting.
crazy. The idea for your wife would be the one taking you is crazy.
What she said, like that she was going to take me. Ever visit Lundy's Lane? Nick?
Oh, if you had
Fantastic.
to
I
get a
haven't
lap
actually.
dance,
Well, when we started, God, I probably shouldn't tell the story. We started dating. I'm like, I said, I've never been to a strip club before. So one of these days we'll go to a strip club. Maybe we'll do lap dancing for fun. A couple years later, like we don't go, like because we're work busy, stuff like that. We're a place where there's strip clubs. She said one of these days we might go to a strip club, but no lap dance.
no lap
So
dance.
it changed. It changed. But yeah, no, I never been. I actually when I was in God, dated somebody that actually worked in the industry a long time ago, but I never actually went to see her like do a
You
show.
weren't worried about the things she was doing behind the scenes.
No, God. Here's the thing: if you're dating somebody, and like in all honesty, like you got to have the confidence to say that's the person I'm with, because if something else happens, then it's just not meant to be, and you just go on.
True. Well, my wife won't let another one touch me. If another one tries to touch me, she goes mental.
What I understand, I can understand. Like if somebody comes up and starts like grabbing you like in an appropriate way, that's it's normal. It's like
Yeah.
she's your spouse. Like that's the
Well,
thing. Somebody,
I'll be honest. I'm the same way. If another man wanted to touch my wife, I'd probably break the wrist.
yeah, 100%. Like that's the thing. Like first, him to say, give me a chance to like take care of it. And but I'm that type of person. I like where I'm going to like even when she gets the chance to take care of it. If I get that person alone afterwards, a conversation will happen.
Do you start the conversation like this? Let's tell Brian had a conversation like this. So do you go, hello? If you go near my wife again, I will find you. I will hunt you, and then I will make you into a kebab.
No, there's no
Or do you
time.
go, or do you go like this? Or do you
There's no.
go, you be careful. Look into my eyes. The darkness is there. You know what I'm saying.
Okay, there's something
Yep.
I'm going to mention. I'm slightly embarrassed about, but I was in college and I wasn't dating this girl. She was a friend of mine, but there's this guy that was getting super handsy, and she was not appreciating it. So she went and she told me not to say anything, not to do anything. She said kind of did. So there's like a commons room downstairs. So you go down
Yeah.
the stairs, then you go down this other flight of stairs. So I'm going downstairs and I see him there, and we're starting to go down the stairs together because that's where the cafeteria portion is at. And we start going down the stairs, and I trip him and
Oh,
catch him. And I'm like, oh man! I said, accidents happen. Imagine if I don't catch you. Imagine if I didn't catch you. Imagine if I didn't catch you. You got to be careful with your hands. Yeah, first year of college. So if anybody wonders what type of person I was like in college,
So what people need to learn is this today. The number one thing over this chat isn't about Vinegar syndrome. It's not about seven. It's not about anything. It's that the saying they say about Canadians are all really nice people and don't do anything violent isn't true.
it's totally true. We're very nice people. We're also very protective people. It's like I
Yeah.
come from a small town, and if something happened to somebody, like somebody like, and we found out about it. There's a group of us that would like me and my friends. We'd always hold each other accountable. So I had a friend of mine went to a dance, school dance. We're in high
Yeah.
school, and he got really super drunk, and he was there with the girl, and she said, come on, let's dance. And he put his hand up and he slapped her. And
Oh, what
yeah,
like?
so an actual slap. So Monday comes, I find out because it's a small town. Everybody knows this stuff. He comes by and he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" So I grab him and I throw him into my locker and I hit him. I don't slap him, I punch him. And I'm like, you can't do this shit.
In the face?
Oh yeah. You can't do this. You can't do this again because this I'm your friend. This is your one warning. And that didn't happen again. And I would expect him to do the same to me. If I had done something, which I wouldn't do, but like if I did something like
Yeah.
stupid, like one of my friends, back in the day, like I was a bit square, but back then was thinking, oh, you wanted to try like more of the hardcore drug stuff,
Yeah.
and because he was wondering, he was kind of curious. He was at that age. I'm like, this is not you. This is not a you type of thing. And you realize if I find that you do this, I'm going to beat the ever living crap out of you. And he knew I wasn't joking. He knew that I would because I
Yeah.
cared enough about him to not
Yeah.
see him go down that road. It was very, and he didn't, and he's very, very successful today. And a very, very nice person. So, and he would have done the same for me. So that's the way.
I think that's what people forget. Sometimes when you care about Bill, you've got to put them in the right headspace.
It is. I'm older now. Like a lot of this stuff, like we talked before, I don't know if I do the same stuff like to the extent that I did back then. But you're young, you're full of like just piss and vinegar. Like it's my.
Well, I had a friend years ago before I met my wife, who I was friends with for 8 years, right? And we were very close. We used to spend every day together almost, right? To the point where he'd come home, we'd game, we'd do stuff. And he met this girl who was half his age. He was 40, she was 20, right? And she'd been with all of his mates, And he decided he was in love with her, and I was like, okay, this is a bit strange, mate. You're getting a bit obsessive, Well, one day he comes home my house and tries to stab me.
Are you serious?
Because he said I wanted to get off of her when I didn't. I had no interest. She kept coming on to me, but what do you expect from people? Someone who's got off with all your friends before you,
Yeah, and you just,
So he tried to stab me, and we dealt with it. And basically, he ended up, as I like to tell people, he ended up with a stab wound on himself. He did to himself. But I was walking home one day, went to my front door, and he jumped out and tried to stab me.
like when you think about like when we say this, guys, by the way, this is not a happy thing or a flex. This is the stuff that we would not do now.
Yeah.
That you do when you're younger type of thing. Before I think you kind of mellow out a bit as you get a bit older.
Definitely since I've been married to my wife, I've been more mellow. Let's put it that way.
We have better halves that we have to say are ground us in a good way. And I say you need that. You need somebody. I'm not saying you got to get married or you got to have a wife or a spouse or a husband. There's got to be somebody in your life that.
I'm gonna be honest. I always wanted a husband, but I ended up with a wife. So.
Well, there you go. Well, you have to go to a country and have both.
Yeah.
There
you go. See?
There. So.
But no, in all seriousness, I can confirm Alan's wife is amazing. When I was listening to her yesterday, I was like, now this is what you call a wonderful woman, She reminded me so much of mine, the personality, the openness, the honesty, I think is incredible. I think women who are that strong are amazing.
And I think it's important. I mean, like I think it's an important thing when it comes
Yeah.
to that. And I have to say, she hit me. She put me in a spot where I felt very comfortable, like to do this, which I may not have done this like 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, and I'm doing this for 11 years though. Crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Crazy. You're doing something. You're doing a good job because look at all the comments popping up. Boom, 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 boom.
And I'm missing them all. Like a bastard that I
Shall
am.
we go back?
The
Shall we
only
look?
movies I tend to like are acquired taste, so that pretty much fits. Ruben and Ed's acquired taste, but I love it. Most David Letterman appearances. Okay, yeah. I'm actually been watching like these videos on like the late night wars recently because I
Mm.
think I'm fast. I wanted to be a. There's a time in my life when I wanted to be like a talk show host.
Wow.
Yeah, and I look
That'd be
towards
quite
David
amazing.
Letterman, like David Letterman, Johnny Carson, Tom Snyder, would tended to be like the ones that I kind of like really
Yeah.
looked at. And I prefer the latter ones. Then there was Conan, and
Jay Leno? Or did you always say that?
no, I did not say that. Never. I'm never going to say Jay Leno.
Oh, you don't
I'm not
like
a
Jay
Jay Leno.
Leno?
I think he's a bit of a sycophant. I he never should have been the Carson in the Johnny Carson place. He got it in such a cheesy, cheap way. Like he's okay, but I don't think he should have been. He became what the Tonight Show is.
Yeah.
But for those who watched the Tonight Show during Johnny Carson and those who watched like Letterman afterwards, what the Tonight Show could have become, as opposed to what the Tonight Show became, are two completely different beasts.
Well, you know,
Um,
David Letterman, in my view, is legendary.
he's like here's a guy like a lot of them. He started out like doing like weather and stuff like that. You know who
Yeah.
could have been a really great talk show host? Had a talk show for a very short period of time. We're getting into such tangents here, but I love this. Is Pat Sajak? Pat
Oh,
Sajak had this very
before Wheel of
Carson,
Fortune, right?
yeah, Wheel of Fortune. He had this very kind of Carson, Tom Snyder type of feel to him.
Yeah.
And when his show started, yeah, the Pat Sajak show started like that. It was much more, ethereal, much more down to earth. But as things went on, they tried to make him Arsenio Hall. They took away his desk. He was wearing like sweaters and stuff instead of suits and that. It didn't suit his
Yeah,
persona.
it wasn't him.
And then they started putting on guest hosts. The very last episode of the Pat Sajak show wasn't Pat Sajak. It was a guest host on there instead of him. And what killed it was he put in that piece of I'll be honest, piece of crap that was Rush Limbaugh.
Oh,
Gave him an episode of the show, and he took the show and made it into his like into his like kind of his what it shouldn't be, like it's like his mouthpiece type thing for Rush Limbaugh-esqueness. And that it got canceled after the Rush Limbaugh episode.
yeah. What do you think of the host now? Because I'm
Pat
not keen
Sajak.
on Jimmy Fallon.
Pat Sajak, because he's retired. 100%. But who could host right now? I think Jimmy Fallon is
Too
the
fake.
type of host that the Tonight Show has because of Jay Leno.
Yeah.
It's very milk toast, and like
Yeah.
it's just in my opinion, I think it's a very milk toast. There was the and I always forget his name, and I know you'll remember it. The Scottish guy.
Oh, Craig Ferguson.
Yes, Craig Ferguson had the gay robot and stuff like that. It was like
Yeah.
super cool. Probably one of the best shows. And I think he had this like unique aesthetic to his show that you could go in and you felt very comfortable.
Yeah, and unpredictable to a degree.
Keg mentioned Jonathan Ross, who had some amazing stuff. Incredibly,
You know,
free-
Jonathan
straight-
Ross, I think, was better when he was on BBC One than on ITV. Same as Graham Norton. I thought Graham Norton was better on Channel 4 than on BBC because on Channel 4, they would come up with some really, crazy stuff.
Graham Norton is one
Which
of
is
like
better.
the true like old school like talk show hosts that I still like. Not as much, but I still admire.
What I like about Graham Norton is he actually does his research. He actually lets the guest speak and actually can interject actual information that adds to it and not takes away.
Somebody asked there, did you like Craig Kilburn before Ferguson? Not so much, actually. They did like, so for those who don't know, like Craig Kilburn was there. They did like a show called Later, and
Yeah.
it had like Bob Costas. And I think when Bob Costas was going to leave, they had like Greg Kinnear. And
Yeah.
basically, it was kind of comical because Bob Costas was his last episode, and he's interviewing Greg Kinnear. And he says, "That's it." He said, "When I got a guest that just bored me that I was going to leave, that I wasn't going to do this anymore." And he walks off the set, and Greg Kinnear is just there by himself, and he just slides over to the host chair. That was great, wonderful thing to do. Greg Kinnear hated doing talk shows, so he went into films and made a much better thing. But yeah, no, I think that I would like to go back to the longer interviews as to the pub pieces.
Yeah.
One thing I did like a bit later, although it wasn't some of my favorite hosts, was that like did it a half hour. It was one guest, and that one was one folks. It wasn't like a 10-minute like puff piece. It wasn't something like that where you go in. I like the longer interviews. I like being more in depth. That's why I liked. And nobody talks about Tom Snyder anymore, but I like Tom Snyder. And he was like Dave Letterman was a huge Tom Snyder fan. Obviously, used him on the show a lot, and eventually got Tom Snyder back a program. But Tom Snyder, by that point, had done radio and loved radio so much that when he went back to do like late night again, he had it simulcasted on radio as well because he became this massive like.
That's pretty cool, wasn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, that's what I like to see.
Well, Conan left, didn't he? Conan's left, and he's doing a podcast now.
Yeah, well, Conan got screwed over so many times. It's so weird because Conan got screwed over by Jay Leno. Like, there's no two ways about it.
Yeah.
Like, basically, the network goes to Jay at the time and says, "Well, we want to really keep Conan." Like, yeah, it's a really good idea. I think you should keep Conan. Just let me. Yeah, I'll leave in 5 years. So that's my horrible Jay Leno impression. So he does that, and but then it's like, well, maybe we should want to kind of put you on a little bit earlier. Great idea. I think I'll go on a little bit earlier. But so no, we're going to push back the Tonight Show to tomorrow. So it's no longer the Tonight Show, right? So Conan leaves. Then this weird thing happens. Of all the places to go, think, well, he's going to go to Fox. He goes to TBS. George Lopez is on TBS. Conan's show comes on, pushes George Lopez ahead an hour, which is exactly what happened to him.
Oh.
So now Conan's wouldn't do it initially, apparently. And the network had to get George Lopez to contact Conan and say it was okay. Like,
take care, George.
And then George got canceled.
Yeah.
And so it's just. But yes, George, have a fantastic. When you said George, I have a fantastic day, man, and hopefully you get your Radiance movie soon, man. But yeah, no, that was me. Like, I would have loved to have been a talk show host. I think I could have killed it back in the day as for a talk show host.
Yeah,
it's a certain skill set you gotta have.
I think you got the voice for it. I think you got the voice for it because you're very clear.
But thank you. But that is the greatest compliment anybody can give me, because for those that know my channel and know my history, they know that like until grade 4 I couldn't speak. Like I got epilepsy to the point where I was stuttering all the time. And I would get picked on. So these big bullies would come and they would make a circle of kids, right? And they would make me kind of swear in the middle of the circle because the F word was a really hard sound for me to say.
Yeah.
And they thought it was hilarious to hear me say it. So it wasn't until I went to Ontario and a teacher took me under her wing and she got me into drama classes and got me into reading in front of the class and stuff. I was able to
practice it and get it down.
I did some, like, I can't sing, but I did singing lessons.
Yeah.
I'm like tone deaf. Really am tone deaf. Really, if you hear me sing, it's horribly atrocious. But like, it gave me the ability to speak.
My dad had to stutter his whole life almost, to the point where when he got with my mum, he could barely talk to her, and then because he was a heavy drinker. Once he stopped drinking, it helped it more. It sounds ridiculous, but by the time I was born, he could talk, but when he got nervous, he'd start, again. Because it's hard to explain. I had a friend who I met on YouTube who has a stutter problem, and he can't really talk with her. And instead of working on it and helping himself, people would make fun of him because he'd be such a horrible person, And I used to say to him, if you worked on it and you weren't so aggressive or rude or horrible, you'd probably do better. But
Do you think maybe some of the aggression came out of the frustration?
oh, definitely, it's definitely that because you think about it, as you know, right? If you're trying to say something and someone's laughing at you, you're not going to want to be friendly to them, are you? You know, and then you get that anger over years and years and years. You know, and I don't think he's ever been able to control it. You know, like control it to a degree. Because I used to sit and talk to him, and it used to take him like sometimes 20 minutes to say a whole thing, and I always felt bad that people wouldn't give him a chance. But when they did give him a chance, it kind of, do you know what I mean? Because he'd get really horrible.
I've yeah, I understand. I can understand both sides, but I mean, like you gotta. It's working on the inner part and finding somebody that
Yeah,
like when somebody gives you that chance, like to take the chance, like to just.
yeah,
It's hard. I mean, like because sometimes you'll get people and you'll open up and and you'll get burnt, and you
yeah,
put this armor around you that just makes you like, man, we're getting deep. We're getting deep
yeah,
in a Vinegar
yeah,
Sim
aren't we?
conversation. Aggressive past things we're ashamed of.
Well, I'll
That we
say
better
this:
have.
I gave that guy 4 years. All right, and I spoke to him for 4 years. When everybody else gave up on him in the circle,
Yeah.
I still stood by him and still tried to help him. But he was getting horrible. Like he told me he wanted to kill my wife and stuff because
Well,
I annoyed him
that's the
that
thing.
much.
There comes a point when you got to, like when you do what you can, but you've got to sever that tie, and you kind of hope that maybe when you sever the tie, that
Yeah,
that will hopefully be if standing by wasn't the wake up call, maybe severing the tie could be the wake up call so that you can have
yeah.
better
Well,
relations
so
in the
I
future.
think that's the difference between being someone who succeeds and somebody who ends up staying in the position they're in. Um, pushing yourself to do better, but not for anybody but yourself.
Exactly.
You know.
Um,
Uh,
that Matty there. Definitely not the typical deep thoughts that come to mind when discussing Vinegar Syndrome, or even to Jack Handy, right? Deep thoughts with Jack Handy. Remember Jack Handy,
I
Saturday Night
remember
Live?
that. Yeah.
Like, I took my nephew. I told him we were going to Disney World. I took him to a burnt down old farm. I guess Disney World burnt down. I laughed and laughed. I think he thought it was funny. There's some deep thoughts with Jack Handy.
Yeah.
At a time when Saturday Night Live was not at its best, some of
Yeah.
those short things were amazing.
I'm surprised it's still going.
It's like they get one or two people that just really take off and keep it going.
Yeah.
It's always the case. Like,
And then they get
Bert-
bigger, don't they? And then they kind of leave.
yeah, like Bill Hader was fantastic. Then when I did Barry, stuff like that, Barry's ending is gonna be doing whatever he does. I'm
Kate
sure it's gonna be
McKinnon.
great. Barry was like a good. Oh, that surprised the hell out of me. Barry's like, what a show. But it's like they'll always have a couple people. But right now, I'm not feeling many of the people on Saturday Night Live. There's a couple
Yeah.
of people there, and I'm not going to lie. I'm slightly shallow when it comes to Saturday Night Live. If there's an extremely attractive cast member, I I will watch, even if the show is not that great. So there was what's Nassim. She was in like Scream Queens. Um, so she was. I thought she was really cute,
Yeah.
and so I'm like, oh yeah, I'm watching for her. And then she left like, am I still watching? I'm still going to watch this. She's gone off the show now. But no, I was actually into it by then.
Kate McKinnon was good on it.
Kate McKinnon was hilarious. Like she's one of those rare. She's like a modern John Belushi type. Like we're basically anything
I feel
she would
bad
just
for
make you laugh.
I feel bad for Kate McKinnon because she's done great on Saturday Night Live, but the films she's picked have mostly been terrible.
It's strange, and it's a shame because she does have that talent that like a lot of people really. It's rare, like to catch that lightning in a bottle. And I think John Belushi was the same way. Like, thank God for Animal
Yeah.
House and movies like that. But certain movies didn't work as well outside.
It's so sad that he ended the way he did.
Mm.
You
Yeah, and I
know.
remember like it was a wake up call apparently for some of his good friends at the time. Like Robin Williams was a huge friend with John Belushi, and it changed the way that he did things. So it got him out of like drugs for a bit.
Yeah.
But with that being said, There's movies too.
Yes.
We did look at the rating stuff. Let's do that while we're here.
All right, let's do it.
Because we looked at Horror of Dr. Hitchcock,
Yep.
which I'm gonna say I love this. We know there's a mystery one. So Visible Secrets, was this a new one too? Because I don't know which ones are.
Yeah, that's a new one. And then there's the Messiah of Evil, but they already announced, but that's for this month in October. You know, it goes in the bundle.
I can't say anybody not I love the way they do their stuff. I love this here. I'm glad it's not like an O or like a wraparound.
Yeah.
This is a kind of a paper thing that goes on.
Yeah, it's called an O card, isn't it, or something?
I wouldn't be quite like an O card would be like right around, wouldn't it? And it wouldn't be like an L card.
Yeah, that's right. O card, sub card. I don't know what they call it. Quib?
Maybe. I'll call it a C card. We'll go.
Let's go a C card.
We'll go with the C card.
Because it wraps around like I say.
Yeah. There you go, guys. And I absolutely adore it. Like, obviously something can be taken off. But love the fact that it's there and that you can take it off and see, like, just get the.
I was hoping they announced the Japanese box set they said they were releasing.
That you think got pushed back?
It's possible, I guess, because they've already technically announced the North set and the set that came out through Vinegar Syndrome. You know, the Polish one. Except that's got 3 movies in instead of the 4. And then they've got the comedy one that's supposed to come out. So technically that's 3 box sets. And we've got October, November, and December. Obi strip. That's exactly what it's called. Yeah, an Obi strip.
You just picked up Slash Dancing Raw Nerve. I totally.
Nice. Got some good ones there.
And I love your picture, by the way.
Yeah, I love that at all.
I would say a Messiah of Evil. This is a gorgeous shirt. I'm not going to lie. Did you pick this up?
I like it. No, I haven't picked it up yet, but I've technically got a shirt coming from every company at the minute, so I probably will at some point. I think you can get that in the bundle if you order it all together. You can get 10% off.
Wasn't Arrow making an announcement today? They're not.
Yeah, no, they're not doing an announcement. They're just doing their sale.
Oh my God! Camp Arrow started again?
Yeah.
Do you want? Should we dive?
Sure, we can do that. There's a lot of titles
during Camp Arrow because I'm big on these here on Arrow. I'm big on Arrow, and the last sale that I really took advantage of was a Camp Arrow sale. So, did you pick anything up yet?
Not yet, because I'm trying to be a little bit careful with my funds a minute. I've spent so much money. I put some in my cart earlier, and it came to like £350. So, it's because like the sets, like the 2 at the top there to the right, the 2 Japanese ones.
The shot scope.
Yeah. No, not those ones. The other ones. The
third windows.
Yeah. Do you have the second scope set?
I don't know yet. I still need to get that one. We were going to buy it during the last sale, but there was so much stuff that we wanted, and I was so behind on things. Yeah. My better half really wanted it, but she talk about being nice. She sacrificed the second shot scope set so I could get some of the stuff that I wanted to get for my Arrow collection.
Oh, that's nice.
And that was kind of like getting some of the slasher stuff that I needed to pick up that I hadn't picked up. Some limited edition stuff that was worried about going into print. And actually picked up the 4K Wild Things, which she's never going to watch with me, but I enjoyed. And because basically she's seeing Wild Things was a one watch for her.
Yeah. What does no lunch have to do with a summer camp? Well, if you've gone to a summer camp and you go somewhere quiet, and somebody's got lunch, you could have it naked, I guess.
You could, and especially if it's a warm summer, it's a warm time of the year.
Yeah.
Have you never had a naked lunch, EH? We've all had naked lunch before. You're behind, man.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm still waiting for the info, man. Yeah, I missed out on picking those up from 88 Films.
Are any of these prices lower than the last sale?
I think some are, but they're not great. I mean, I don't think 45 for those box sets are cheap.
No, I'd if $60 and like 70, it's a little bit better, but still no. I mean, that's like this one here, like The Grudge is $70, right? 70 pounds.
Yeah, that was 60 when it came out.
Yeah, and it's 40 pounds. So would I go for that? I'd probably wait a bit. Like I picked up
Yeah.
like this one here. It was 35 pounds. I
Yeah.
think it was 30 when I bought it. This black Jello Essentials black, because for those that don't know, if you picked up Jello Essentials sets, all of them were like re-releases except for black. Black had new titles.
Yeah.
Um,
That's true.
it's great if you don't have them. If you don't
Yeah.
have the movies, fantastic. The essential sets are like
Also,
cardinal.
I think black's the only one that actually has booklets in it as well.
It is it really?
I think so. I don't know for sure.
It makes sense because the other ones are movies that
Yeah.
came out. If they're and limited editions usually have the booklet in, and then they'll put it out without a limited edition. So if these are
Yeah.
the first times that these are coming out, it makes sense for them to have booklets where the other ones wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because I'd expect the same with the Sergio Martino set. I'm guessing there's probably not booklets with this one because they're
Well, the way I see it normally is the booklets would be shown in the picture.
yeah.
So, I've got that Vengeance Trial set. I haven't cracked into it yet, but I've actually got the second one pre-ordered.
I almost picked this up during the last sale. Actually, I love the films on this set. Massacre Times
Yeah.
one that I bought on VHS for like $25 American.
Yeah.
He came from the swamp. Was one. He's not here now, but George got me this one year. For
That was that's a great collection of cheap,
It's a great set. That's a good price for this one too. $35
for cheap regional horror. It's good.
and it's right. I think I got it right here, so I can actually show you this one.
Is it the limited one?
Yeah. So mine came with the hardcover book. And
Nice.
So this is the original edition of this one here.
Yeah.
The one that you get now will be a little bit thinner because the first edition of this one, is like Malcolm just mentioned, was a limited edition, and it include this hardcover, hardbound book
And a poster.
and a poster as well. And I'll just show you the poster here. It's a nice size poster too. It's not like a small one, so that's always good.
I like the bigger ones. They feel more nice.
Welcome
See, to me, that's the type of poster that you should get. When you get the ones from 88 Films, half the time in the sets, like the Dragons Forever one, for instance, the original Dragons Forever, I think there was a poster in that or whatnot. It always feels like cheap paper. Even though it's thick, it feels cheap and small. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. And that's kind of like which is a shame because some of them have had some nice stuff. Like
Yeah.
I got their Urban Legends set, and
Yeah.
that had a poster, and I love the artwork for Urban Legends.
Yeah.
But it's always like their posters are put like within one of their cases, you know.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when you look at it, you're like, did they not put stuff in? And then you open up, oh, they put the art cards and the booklet and
Well,
each individual films.
I've got the I know he did summer one and that one. And I know he did last summer pre-owned off eBay, and I was like, there's no pictures of the cards of that. When I got it, it was all in there. And I was like, oh, they just didn't open the cases.
Yeah, like it's I guess it's a saving choice.
Yeah.
But and
I think it takes away from go on.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think it takes away from the quality though.
It does a little bit. Like we picked up the OK Monsters collection here.
Yeah.
And that's a thin case. This isn't like a hard case like a lot of them.
The original one was a hard case, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that's the thing. When they put out a secondary edition of it, they usually
like the Years of Lead one. That's a cheap papery one as well.
Damn it! I bought the Years of Lead. I'm not sure which one I got, but I bought it in the last sale, so it's probably the cheap papery one.
Yeah.
But I wanted this one bad, and like my better half was like, she said, "Yeah, get that. You like Felicity films." And as soon as I bought it, like afterwards, she said, that wasn't the best choice.
I think that set's great. I mean, I had the original version in America, but I had to sell it. So I mean, when you get the Gamera ones, they come in hard boxes, even though they're just the cases. So that's not too bad.
Like did you pick up the original Gamera set?
No, I ain't got either of them.
Oh, just because I got to do my bachelor thing every once in a while because I got to keep that going.
You got to keep it going.
Gotta keep it going, man. Since you have,
Okay.
since you got zombie.
There you go. Oh no. Is it worth it though, that?
Yes. Like this is a better set than the Godzilla set that came out from Criterion. I will 100% go behind that.
Wow.
So it comes out. So you open it up.
It's
I'll
a
give
bit
you,
like the Herschel Gordon Lewis set, right?
yeah, sort of like this. It opens up like this. You got artwork done by the comic artist from Gamera. Got the disc coming along here like this. On every page, you get artwork. But what's even better, I'm a comic book guy.
Yeah. It's got a comic in it.
Yes. Gamera the Comics collection, and it has everything,
Ooh.
even the old kind of unreleased, like kind of like black and white comic is here.
How thick is that?
Oh, God, see if they got a page count. I don't have a page count here. It's fairly, like you can see, it's like fairly thick.
Well, it's quite big.
Yeah, it's got the. Let me show one. It's got Gamma Guardian of the Universe like miniseries, like the 4-part miniseries that came out from Dark Horse. Just some really, really good stuff, and it has like
Yeah.
you see this right here, like the artwork. And that wasn't the only book, because that would have been good enough. But then he put in this here book as well,
Oh wow.
and you get like the kind of got like the posters here. And what was kind of neat is they did. Let's see, I gotta get it right here. Yeah, they did the kind of the interior, like the.
Oh, that's a lovely collection, then, isn't it?
It's like we're huge. Like for those who don't know, we're massive like kaiju fans in this house.
Yeah.
And that is a love that I passed on to my kids, and they also love kaiju as well. So
Yeah.
when this set was announced, this is one that we went for right away.
Did you ever watch the Kaiju Wrestling?
Oh, which one?
Kaiju Wrestling.
No, I didn't.
Because there's a company that does Kaiju Wrestling battles in Japan. And they're really funny to watch because they're like pulling the costumes, going.
That'll be fun.
And yeah.
The Gorgo cover is done by the same guy that did the Gamera's cover too. So I can't remember the artist's name right now, but I know he was on YouTube, and he had a channel, and he actually talked about the artwork when the set was coming out.
Yeah. It's not surprising really because it's very detailed.
It is like that is probably one of, like, I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the best sets. Like, it's just like one, I like the Gamera films anyway.
Yeah.
I think the like the Showa Gamera films are fun, and they're kind of the cheesy what you expect from, if you've
Yeah.
never seen a kaiju film and you've seen like Godzilla on TV or something like that, or seen like those type of films, it's what you
Yeah.
expect. But the Heisei films are super quality, like really great films.
Yeah.
But the set is it's amazingly done. And when you see the Godzilla set, it's oversized and it's okay, but it's not great. And the art and the remasters on the Criterion are not as good as remasters on the Gamera. Not even
I'll be
close.
honest. When it comes to Godzilla set, I think it's too thin. It doesn't.
Like,
It doesn't feel like a quality product from Criterion. It's really weird.
I understand what they're going with. Like, I get it. And I understand, like, with the remasters as well. I know Toho kind of nerfed them with that.
Yeah, not the best.
Yeah, they can only put what, like, Toho's very, very protective over Godzilla. Apparently not protective enough to not have a horrible like American film, but hey, we'll let that one pass. But protective enough that they don't give the greatest quality sometimes to people when they're putting
Which is
it out.
stupid because you're hurting your own business.
Yeah, exactly. Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 only has 136 left on Vinegar Cinema, then presumably sold out.
Wow.
And Matt said that December is almost 400 copies sold since noon. That's insane.
That's probably their best seller.
And see exactly where they are. So let's look at this. We looked at December. 320 copies left.
What we do?
Yeah, that is almost 400 copies.
What we do? All the ones I need.
Slash Dance is here. You have this one. It's down to 253.
Ooh.
I'm not going to lie. I think we sold some Slash Dance for people.
I think we did.
Apparently, we never sold enough Jess Franco for people. What the hell? What the hell, people?
It's because you
Buy some
said it
Jess
weren't. It's
Franco.
because you said it weren't a sleazy.
That's true. Yeah, that's the thing. I'll
It's
say,
super
well,
sleazy, guys. Buy it.
yes, buy it. So we get like if you want to get more sleazy Jess Franco, buy
Yes.
the kind of sleazy Jess Franco.
Okay. I ordered them. Then what's that?
I'm gonna like refresh this and see if anything. So yeah, again, guys, like I'm gonna recommend December. I'm gonna recommend Slashdance. I'm gonna recommend the Jess Franco double feature. I'm gonna recommend Raw Nerve as my top picks for today.
Nice. I'm going to pick Curfew, Raw Nerve, and The Burglar. Because how can you not want to
Yeah.
buy a slipcover with a guy that looks like a hamburger patty?
See, there you go. And how can you miss that out in your life?
Exactly.
Have a
You
hamburger
know,
watching the burger from hell.
it was July the 4th yesterday. You could have put that on in the celebrations.
Somebody on Facebook was like, Vinegar Cinema have an Independence Day sale, and and the prices aren't what they should be. And I'm like, it's not an Independence Day sale. It's been going on for a couple of days. But he was super aggressive too. Super aggressive dude.
People
like I
get
said
that way,
before-
don't they, over this?
Yeah, like some people get super upset. Blood Hunger. I'm going to recommend this. I think this is absolutely fantastic set.
I need to pick that set
Again,
up,
I'm a wholesaler
actually.
Ross guy. Did you like this one?
I need to pick it up.
Dude,
Because I saw his other movies. Deadly Manor.
yeah.
Is Axe Murderer one?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I watched both of them. I like them quite a lot. So I need to pick up that set.
Well, that makes sense. So you like those ones. So you're like, I like these movies.
I
but
highly
don't wanna
recommend the Fassbinder sets.
Oh, yeah, especially if you want to get depressed.
Yes. I highly recommend it. And that Gothic set, the Gothic set there, I highly recommend that. That's a really, really great set.
Gorgeous looking set too.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm Cold War creatures. I'm a big Sam Katzman guy.
Yeah.
I love the werewolf in this. That's really good. We watched we watched the first one in the set recently, actually. The Creature with the Atom Brain. And that's the one I thought I was gonna like the least. And man, did I love the hell of that movie.
I'm waiting to try and get the limited edition still because I want to get the limited edition version because it came with so much stuff.
Yeah, like there's some like I'm not sure which version I got. I got it here. You can let me know which one I got. Because I knew. So I picked up. I think I got limited edition because it's got a book on it. So
yeah, it's limited edition then.
Yeah, so it had the
a lot of cards in it as well.
Oh yeah, cards and essays and art and stuff. So when you open it up, you've got this. You got this book here with like, and this is the essays book. So this will have like the writing and some pictures and stuff like that, like most of the writing. And this here will have like posters and stills and art and all through here. It's a book just of like pitch stills and art on its own, like that.
You're right, Alex. It's Edge of the Axe.
Edge of the Axe is it's a fun film. I actually love Edge of the Axe.
I think it's a bit silly though, because when it does the reveal at the end, you're like, "There's no way that was the person in the outfit."
But that's what they got to do, man. They did put them in the slim cases, but I do like the way that they were done.
Yeah,
and they all of them come with these art cards, by the way,
which is nice.
It's fantastic. It's a great set. Like I recommend it. They're fun films. They're not too long. There's a ton of special features on them. Did a really good special feature on this one here with Stephen R. Bissett. With Sam Katzman before and beyond the Cold War, and they do like each one kind of deals with a different aspect. So there's one special feature here, like a new visual essay exploring the oft overlooked role of women in Sam Katzman films. The third one deals with like Atomic Terror, brand new visual essay about the intersection of mythological creatures and the rational world of science. So really interesting stuff. And the fourth one, we get the themes of Cold War paranoia and Sam Katzman films.
So did Kim Newman do any? Did Kim Newman talk on any of those? Because it seems like the entire set he would.
I think he does actually. Let me check though. Yep. So we start off right away with the first one, with a brand new audio commentary by Kim
Yeah.
Newman. And
I
then
thought
a new
so.
audio commentary by critic Russell Tybell as well. We got an audio commentary on. Let me make sure. There's a commentary by Kim Newman on every single film on the set. And if you guys know commentaries, you know Kim Newman is really, really good when it comes to doing the commentaries. So yeah, strong recommendation on that one. The only person who really enjoyed. I'm sure you're not the only person who really enjoyed Wolfpack, man. I'm willing to bet there's a lot of people that enjoyed Wolfpack. Am I intriguing you into buying the Sam Katzman set? Is that?
You're right. I'm a big fan of Mr. Nuan, but I don't know about Newman.
And this was the original like Blood Hunger set. Only difference really is there's a book that came with it.
Yeah, and
as
it's
far as I
got
know.
the paper card, like the indicators around it.
Oh yeah, actually it did. I forgot about that. It's a neat little set. I mean, like I guess most people know it for vampires or vampires, however you want to say it.
Yeah,
But like I watched Whirlpool. Man, what a dark film! So different.
yeah,
Like these films are like when you watch something like Edge of the Axe or Daily Manor, like don't go in expecting that from this. Like Daily
Yeah.
Manor and Edge of the Axe are like later,
yeah,
like Jose Alara's 80s era films when it gets to be kind of a bit more commercial, a bit more different. But 70s Jose Alara's, he did movies like Symptoms, which is a fantastic film. Just such great stuff that yeah, and Kim Newman on here by the way as well. Strongly
That guy's
strongly
everywhere.
recommend these sets, but just know that you're not going to get like the slightly kind of maybe the slashery cheesier stuff as much with those. There's definitely a bit more of an artistic aspect to it.
I agree, mate. That was creepy.
I liked Edge of the Axe. I really did. I like Daily Manor too, but the first time I saw Daily Manor, I saw it with my dad, and I see a lot of these movies actually, and it was like, it was just such a weird little film, like like, and it's one of those like their car breaks down, just happens to break down with the manor, and there's we got the mask and all this. I got to turn on the fan here. I'm just getting too. Hopefully, it doesn't get too much noise because I'm very much overheating right now, guys. And I just realized that I am out of Coke. I mean,
Oh no!
cola.
I'll hand you one. Here you go.
Oh, there you go. I'll just grab. Well, I do have the zero version.
Horrible though, isn't it?
Yeah, my better half loves it. Do we have the Alan Clark set from BF? I don't have the Alan Clark set actually. I wish I did.
That's sold out here, I think now. I really want that set, but for some reason it costs a fortune.
Everybody should have the Zertana set, by the way. Like, I'm just gonna put that out there right now. You should own the.
I will say this: I watched 4 of the 5 movies because I'd set if I could watch the 5th movie.
Yeah,
And there are some scenes in the first 2 that make that set worth it alone. I mean, it's so crazy. I love the bit where he's got the pocket watch and he holds it and he's in the barbers with Klaus Kinski and he's like, oh, it's the things going on. I love that. They're so good.
I mean, it is. I got it. Like, again, where's that right here? Got to move my network title. So this is I lucked out with the limited edition one. Is this one as well?
Nice.
But really great. Like, look at these titles, man. Sartana's here. Trade your pistol for a coffin. If you meet Sartana, pray for death. I am Sartana, your angel of death. Have a good funeral, my friend. Sartana will pay. Light the fuse. Sartana's coming. Man, those titles alone, you should have set in your collection.
Exactly.
Put it out like this with the titles. Like, let
Yes.
people come by and say, "What the hell? What the hell did you buy? What the hell?"
But that's what I do with my box sets. I never put them out backwards. I always have them in the cases. Why?
Somebody mentioned something there, and which I gotta agree. And I'm going to say this right now. I wouldn't mind picking up the Olive Signature series now that they are defunct, and they will skyrocket. So for those that don't know, Olive Films has gone out of business. In 2016, they started the Olive Signature series. It was at the beginning kind of just made to look really nice, wasn't an unlimited thing. In 2017, they revamped the Oliver Signature series, and anything 2017 and on was limited to 3,500 copies or less for each of the titles. in the Olive
Yeah.
Signature series. So definitely, if you find an Olive Signature and for a decent price, and it's the title that you want, I would recommend picking them up because the prices will definitely skyrocket. We've seen this happen. Malcolm's seen it like happen stuff that he's wanted. I've seen it happen stuff that I wanted. I ended up paying a lot more for Hell Comes to Frogtown than I initially wanted to pay when Arrow put it out with what's 100 or 150 copies, like 1,000
Yeah.
copies, something a very low amount. But yeah, I was very much not impressed with what I've
Well,
had to pay.
here's a key tip for looking for Olive films on Blu-ray. At one point recently, I saw some videos of people finding them in Dollar Trees. So if you're in America, you might be able to find the odd one. They might not be the best titles, but you might be able to find them.
Exactly. Like I've got a few titles here. None of them are signatures. I showed them on here yesterday. But I'm still glad I got like titles like Breeders, titles like
Yeah.
Ned the Demon, it's 2, and then some of the titles that I don't think are ever going to get like maybe Meteor Man has a possibility again, but the the Danny Kaye film,
Mm.
I don't think nobody's going to be rushing to put this out. Like
I mean,
again,
IndyCar might release it, but who knows?
Obviously it's going to depend now. From what we heard yesterday, if it,
Yeah.
we heard somebody came on here yesterday and stated Indicator had some issues with had some people leaving and stuff like that, allegedly had some
Yeah.
people leaving the company, and that what they can put out is different now than what they initially could put out. So we'll see as it goes through how Indicator is going to go.
It's funny you say that in Entertainment Hell because I do agree to a big extent on that. I
And as
think
yeah,
Edge of the Axe does start really good, and I do think it droops the more the kills happen as well. Like the bit where the woman gets killed when she comes home is pretty decent. But by the time the movie ends, you don't really care much about it, especially when the reveal happens. Because you're like, right, okay, you've turned me completely out of the film. And the whole love interest stuff and all that, it does kind of drag it down. So I do agree with you.
can you hear my
I think
fan?
that's some good parts. What's that?
Can you hear my fan?
No.
Okay, gotta make sure. Yeah, I sort of agree. I do like Edge of the Axe. Some people hate the ending, and I actually really dig the ending, the Edge of the Axe. I think right at the end there, like even though no, it's not realistic of who it is, but every day
Yeah.
Argento film, like the killer's not playing the killer in the movie. But it's I like the twist, but
Yeah.
it's at a time.
Well, what do you think, Alex, of the movie? Because as a filmmaker and director of The Lost Tapes, what do you think of it?
Yeah, like
In case people don't know, The Lost Tapes was like a short video movie, and it was phenomenal, right? Most people have not seen it because obviously it's from the UK, but I'll tell you right now, if it was on disc, it'd sell.
and that's the. I unfortunately have not seen it, which I would definitely love to. As I'm waiting for Alex's response, since you put him on the spot, I'm going to have to suck it up and get Coke Zero.
Edge of the
Because
Axe, yes.
if I don't,
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I'm going to be a puddle right here.
All right. Yeah, Edge of the Axe. We want your opinion. I should say, we would like your opinion. I don't have an AC because I live in England. So, and we don't have an AC here. But so now it is windy here, so it's not very hot at the minute. So, don't need one in a minute anyway. So, is it hot where you are, Entertainment Hell? Hmm. Let's see. Welcome back.
I am back. I'm I'm kind of melting, but I'm back. I'm
Ended up with a
having the
blanket,
horrible
one cat,
cola.
and one dog. What's your cat and dog called? That'd be pretty cool to hear.
I can say one thing. I'm probably going to lose some weight, which is it's not a bad
Hey.
thing. So, did we get Alex's thought on Edge of the Axe? Did I miss that?
No, I think he is a very complex thinker, and he's probably writing out a massive amount about because he's a strong intellectual of cinema. I would like to say first of all about half his intellectual knowledge comes from a great university, and the other part comes from me. So.
So we'll have smarter things to say than me and you. There we go.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah. Well,
So, Count
I'm
Yorga
not-
collection.
did you get the Yorga one?
I've got the Yorga one. I got that day one. Leo the cat and Daisy the dog. Oh, I like those names.
Good price on the Yorga set, by the way.
It is. It's £25. That's not bad. I think I paid 35.
Well, that's not too bad either.
I believe. Yeah.
Apparently, I'm the only person who likes the Stray Cat Rock collection. I actually really like those films.
Unless you love the lead in it, like I do. Whoa. Oh, that one up there. The one
Which
to
one?
the left. The Love and Death collection. That has Necromantic in.
It does.
Right.
And
I need to send that to my good friend Jared.
Necromantic fan?
He loves it, and I told him I'd give him the second one. I'm going to say right now, he raves about it.
Well, here's the thing. I had the limited edition version of Necromantic, number 2.
Oh,
The Arrow edition, the big Arrow edition that had it there. I'm thinking there's no way in hell this is going to make it through the border. So
Yeah.
I ended up passing it on to my dad. So my dad now
Yeah.
has the limited edition of Necromantic 2, which is a very sought after title, by the way.
it's
And
very
it's a
good.
gorgeous at the other set.
I will say this: I do see the first Necromantic as a strong art film about obsession and what someone will do to keep hold of something while they've got murderous urges. You know what I mean?
I do. So do
Very
you like the second one
artistic.
too, or do you like as the first one like you think there should have only been
So-
one?
Say again.
So you like the first one. Did you like the second one as well, or were you just like?
I barely remember the second one.
I actually like the second one a lot. I love the fact that it legit pretty much starts off kind of where it ends.
What you got to remember is the last time I saw them was probably on a grainy DVD years ago. I only remember I remember the first one more because I had the Cult Epics Blu-ray.
Nice. I love Cult Epics, man. They do not get enough credit. They put out this amazing set, which I got over here, and I'm pretty sure you got it too.
Yeah.
The Scorpio film set. I'll be careful showing this one. But this Scorpio film set they put out, the Dutch Sex Wave collection, has Obsessions on it.
Can I see the full cover, please? Because I couldn't tell where it was.
You can't, but you can see.
Sorry, I still can't tell what is it?
So it's Dutch Sex Wave collection. So Scorpio
Yeah.
films.
I
They
know what
put
it
it
is.
in
I'm only
Obsessions.
joking.
Frank and Eva, Blue Movie, and My Nights
Yeah.
with Susan, Sandra, Olga, and Julia. And it's
Yeah.
not like what you think it will be. Obsessions is actually a kind of a giallo film.
Yeah. It's a good set.
It is. It's like an excellent title there. Like there's I don't have it in internet. There's a booklet in the set. Each one has its own disc. They did a set too that I have, a Tinto brass set. They did a newer Tinto brass set, but I got
I've got
the
that Tinto
original
Brass set. And
one
I've
with like
got the Tinto Brass, is it P.O. Box one as well?
yeah, like they did a more recent one, but they did one like the first one is the one that
Yeah.
I really like.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love me some of the called epics. I think they're another company that doesn't get enough like notice, and
Yeah.
if you talk with companies that I get worried about, it's companies like that.
They do some really good releases, especially of the more adult, softcore kind of edits in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Don't understand the hype. I mean, like I think at the time, I think it was a well done film. Like I
It's
personally
very
thought
different at the
like it
time.
was definitely like it's not for everybody. Like it's not. I wouldn't recommend it to certain people that I definitely recommend it to. But
I,
if you're
I,
into it, you like it.
oh,
I mean, but there's a lot of these movies I don't like. I'm not going to lie to you. Like they just didn't get me. They just didn't win me over.
yeah.
Maybe it's when I saw them, but I was not a huge fan of the director. But I did like watch the Necromantic films and like kind of like them for
Well,
what they were. Not sure if I would have bought
I'll,
them necessarily myself. My better
yeah,
half bought me Necromantic too. Well, and you spoke my better half. You know that's
yeah,
not her type. So,
yeah.
but she bought it for me like as a gift because it was so hard to find.
I will say this: when I first watched Necromantic, I watched it and I was shocked that it was black and white originally.
Yeah,
Kind of thing. But then I realised that it's about the setting, it's the mood, it's the connection. When you watch the character, you watch how the character connects to the body after what they've done and everything, and how there's such this deep emotion. I think a lot of people miss it because of the gore aspect. And now I can understand someone from Germany not liking it because it's a film that's famous, for being, from Germany.
that's the thing.
So, and I'm sure there's millions, well, maybe not millions, but thousands of far superior movies out there people would want people to know about instead of Necromantic. But I do believe it deserves a place in cinema history for what it's trying to convey. Now, in my view, I need to watch it again in order to fully be able to talk about that. To kind of be updated. Do you know what I mean? In my mind, because there's bits I'll remember, there's bits I feel, but there's bits that I don't. Do you know what I mean? Like to fill in the gaps.
Exactly.
Man out, Cold Turkey, Hollywood Shuffle, I'd Murder Your Wife, The Running Man, Dead Pigeon, on Beethoven Street, Moontrap, I Have a Bunch, looks like.
Yeah, a bunch of the olive stuff, and that's the thing. Sometimes you don't realize because we talked about this. Like olive doesn't, unless you've got like a ton of olive in your collection right next to one another. So here, by the way, here's a bunch of olive right next to one another, right here, and you still don't really like the
No,
logo is there, but so is like it just doesn't stand out.
no,
I think Olive had to work a bit harder for like their identity. They put out like dude said they put out a ton of movies, not just like movies, but put out a ton of different types of movies, the same like that network did. And that's the key part, it's the killer part of it, stuff like this.
I think the other big thing about other films is, how often did you know about the releases if you didn't look on Blu-ray.com?
I found out about Night of the Demons too because I wanted to buy the movie, but I didn't know that they put it out. Like there was never, as far as I remember, there wasn't any like big announcements for a lot of the Olive like releases. Like even
Yeah,
when they started their Olive Signature series, a lot of people like are finding out that they had an Olive Signature series after they're closed down. And that was in
yeah.
2017 that they actually relaunched that series. Standing in the door and looks so imposing. Some decent creative tension from the music as well. Edge of the Axe we're talking about now. Alex has come back on Edge of the Axe.
There he is, so he had to research that before he typed it.
Doesn't exactly reinvent the wheel, but it's full of suspense and is actually quite brutal. It is actually quite brutal. Though we disagreed on the ending. I love the ending.
It's decent. I say it's decent for a while, but then it does fall apart. But I do agree with the music. The music is good in it. The soundtrack does help it a lot.
Well, here's a question which may be slightly controversial. Here's the thought. Do you think Olive Films could have partnered with OCN or something like that? There's a void left from FCE leaving. Actually, yes. But I do think that by the time Fun City Edition's left, if Olive Films is closing up right now, Maddie, and closing up like bar none, closed up across the board, then it may have been too late.
I personally think a lot of these companies won't partner label with Vinegar Syndrome, especially if they've been around for a good few years, because they're losing their cut and they're not considered as much of a company as they are. I mean, the reason Umbrella's doing it is because they're getting their foot in the American audience, like 88 Films Indicated did with America. You know,
it makes
except
you kind
they
of wonder,
did
like,
with
if
the
Umbrella
partner
couldn't have
label.
went the way of like Arrow or 88 Films did. Though.
They could have done, but this way they get exposure on Vinegar Syndrome as well as, do you know what I mean? Because Umbrella, a lot of people know Umbrella, but Umbrella to me is still quite small. You know, when you look at Imprint, for example, there's so much that they've got in their thing. But when you look at Umbrella, they've got a lot of Australian films. But the question is, how many average people, let's say in America, know those films?
Exactly. I think that I'm the only person that would talk about the Sunburnt Screen collection, which was one of their sub-labels that they did. And like Heath would talk a lot about their westerns. Cyril Midnight, by the way, guys, which you should be watching too. He would talk. He still deals with Arrow, with Umbrella a lot. So he'll get a lot of their releases, and he'll get some of the quirkier stuff. The weird thing about Umbrella, like, you know, kind of behind the scenes, and this is not a bad thing, I guess, but Umbrella had like, so when you work with a company, when you're reviewing for a company, what usually happens is they don't just send you every release that comes out. So what'll happen is you'll get an email, and you'll usually get an email first, like letting you know like what's coming out,
and then you can decide if you want it or not.
Like a few months ahead of time. Then you get and it'll come with a thing. You'll click on that, and it'll say, well, which titles would you like to review? Because if it's not something that's going to be like one I'm either not going to like, or I don't think that my viewers are going to be interested in, there's no reason for me to get something like that, right? To get something that I think I'm not going to be interested in watching, or that you guys aren't going to like, unless it's Hallmark, I'm going to get it anyway. Like, you're going to have to suffer. But with Umbrella, and I found that me and a friend of mine, and I won't say the name, another reviewer, when we went there, so I picked they had like, which titles do you want? And I was kind of interested in all the titles, so I chose all the titles. And a friend of mine didn't choose one of the titles because he wasn't as interested in it.
Yeah.
So when it came the next month to have titles to choose from, I had 2 more titles to choose from than he did.
Oh, wow.
Which was not fair.
Yeah. Oh, weird.
And like, we talked about it, like we were like shocked that it was like it went that way.
Yeah. I used to get review copies from Go USA years ago.
Okay, and how did you find them?
I find them okay. They weren't very chatty. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. They weren't. Oh, dear. They weren't very chatty. They'd send you an email. You had to click on it, and then you had to put your address and everything in, and they'd just randomly send you the title.
Oh, really?
Sometimes you wouldn't even get the title. I think depending on how many review copies were like requested. So sometimes you won't get any, even though you did it. Once they changed over the people, it just didn't. It just seemed to kind of fade out a bit.
Like Kino would send like a list of movies that were coming out, and they'd say, "What do you want?" So then you had to write an email and list down every film that you wanted.
Is Symptoms the Code Red release?
Symptoms was put out. Well, in the UK, you
Not
got it
Code
by
Red.
another one.
Mondo
It's Mondo
Macabro.
Macabro here in North
Yeah.
America.
I remember Mondo Macabro because I've got it. I've got it in the other room. I think that's the Code Red because of the red case.
What I love about that is PlayStation 3's like greatest hit series had red cases, right? So when they ordered red cases for Symptoms, and first there was an error, and all the red cases that they got flip side. Thank you, Alex. All the red cases that Mondo Macabre got were PlayStation 3 cases. So they said, we spent all this money. We're not going to waste the money. So if you bought Symptoms in the red case from like you got it with the PlayStation 3 symbol on it, which I think
I think the one I've got, I think is the standard.
The standard, like the
blue case. Yeah.
Like I got it. It's like too far up for me to reach, unfortunately, right now. But it, like I show it to you, and it has like the PlayStation 3 symbol on it. Like Symptoms took a lot longer to sell out for Mondo Macabro, and it's exactly the reason that Alex said is because that BFI Flipside released it as well. And by the way, BFI Flipside is an amazing label that people should be looking into more. And I've talked about them on here quite a bit. There's they've put out some of my favorite films that I didn't know were going to be my favorite films.
I think the flip side, I think it's ended.
Such a shame because I know didn't the guy from Flipside like leave?
Yeah,
like one of the guys that when the main guys leave, go somewhere else. And it went to Arrow, right? Was it Arrow that he went to?
I think so. I think so.
Some of these sub-labels going, and every time they go, like I mentioned here a dozen times before, and you'll hear me mention it again. Films go. So when you collect, like when you're collecting, by the way, guys, when you're buying this physical media and stuff, you're collecting, you're curating as well. It doesn't matter if you buy everything, you buy a few things that kind of go for your taste. You're getting a movie on physical media that may not exist in 5 or 10 years. That may not even be available on streaming. Like a lot of these things aren't going to be. I'm not going to go see Deadly Prey on streaming. It's not going to come up on streaming.
No.
But I got a physical copy of it.
That's why I get so depressed when I see people selling their movies.
Yeah.
Not because I don't think, obviously, if they need the money, that's fine. But it still depresses me because I'm like, oh, it's going to be out there, but you ain't got it to hand, So, I mean, in my view, if I had to, I'd sell all my movies. Obviously, if I had to pay, let's say, for my wife to get a operation and whatnot, in a heartbeat, easy,
Of course.
But it's still depressing when you see it because you're like, oh, that might have had a good home at one point, and now it's out there. You might not be able to get it again. And I'm not talking about the easy main studio ones. I'm talking about, obviously, like Mondo Macabro, the red case versions, the ones that are out of print but you can't get, if it might have been important to you, but it does depress.
Look at the early days of Mondo Macabro. Before Mondo Macabro became as popular as they are right now, for instance. They were putting a lot of those DVD releases that they eventually lost the rights to. If you look back at the early days of Mondo Macabro, there's so much stuff there that people would have like really flipped for if they knew that it existed at the time.
Like the Greek Giallo films.
Yeah. I love those. Like I got the 2 Greek Giallo Blu-ray ones that they put out. There's no DVD. It's on DVD. It's like the Wife Killer.
The Wife Killer and the other one, wasn't it?
Tango Perversion. I love those films. Those are really fun.
I like the Warrior films.
Exactly. Like the you got the Barry Primus stuff. Like unfortunately there's only 2 of them when there should be a whole bunch of them. Like you mentioned before.
Yeah.
If you did a label, you put it the Barry Primus films because there's a ton of those Jacques films. And every time,
I don't think anyone else would release them.
That's the thing. Like as we go by and like we see, like Vinegar Cinema releases a lot of different stuff and unique stuff, but Vinegar Cinema also is starting to release a lot of more kind of more
I think
mainstream stuff.
I think they're becoming more predictable.
That's a
You know.
that's the word I've used, and I've dreaded using it sometimes because I do get a bit of pushback every once in a while. Like I'm known for Vinegar Syndrome. Like, a lot of people know me for Vinegar Syndrome titles. That's one thing.
Mr.
Either that
Vincent.
or my rant video when Scream Factory is putting in night read. Which, oh God. Anyway, it saddens me that people know me for that one. But rant videos, man.
They're the best.
But yeah, every time that I like, I'll if I say something that some people like assume to be either negative, or then it's like there's no like middle ground for some people. It's like, oh, I guess you hate them now, or you're totally distant. No, I love these companies. Like I buy these companies. But I want them to be around for a long time, and I want them to exist. And there's certain decisions I make. If there's a decision that I don't think is a particularly smart decision, I think it's better to be able to talk about that.
Well, that's why it's good that I'm in here, because I'm the polar opposite. I don't buy any media. I just
yeah, you're streaming all, man, right?
Yeah, I'm streaming it all. What I do is I get it all, and then I copy it onto Plex and stream it on Plex. So technically, I'm streaming it. No, I don't use Plex. I hate that program. But I personally think if you've bought a film or you've got a film, let's say it's a gift or whatnot, and you want to talk about that film, right? Then it doesn't matter whether or not you dislike it or you like it, because it's your right to talk about how you feel about it.
Exactly.
You paid for it, so why can't you say, I mean,
like, I doubt people want us to come on here and just like say everything. Like, there you go. Malcolm sells all the discs and keeps the empty boxes.
Yeah, that's right. I do, because I want everybody to think they're all on my shelf, right? But the discs make me the money.
Little do we know, right?
Yep. So when you see my collection, it's just empty cases.
Or like you don't get up too close, because it's actually a cardboard cutout. Like,
exactly. Or they're really bad copies, like offline.
Yes. Is slasher video still around?
I do not think they are. Or if they are, I don't think they're releasing, because I haven't seen a release of them in like years.
Yeah, like I
actually like the way they were releasing the cases, because they look quite good.
Yeah, it was fun. Like like speaking of an identity, it had an identity. You could tell there's
an old kind of VHS feel to it.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, the quality of these weren't always the greatest. Like that would be bluntly honest. But they were fun releases. Like Shock 'em Dead. Like who's gonna put out Shock 'em Dead with Tracy Lords, right?
Yeah.
We'll definitely be here tomorrow, Matty. Enjoy your Trivial Pursuit, a game, by the way, which is made by Canadians, while drinking some beer around the table.
Take care, Matty. Thanks for joining us.
If you don't complain, they'll continue to release poor. That's actually a good point.
To be fair, they do it anyway.
Yeah, they will. That's the thing. Here's the thing. What I don't like to see, and I've been honest about this the entire time, is I don't like to see a company get to a point where they feel that they can be cocky about it.
Yeah.
Because when that happens, then they say, okay, we can put out what we want to put out. People are going to buy it anyway.
Which I think Severin are like to a degree when it comes to, not the important months.
Which is like utterly makes no sense, because Severin has been one of the most made fun of companies because of some of their sales and stuff like that, which I don't think was fair to an extent, but I understand it. But like you're not to the point to get that cocky, Severin. I'm sorry. Like, you're putting out some great releases and stuff that other people wouldn't put out. But get your behind the scenes stuff together.
Well, a good friend of mine said their biggest problem with Severin was that they don't take enough risks, right? And I'm like, they do take risks, but they don't take them in the right way. They do when they do the box sets, You know, like the ones like the Ray Steckler one.
Yeah.
You know, because it's known, but it's also unknown depending on who you are. You know, in film watching and appreciation. But when it comes to some of the other stuff, you're like, why are you releasing this? Especially when it's something someone else has already released.
I think some of it comes down to acquisition. Like when they did Overboard, like, it's a Goldie Hawn, Kurt Russell film. That literally came down to the fact that they had the chance to put out like a more of a mainstream release when they were acquiring some other like not so mainstream films. One thing I will say, like in positive towards Severin, is I think unlike Vinegar Syndrome, Severin takes risks. I don't think
Yeah.
Vinegar Syndrome takes risks now. I think Vinegar Syndrome, as you said, have become extremely predictable.
I think the biggest risk of Vinegar Syndrome's doing right now is the adult site, right? Because because they're taking it away from the normal site, which might irk some people, because you got to remember, Vinegar Syndrome are slowly becoming more mainstream with their title releases.
But isn't that kind
It's
of
going to
like
happen?
Yeah, like isn't that sort of like what we're like Vinegar Syndrome? And we mentioned this off camera. We have some great conversations off camera, by the way. Just well, Surf 2 is not. No, Surf 2 is definitely not a risk. Surf 2 is the epitome of not a risk. Surf 2 is a movie that was like, not for me. I'm Canadian, but if you lived in the U.S., Surf 2 was a film that was shown so many times. Like, was kind of one of those late night like staples.
Yeah.
So it was like, so it had a built-in audience. Like, not me. I'm not one of the audience, but there was like there's a huge audience for Surf 2.
Yeah.
So it's not. I mean, like in some of these titles here, I see them like not as being risk, because they know, like, the biggest risk that they took was going more mainstream.
Yeah.
What would a risk look like? For me, the fact that Severin put out an Andy Milligan set and a Mike Lee film.
Yeah.
Those are polar opposites. Exactly polar opposites. That's the thing. They're putting out one that's extremely mainstream that could isolate a portion of their audience that feels like it's not mainstream, and they're putting out something that they're not sure what's going to sell. Now, is Vinegar Syndrome doing like a similar thing? Not in the same way. I think Vinegar Syndrome has become more mainstream. So we mentioned earlier. Oh, Nothing was quite a rogue release. Exactly.
Yeah, it was.
You got, because Vinegar Syndrome had more of an identity, and people came into Vinegar Syndrome like, guys, I've been like we did a video here yesterday. I showed one of my early videos around 6 years ago. I showed a sequence from that.
You mean that fake one you showed me?
Yeah, the total fake one. Yeah. I've been covering Vinegar Syndrome and like reviewing some of the titles for about 9 years, which this is their 10th anniversary. So do the math. They had very much had an identity, and I think that identity is changing. Like I do listen to the Severin podcast. I think it's interesting. I mean, I think
we got to remember, it's just because you sound passionate about something doesn't mean you know what you're doing.
Exactly. And like that's the thing. Nobody's going to say they're not passionate. Like what we're saying is, like, when it comes to this, I spent the money. I put my money where my mouth is, and bought the big ass Al Amson set with the posters and stuff like that, because I supported releases like this that I wanted to see done. Now, that being said, and I think David Gregory seems like a really great guy, and I'd probably sit down at a pub and have a pint, and we'd have a great conversation. Yeah, exactly. Well, not fish. I don't eat fish. I'm from Newfoundland. There's too much fish. I'd eat the chips though. But the business side of it is the problem for Severin. The business side of it. Vinegar Syndrome is very good with the business side of it. And do I think that that the adult thing is a chance? I don't know. I mean, I think that it's a move towards a more main. I think it's the right decision, maybe for them
Yeah, I mean,
at this point.
I think it's their way of separating because I think they got this Paramount deal. So depending on what that Paramount deal has, depends on what we're getting. Now, I can't imagine it being stuff that's too far out. I mean, they've released Universal titles under the VSL label,
Yeah,
you know. So that's a sign as well, if you ask me. I personally think Vinegar Syndrome want to separate for obvious reasons. But the thing is, I think it's going to get to a point where they'll have their obscure part and their mainstream part. A bit like Akin and Albridge, where they have the old stuff and then they're getting the 4Ks that became things like The Great Escape and, Marathon Man and stuff like that. I think that's how Vinegar Syndrome will end up, and I think a lot of people won't be happy in the long run. I'll give it 5 years.
I think that's going to happen. Like, what's going to happen, and it's nothing like saying I don't think Vinegar Syndrome's going to go. I think they're going to evolve. And they're going to change, and they're going to isolate some people that may have watched from the beginning. And I liken it to Anchor Bay and Stars. So Anchor Bay
Yeah.
was a company that everybody was excited about. They wanted to find out every Anchor Bay release that came out, and Anchor Bay eventually wasn't doing the greatest. Stars came along, bought up Anchor Bay, and when's the last time you heard somebody type an Anchor Bay title?
The only time I've seen people talk about it is in about videos because they're worth some money now.
Yeah, that's it.
You know when they see them when they see them like on DVD in a store kind of thing. Other than that, you don't even talk about
there's
it.
nobody's talking about like the latest Anchor Bay release.
No.
Like no one's going to like. You're still seeing Criterion. You're still seeing people going to Vinegar Syndrome, but that's the thing. Scream Factory, when they initially came out, there was a lot of goodwill and stuff like that. Then they started releasing a ton of titles. Titles started to get newer. Titles started to become things that people didn't expect to see.
Yeah.
Like, why is this on Scream Factory? Shouldn't this be a Shout Factory release? And there's been a confusion, and we're getting that now with some Vinegar Syndrome. What is VSA anymore? Like it's a hard box with a poster. Doesn't mean anything. It doesn't.
My biggest problem with Shout Factory and Scream Factory is I liked collecting their slipcover versions, like when they released Ginger Snaps and all this. I enjoyed that. And then they started slowly rising the price up a bit more. Right? They released sets like the Power Rangers sets, which was great, I love those sets, as you know, because you own them.
Yeah.
But I feel like the last 3 years, they've really gone down. Like, they're doing releases and stuff, but, they're releasing, like, for instance, the Child Play movies on 4K, right?
Yeah.
Great. But the thing is, in reality, who needs to buy them right now?
Well, here's the thing, too, and I'll put this even further. It's okay. See this? This is Halloween 5. This is the 4K release for Halloween 5.
Yeah.
Fantastic, right? Love the hard box.
I've got all those versions, yeah. And then they released the terrible ones, didn't they?
This is the 4K release for Alligator. Great film.
Cheap paper.
What the hell?
Yeah.
If you're gonna
but you got to remember the Halloween ones are like that now as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you differentiate yourself with those hard case Halloween sets, and you did one for Creepshow, right, when they did the Blu-ray. Remember they did the nice Creepshow thing, Nightbreed as well. But now this, you're going to go back to this. You're going backwards with your slipcases at a time when hard boxes are becoming, as we mentioned at the beginning of this video, detecting cyclical. Is like the new slipcover. This is a step back.
Yeah. Which I agree with. I mean, I think personally, if they kept them in the hard boxes, it'd make them more collectible, and it'd make them different considering they're one movie.
And and people would feel a lot better about finding them.
Yeah. American Dream was a what was it? What was the label? Ethic.
American Dreamer is one of the. Wasn't that from Etiquette?
Etiquette. Yeah. That was a sub label.
Yeah. And And they were doing a lot
I
of
should
like,
know.
they
I
did,
got it
like the
yesterday,
Attica
didn't I?
Pictures. There's a sexploitation line, by the way, dude, back in that day as well. Only
Yeah.
went four titles. I think those both would have been more successful now.
Yeah.
And again, we're not like dissing like any of the companies. We like Severin, we like Vinegar Syndrome, we like Scream Factory. We want to see them
I'm
like
dissing them.
succeed and do great. But at the end of the day, like it's a cyclical business. You're the
Yeah,
belle of the
it
ball
is.
until you're not.
Yeah, I'll be honest. You know, if I didn't like them, I wouldn't buy from them, would I? You know.
Exactly. We'll be talking about them. We'll be doing like a daily live video.
Yeah, exactly. And we personally would probably buy more of their stuff as they released it, and it was good quality, and carry on buying from them. But just because you like buying from them doesn't mean you have to agree with what they're saying. You know,
Yeah.
like Alex said, the lines are blurred because when they closed the Arrow Academy line down, they put half of it on the Arrow video.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, like, I loved Arrow Academy. Like, I really did. I got Manchurian Candidate from Arrow Academy. I got
Some really good titles on it.
yeah. There's so many. Like, I got Network, which is one of my favorite films
Jamaica
of all
in.
time.
You got Jamaica in, Crime and Punishment.
So many good titles, man. So many good titles. And obviously, that went when did that go? When Zavi became partner there with like kind of. But
talking about Zavi, just simple talk about their red carpet club thing is awful. 10% off, but not doing sales or pre-orders. I mean, what's the point in joining?
Like the second Arrow got together with Zavi, I knew one, we're going to get more. We're going to get more different artwork, and we're going to get a lot more steelbooks.
Yeah.
A lot more steelbooks.
Sorry, Aaron. The Arrow Academy release, the Decalogue, was a masterpiece release. I wish I had that.
That one is one that I do have right here, and it is one of my absolute favorite releases. And I will say this right now,
set badly.
This is much better than the Criterion release.
Yeah. When you surpass Criterion, you know you're doing something right.
Exactly. And they've surpassed Criterion a few times when it comes to some of the releases. Like this here, it doesn't just have like the Decalogue on it. Like some will say, well, it doesn't have the Decalogue like kind of like pieced together movie. I don't care. What it does have is a ton of kind of films that Kozlowski did for television, like films and shorts and stuff like that. From Pedestrian Subway to First Love to Personnel to The Calm, Short Working Day, Still Alive. Like they got a Guardian interview, like which you would later see like kind of Indicator like pick up and do a bunch of those Guardian interviews with the loud releases. Yeah. So we got a Guardian interview with Kozlowski as well. Just some
it's what you want in a collection.
Yeah, it's a 120-page book in here as well. There's a fantastic book. It is absolutely stunningly masterful release. Yeah. So would completely agree with you. This is one of the prides of my entire collection.
That's one of those kind of grail ones, but I'd love to have.
Yeah, and honestly, man, if you ever see that somewhere at a CX at a store, it's really worth it. It's really worth picking up.
As long as it's not damaged.
Well,
I hate seeing them damaged,
That's the thing with CX. That's going to happen sometimes.
Talk about Zavi again, just quickly. The steelbook thing is just tedious.
I'm not a huge steelbook person, so I never get too excited. Kubrick said Decalogue is the best thing you'd ever seen.
I agree with Wolf of Wall Street. As much as I love that collection, they did, the box with the wallet. As much as I like that, it's over the top for Arrow,
My better half said that. Like she was like, we're going through the sale, and she was like, I get some of these titles, but why the hell is Wolf of Wall Street there?
Yeah. It makes no sense.
An Arrow title.
The Human Condition is another one I want in my collection. The 3-box one in the hard box.
Oh, same here. Like this one I don't have that I do would love to have.
I want that. I don't want that horrible one where it's the 3 in the one case. Because it's such a... I almost bought the Criterion when I was in America.
I gotta ask somebody else, is this a region B?
I would think so if it's
I
Arrow.
think so. Yeah, it's Region B because Criterion had it in there.
Yeah.
So it is a Region B release. So you would have to have a Region Free player for this. So Region B for the Blu-rays and Region 2 for the DVD portion of it because it is Blu-ray and DVD. I got to rewatch it.
Another set which was great, right, was the original Battles of Humanity and Honor. You know, the big box.
This one?
Yeah,
The
that
one with the
one.
book? Yeah.
Yeah, that was brilliant set. I'd like to get that again, but it's a fortune.
Yeah, you had this one initially, right? But you like most of us do, you got to end up selling it.
Yeah, I ended up selling it because moving.
That's the killer part of that. And this had a great book with it. Now, that being said, like, don't miss out on it.
I own that, Alex. I've got it. I've got it in the other room. The 4K.
I need to get the 3 colors one. I still don't have that one. Beautiful. Like, I love Kiyosaki, so.
Yeah.
And those are wonderful films.
I think that will come out 4K. I'm hoping if they do a 4K of it, but they put them all together, you know, with the new ones as well. Because it's annoying that they're separated, in my view. Because to me, they should, you know what I mean?
I think they will. I mean, I
I
like the
hope
way
so.
that was done. Do I expect to see a 4K release of this? Separately?
Probably a long time.
I don't think so. I mean, like, I'd say they put them in separately. I'd say we wouldn't get 4K box set as much as we might get, like, Battles of Honor, like the Yakuza papers, or and put them out like as either as a set. I'd say if it comes in 4K, everything's not going to be there.
Yeah.
Like the complete saga probably won't be there. They probably won't put them all together.
Kind of like they did with The Ring recently.
Exactly, and may even be just the first one, right? The first 1 or 2 is in 4K, or they put all of them in Blu-ray, and the complete saga is only 4K edition.
I just got the 4K Silent Running and Boyhood doing the Sal, the Zavi Sal.
Yeah, wouldn't buy unless they're on sale. That's the thing. I mean, like, there's certain Silent Running does seem like an Arrow Academy sale title, and it frustrates me. I get very like EH knows this. I get very frustrated when they do a sub label and they don't quantify what the sub label is. They don't stick to what it should be. VSA frustrates the hell out of me because it was one of those, and the big part of it is Slash Dance is getting out there, guys. Get your Slash Dance. Here's the thing: VSA was one they announced when I was following. It was the first time in a while that I was able to start at number 1 and start buying all the titles, and it will be inexpensive enough for me to start grabbing them all, right?
Yeah.
Didn't have to worry about missing out. So I started buying them, bought them on a regular basis. If I didn't buy anything else during a sale, if the VSA came up, I bought the VSA. So I did it for quite a while. Then I missed out on. Didn't miss out on some, but ones I was kind of iffy on. Then they start putting out Jaleel Mahi, Billy Blanks titles.
Yeah.
And then they put out Fortress of America. And like I'm not saying anything is wrong with those films. If you like those films, I'm not dissing on those films as films. I just don't think that they fit with what VSA was doing. And if you're going to put the Jaleel Mahi, Billy Blanks, but do that as same as you did with your Vice Academy. Do it like a triple feature. They're not. Each one of those titles aren't single releases that deserve a single release. Like, I got to have like Talons of the Eagle and TC 2000. No, you could have those in a set. That could be a nice little like set. That could be one VSA. Fortress of America doesn't make sense because, and I'll keep saying this again, because the Trauma titles were being released on a regular, consistent basis in the Vinegar Syndrome line. Why choose this random title and say, okay, no, this is a VSA? Yeah, Blades isn't a VSA. Like their Bloodhook's not a VSA. It wasn't around at the time, but still. I mean,
Daphne's Revenge isn't.
Yeah, but Fortress America, of all titles, of all the Vinegar Syndrome titles, this is like the Trauma titles. This is the VSA.
Yeah, makes no sense.
Yeah, it doesn't. And And VSU, I mean, like I started strong with VSU, and I'm like, fantastic, Beastmaster. I know exactly what they're going to do. And they put out Six String Samurai, and I was like, I looked at my better half and I said, I no longer know what VSU is going to be.
And
And
now
I'm worried
Rodas
that
and
they'll do the same way as
Showgirls.
the BSA.
I think Sidekicks fits in it perfectly, to be fair.
Hourglass Sanitarium was slipped down to 42. Just pick that up. Things are going, guys. I'm going to ask you, how do you feel? Let's go run back to this. How do you feel about the sale so far? Like, what are your overall thoughts? Like,
I think, what you mean over all the days so far?
yeah.
I think that it's been really a hit and miss. I mean, there's been a lot of bin titles. To be honest with you, the VSAs have been pretty decent. The partner label stuff has been okay. The Vinegar Syndrome stuff, I feel has been different, but at the same time, they don't feel like big titles that would draw a newcomer in my view.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I know that, like, I'm personally glad that there's a ton of Culture Shock titles coming in sale. If I had the money, I'd grab those because they're going away from the.
Talking about company. That, Vinegar Syndrome still refunded me.
They haven't.
No, well, they never got paid to me.
But here's the thing. They're doing their own thing. You would think, like, if they're doing a subscriber week, they're going to be pushing titles that are like, hey, these are movies you can get because you're a subscriber. These are movies
but which one
you get 50% off of. And it's a little disingenuous that, like, I know Culture Shock is their biggest one since Fancy Editions left, but they're going.
Yeah. So they're putting them up. Yeah.
So if people don't know that, hey there, Robert.
I'll be honest. I feel like these subscriber weeks should actually be for subscribers to get these discounts.
I disagree with that.
Well, I personally think they should, because I think it'll be one more thing to make people subscribe.
But I think it'll be one more thing to turn people away. Like, initially, when I heard that they're doing subscriptions, like, I was not a subscriber at the time. And I'd ordered quite a lot of stuff. And I got mine on very much, and I had a big order at the time. I got mine on the very last day that you should get your order, right?
Yeah.
And then I found, oh no, it went out to subscribers first. And I'm like, my first thought at the time, initially, when they said, well, wasn't like, oh well, it makes sense. They're subscribing, like they should get it first, type of thing.
Yeah.
It was a WTF moment of like, are you serious? If they made a subscriber week sale and they isolated it to only subscribers, I would probably, there'd be a 90% chance that I wouldn't buy from the company. Because I would feel isolated, because not everybody can afford to be a subscriber. So for some people, like, this is their way to get Vinegar Syndrome titles or get partner titles.
Well, my argument to that is this. Halfway to Black Friday I bought 6 of the titles in this sale, right?
Yeah.
For $6 more each, right? So that alienates the subscribers, because when you're a subscriber and you see you bought these titles and other people are getting them less than you're getting when you're supposed to be getting quick shipping and all this other stuff, it makes you feel a bit like, well, why did I bother buying them if you're going to throw them up like a couple of weeks later? Now, don't get me wrong, right? It was my choice to buy the titles when I did, right? So that's on me. But Vinegar Syndrome didn't completely explain what this sale was going to be. They said it was going to be more discount the more you bought, right?
And
so what that made look like,
this week.
What made it look like was, each one might start 24, and then if you buy more, it might go under, Yeah. Instead, they change it at the last minute, and they're $14 and $18. So, for instance, if they put, let's say, Flesh of Frankenstein in the $18 one, which I highly doubt, but let's say they did, that means I would have paid 40 for something that's 18, right? So that pushes the subscriber to then go, why should I buy anything from you other than the new things that come out? Because you're just gonna screw me over.
But wait a minute. But like playing devil's advocate here, isn't that it, like not having to be a subscriber? Okay, let's just say you buy things at the halfway or the Black Friday sale.
Sure.
There you get a discount, but these sales come along right here. These 10 for 10 sales, these subscriber week sales, and they're cheaper than they are during the sales than the halfway sales.
Yeah.
So you're still, there's people that are still, they're not subscribers, but they've bought stuff, and they bought stuff at a discount during a sale, and then another sale comes along a couple months later, and it's cheaper, and then they feel like, crap, I bought this movie and I thought I got a discount, but now it's even at a bigger discount. Yeah. So then in that way, you're not, there's going to be a bit of isolation, whether it's a subscriber, whether it's somebody that bought it at a at a sale.
my view of that is, if you're a subscriber, right, then you should have a little bit more leeway, right? Because in the long run, unless you're buying the new stuff, like the partner label stuff, and getting the other stuff thingy, the old stuff, which could sell out, that's why most people buy it, because they don't want it to sell out. Do you know what I mean? It means for instance, I'll give you an example. If I didn't buy as much as I did, right, and I knew there was thousands left now, I would buy nothing except for what was completely going out, right, and I'd wait for these sales. But since I've nearly got every release, Vinegar Syndrome as released that's actually on their site, I can't do that now. But I think it would seriously stop me from buying older stock.
But the thing is, like, when you get a subscription to Vinegar Syndrome, one of the first things that you find out is that your 50% off, off stuff, is only good for when you get your subscription. So the older stuff you weren't going to get at a discount anyway.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I mean, I know that, but what I'm saying is for the sales.
But so I don't think you should ever like delimit a sale to like a specific group of people. The second that happens, they've already moving the adult titles to its own website is going to isolate people. Certain people are going to take offense to it. I hope that the adult title sale website does its own thing that gets in even more people, and in a different way. Yeah. But I think if they were to do a subscriber only sale or something like that, people would drove away.
Yeah, but let's be honest, that's the non-subscriber's problem, because if I've paid $1,000 for a subscription, then I should be entitled to more perks than someone who didn't.
If you pay, sort of. I mean, you should, because you paid for a subscription, so you should get the discount for the subscription, titles that you got. I think a T-shirt, some swag should always be put into there, but I don't think that that should include okay, well, you're going to get special sale.
I mean, it's bad enough for the shipping. Yeah, you might get your stuff shipped quicker, right? But the shipping is the same for Phil. Alex, for instance, is FedEx Economy like I get Economy if it's sent. So it feels like the shipping speed doesn't exactly. I mean, don't worry, it doesn't need to be quicker. But it feels, considering when I was used to buy from it was priority as well, it's kind of weird, Thanks, Robert, for agreeing with me. I mean, don't get me wrong, I see it from both views. I'm not complete, you know what I mean? I understand, but I do feel like sales like this should be for subscribers, because it's less than what, And now you can say, oh, you can wait for these sales, but these sales are new. Do you see what I mean? The subscriber ones. But I don't get why it has to be called Subscriber Week, where it's not about subscribers, it's about people subscribing. Shouldn't they make that
they hope to get people in? To get people, this is a way to hopefully draw people in. So if if you buy these titles now, like say you got the money, you got the bones,
Yeah.
become a subscriber, and halfway is the best way to kind of like inch your way into subscriber week, right?
Yeah.
To become a subscriber. So it's because and so then you get some of these titles here as well because basically you couldn't get them before. You can't get them
Yeah.
because you know. But it's also a great way to get people that may not have looked at this before, that may not have sampled any of these partner labels. People wonder why there's so many partner labels like showing up
Yeah.
on here. And I think one of the reasons is that one of the big bonuses to becoming a subscriber, especially as Vinegar Syndrome changes the way that they're doing things, is that 50% off coupon becomes a big draw if you know the partner labels and you're kind of interested in choosing and trying out like different titles.
I mean,
So people come in and buy
mean-
like Yellow Veil or Circle Collective or one of these Culture Shock or one of these type of an alternate innocence. It may not have bought them before.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If the actual runs of the partner label stuff had more copies, right, and like say 1,000 or 1,500, you wouldn't even need a subscription because you could wait until the sale time.
Yeah.
You know, it's because they're low, the low amount they do, but you end up needing a subscription, otherwise you miss out. You know, I would like to say the free shipping's a perk as well, but since when you're in another country, you technically pay the shipping in advance. The only difference is,
Same thing,
obviously,
Canada, yeah.
you can. What's that?
Oh, no, so I said exactly the same thing here in Canada. So that's the shipping we had to pay.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, I don't know. I mean, I'm not hating on Vinegar Syndrome because I like the product. I'm happy I subscribed, but I just think sometimes there should be. I mean, for look at the reward system, right? It's great that people are getting rewards, but shouldn't that be a little bit more for the subscribers than other people?
See that I can agree with. So for a subscriber week, you're getting new subscribers. They're doing 5 times the rewards, which is fantastic. So let's just say you get like 7 or 10 times the reward if you're a subscriber.
Yeah,
Give perks like that, or
Yeah.
a subscriber, or even if you want to do like, okay, this is as it's if you're a subscriber, you know, you get $2 off the sale prices when these subscriber weeks are happening. So I don't, I never think that something should be put into a place where you isolate part of your
I mean,
base.
my
But
view
like give a
is,
bit give a bit more of a discount if you want to for
Yeah.
like a subscriber, but don't make the sale just for subscribers because that is going to kill
Yeah.
that will
well,
bite you in the
you
ass.
know, I can agree with you, but I think there should be 2 tiers on the discount.
I
You
totally
know.
agree with that. Completely agree.
I agree with you that. I totally agree with you that. You know, maybe they should have been like $18 for non-subscribers and maybe 15 for subscribers. Do you see what I mean?
Like that's which is a perfect thing. And maybe like that's something. And maybe if any of them watches our videos, which I doubt, but if they do, then yeah, that's something that I would think about doing in the future. You want to
Yeah.
like really, that's another way to drive in subscribers. Like have a
'Cause
couple big sales like this, subscriber sales.
Cool.
Subscribers get
'Cause
like
what-
a little bit more.
Because the perks are fine, but they're not as great as you think they are. You know, for the most part. You know, I mean, I feel like they should do more limited, kind of exclusive, you know, slips for people like they used to.
Here's a
You
question for you.
know, sure.
Where you're a subscriber, you subscribe to a few different places.
Yeah.
What do you think right now? Do you think Vinegar Syndrome is the best place for subscriptions, or do you think that there's other companies that are doing subscriptions or could do subscriptions that are doing it better or could do it better than what Vinegar Syndrome is doing right now?
Well, I think Vinegar Syndrome's the best out because they've been doing it the longest. I don't think the perks are great, but then when I look at Radiance isn't because Radiance is small, so you just get the titles. You know, you just get the titles. You have to pay for the partner stuff, but Radiance is slowly getting separately.
Yeah.
Right? But you don't get 10% off of them unless they're in the bundle. For the non-subscribers, the Radiance are buying. So, but you're getting percentage off of the things. You know what I mean? But not on the thing. So that's a little bit annoying.
Alex makes a great
Television.
point there. So
What's it?
extra perks like the Buzz Zombie Slip. Yeah, like instead of like
Yeah.
putting a $5 or $10 joke thing where you get that Invisible Maniac like extra kind of slip. Maybe that
Yeah.
should have been a subscriber only.
Yeah, I think it should have been, personally. I mean, you had subscribers complaining about it because they didn't do it.
Yeah, Radiance is a young company. Like they still like they haven't been around like the 11,
But that's
10
what I'm
years.
talking about. That's what I meant, you know.
Yeah.
The reason that is because they're fairly new on the scene. But what I'm saying is you don't get that 10% off of the partner one unless you get the bundle with the originals, with the other stuff. But if you're a subscriber, that's not in with it. So you don't get that 10% off the item. Do you know what I mean?
Can you imagine being
So,
now? There's the question, I got for did anybody that had, if you were a subscriber, did you get that Invisible Maniac set like slip anyway, or did you have to buy that $5 or $10 thing? Do you know?
well, as a subscriber, you had to buy it because there was that big outrage for subscribers that they didn't buy it. Because if you did it, then you got both slips. You got the lenticular, and then you got the normal. But if you didn't buy into it, you didn't get the lenticular. You just got the normal.
No, I don't agree with that at all, man.
So subscribers got really angry over it.
which is rightfully so, actually.
It's like this new one where they made you pay the 10. It should have been a subscriber shouldn't have had to pay for that.
No, and that should have been automatically there.
Yeah. This is the problem with Vinegar Syndrome with their things, you know. There's a lot of things you feel like you get messed around on.
Yeah, and these seem like obvious. This is not something where it seems like an obvious choice, right? Like something you shouldn't
Yeah.
automatically think about. And like Matthew said here, Criterion would probably do great. Yes, I think if Criterion did a subscription service, it would probably be the most popular subscription service going.
It would be, especially nowadays. They're actually releasing quite a few titles that people actually know, you know.
No, there's the thing too. Like you're getting Breakfast Club from Criterion now. You're getting like a lot of these like kind of different like unique films. Like Breakfast Clubs of my generations. Like my dad probably had like the beach and the Frank Avalon movies where it was for his generation. Yeah, I would love to see a Criterion service. I think that's the way. Like we talked about it before, we mentioned it. I think subscription services right now, it's we're seeing companies, especially if you're a smaller company, and you want to really like bring in the money, so that you are going to be able to complete and do those releases as long as you know, like you work at your subscription model.
Well,
and
you know,
okay.
I'm actually shocked that there isn't more, you know. I mean, there's the horror pack one, but let's be honest. If you've already got horror movies, you don't need that, you know. Unless you want the exclusive in it. But what I'm saying is from actual companies, I'm actually surprised there isn't more because if anybody's learned anything, subscriptions work. They always have done. People will always do subscriptions. Even if they cancel after it ends, everybody will always go for a subscription of something they're interested in because they have to, because it's intriguing, it's unique. The only problem with subscriptions for a lot of people is the not knowing what you're going to get. And you could end up thinking, but if you know a company and you enjoy a company enough, you kind of get the idea.
That's the thing. Like when I subscribed to Vinegar Syndrome, I had the unfortunate thing of subscribing at the time when Ebola Syndrome and the Cardona collection came out.
Ebola Syndrome, one of the greatest movies of all time, by the way. There are some incredible scenes in that movie. I will say some of my favourite scenes in that movie involve, I don't know if I can say it in the thing, but involve something that comes out the body, right, from the front, right, while someone's getting beaten up. It's something that I've always enjoyed and something I will always cheer on. I'm only joking, but no, it's a very disgusting movie.
No, like a lot of people, like I'm in the minority when it comes to that one, but I understand that. But I guess the point I'm making is like that when I bought this Vinegar Syndrome halfway subscription, I was so happy.
You got the worst time, didn't you?
But that 6 months was not a great 6 months for me. No. Like a lot of the titles that they released around that time, I'm not going to lie, I thought were weak.
Cardona was one you said, didn't you?
Yeah, like Cardona was one of those, and that's like one I really hate. But there's titles like just that randomly that I think were okay, but they were weak. They were not like the quality of like Vinegar Syndrome in it, what I would consider its heyday. I
What
know
were
some
some of the
people
other
will consider
titles?
right now to be a Vinegar Syndrome heyday with the 4Ks and the MGM releases and the Paramount. For me, like the Fade to Black,
Yeah,
the Night Train to Terror, the Forgotten Jelly
Angels.
original box sets, that was the heyday for Vinegar
Yeah,
Syndrome for me. And the
and you do
Vinegar
they need
Syndrome,
to do more of those sets
yeah, and I think that Vinegar Syndrome that I knew is not the Vinegar Syndrome that's
of
right now.
today.
Yeah, like there's a different identity. It's forging a
Yeah,
different identity, and for good or worse, whether whether I agree or disagree, um, doesn't matter. It's
you
the way
know, I want more releases like House of Usher, Cthulhu Mansion, and stuff like stuff you just not going to see from other people. That's what I
exactly.
want. That's why I subscribed in the first place. A lot of people go, "Oh, we want this, we want that." For me, I want movies that I've never heard of, but maybe were only on VHS, and ones I'm going to have in my collection that I can enjoy, that I can talk to people about. Maybe even suggest to people, "Hey, you need to watch this."
Exactly.
A perfect one is Massage Parlor Murders. Is it a good film? Not really, but is it fun? Yeah,
Yeah, and like it's a great snapshot to that for that era and that time period. If you
exactly,
want, it's like literally want to
exactly.
see 42nd Street back in the 70s. There you go. You're going to see lots of 42nd Street back in the
Yeah.
70s right there.
So I mean, but I don't need Roadhouse on 4K or Showgirls from Vinegar Syndrome. That will come out eventually from another company.
If I can go to Walmart and pick up a movie, that's not a title that I want to see popping up on Vinegar Syndrome.
Exactly. I totally agree. Unless it's in a triple pack where it's been really bad VHS quality
Yeah, like now,
before. Those horror packs. But has probably had a good influence on their direction.
well, Brad Henderson was there for quite a while. He went over to Terrorvision. He started Terrorvision and did that. Depending on what you on if you like the titles of Brad Henderson championed or you didn't, you're gonna have a different thought on that. Um, but he definitely had an influence on their direction. He was one of the acquisition guys, that's for sure.
Well, looking at Television's lineup, right?
Yeah,
I
you got
will say because from the subscription, the most weirdest thing on that is, to me, from at the moment, is the Japanese remake of the Cube, right? Because when you look at
yeah.
all the others, it just seems like it's out of place. Now I'm happy. I'm happy they've got that because that's the film I've wanted to say. But it just seems out of place with the rest of the catalogue.
It's different. I mean, like it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. Am I going to get like all of titles that I missed? Unfortunately, I wish at this point in time, see like that Snapchat donation thing. That's there for a reason. Maybe that'll decide if I get all of titles that I missed in the future. But
Good luck with it, by the way, if you do look for them. Do you
it's
think you could find them in Morocco? Like, do you think someone would have them there?
no physical media in Morocco. Like barely. Like if we go to Casablanca, I might find some physical media. Won't find it in Marrakesh. There's zero physical media, except there's a one Virgin mobile store, like a superstore here, and they had like a bin of physical media, like literally just a bin. We get like random titles, and those were just stuff they were selling off. So physical media is not big in Morocco. Like streaming's really big here. So that's one of the reasons I
So,
took.
so there's no Morocco, like, for instance, version of like the BBFC kind of thing or American labels. Like, there's not an actual Moroccan, like releasing company properly.
Maybe I should start one. There's not. I mean, like there's stuff. Arrow Videos was big over here, and Arrow Films and stuff like that. Because here's the thing: Morocco would get a lot of their physical releases, especially when physical media was big, from France.
Yeah.
So a lot of the releases would come from France. So,
Okay.
like
So
for
they're
instance,
technically all imported.
yeah, exactly. Everything was imported. So I went to a store, that was here at the time, not here anymore, and they had a Necromantic. No, Stone
Yeah.
Necronomicon. So Necronomicon was a movie that I really wanted. So it's an anthology film.
Yeah, I know that film.
And I really it was on DVD, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I was like so excited, but I had to ask him because I picked up something the day before and it was only French. So I said, "Is this French?" Because it doesn't say on the case. Is this French only, or is this French and English? So they literally opened up the disc, went in the back, put it on, checked. They said, "Yeah, it's French only." So, "Oh crap, you opened the disc, I'm gonna have to buy it." I said, "No, you don't need to buy it." He said, "We know you don't." So, but yeah, so it was sadly, there's a movie. Then why is that not like put out by
Yeah.
somebody? That'd been a great release. Streaming really, depending on streaming is going to depend on what your internet connection is. If you have good internet
Yeah.
connection,
It always
you're
is,
gonna
isn't
be
it? It's
okay.
always that way.
And at the end, even if you got a good internet connection, there's always a chance of bad weather, buffering, storms, that type of thing. That's why it's always best to have your stuff in physical media
Yes.
releases.
Well, it's funny, because Robert said Roadhouse and Showgirls to Migaston makes no sense to me. They obviously have to pay extra, and as a result, we have to pay extra. That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I will say though, but I feel like they would have made a deal with multiple films.
Oh yeah,
So it would be cheaper than you think, but not as cheap as, let's say, get an old collection of a director that nobody remembers. you know.
so apparently said that Brad Henderson helped with Severin to find the Milligan films, and it's implied that he helped find the Steckler princes as well. So
I'm sure.
so which is good for for the television. When you think about like television in the future, that to have the right connection.
Well,
So you could see the stuff.
he posted that they'd acquired, I think it was 13 Kung Fu movies.
Which is going to be
I'm
fantastic. I love that.
which is great for me because I love getting Kung Fu movies on Blu-ray. And that they had 350 movies that they've already acquired in the pipeline. Now, I said to my wife, I said, that's 350 movies and they release 3 a month, right? You're looking at over 11 years, right? You know, over time happening. Well, 10 years, right? And more. So that's like 10 years of copyright that's running out of time, surely.
Definitely. Like, and then you got to wonder to like 350 movies, like what's the range that they got?
Yeah,
That they
that's
have?
what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. So
Uh, go
you're
on.
gonna have to release more than 3
Yeah,
to
I
get
mean,
some of that.
I know they want to do a couple of box sets. I know they've got some 4Ks, in the line, but they want to do. But am I worried about it? No, as long as the ones I don't know, I don't mind. Because to me, that's always the case. As long as even if they're really bad, I don't care. As long as there's something I've never seen, I can give a chance to.
Exactly. And here's the thing too. And more recently, because of streaming services, because of like the different boutique labels, I've heard that the timing and the amount of time that they have with the title has gotten shorter.
Yeah,
So when you buy like when you acquire titles, used to be you acquire them for like 10 years or 20 years, something like that, and now it's become down. It could be like you could have them for 2 years and for 3 years, not as long
well,
as you would
sometimes
normally
it's
have.
3 months.
Exactly. Like look what's like. Apparently, according to Severin, like they did a deal with Trauma, like they did for Combat Shock. So they got a last tour film for like a very short period of time, and they'll never
Yeah,
show up again.
it's funny, isn't it? Really, I mean, I'm just curious to see how television do
I'm hoping that like
because
for good things. I really am. I really want them to do
because
well. I want them to do
yeah,
well.
I'm hoping they've got a lot of potential from what I've seen. And I'm really looking forward to it. And I guess as it goes by, we'll be able to talk about it because since I'm a subscriber,
Exactly.
right, over let's say like 6 months' time, I'll be able to say, well, in 6 months' time, I got these many. How many of them do I rate? How many do I, what I mean?
Exactly. Well, you're either be coming on here and like saying, "What a fantastic thing," or be like ranting like I did when Nightbreed set was announced.
Yes,
But I'm looking
exactly.
forward to see what Culture Shock does too. Like that's another
Yeah,
company. I want to see like if Fancy Editions, how they're gonna do with MVD. There's a lot of these companies. Here's the thing. Right now, Vinegar Syndrome is the company. They are the
yeah,
company. At a time, Anchor Bay is the company. At a time, Screen Factory was the company. Criterion is still kind of the company to a certain extent. Indicator in the UK has been the company. So has Arrow. Um,
yeah.
as we watch these labels come by, these partner labels, these smaller labels, and as they start to grow and gain their own identity, we'll find out if one of them is the next Vinegar Syndrome,
Yeah.
or if one of them ends up to be the next Olive Films.
Well, it's like that saying goes. Everything comes and everything goes. But in the long run, what leaves the biggest impact? I mean, Onwell Legends left a massive impact on me. I still miss them. To this day. So
Dragon Dynasty. I used to like Dragon Dynasty
yeah.
stuff a lot too.
Are they? Yeah. Are they funk? They're funk now.
Yeah, well, for a while. The Dragon Dynasty stuff you used to find, like much like Olive, you ended up in the end finding them in Dollarama. But yeah, no, they, as far as I know, they're still defunct. Like they went out when because they rode the wave of like the J horror, like that helped them out.
Yeah.
But after that kind of slowed down, like that's when they went, I think.
Because over here we've got Cine Asia because they're releasing the new Jackie Chan movie.
Yeah.
But I think since I've been there, I only know they've released 2 films: The Killer, which is a newer film, and this Ride On one. All right. Other than that, I don't know if they have an extension of Premier Asia or if Premier Asia went out, because I remember when Hong Kong Legends went, you had Premier Asia and Premier Asia Feast. I don't know if that's Cine Asia, but they've changed the name. But there's just not enough releases. I think what happens as well is when you got companies like AA Films who can do more, they kind of suck up the potential releases. For these smaller ones would that. So
Which may have happened to all the films. Like
yeah.
Like if you got a bigger company like Kino or Criterion that can take those films, or you have a smaller company like Olive that can take those films, then they're going to go towards the bigger company.
Do you know how long Olive Films were in business?
So if the signature stuff started in 2016, let's see. I got some of the early releases here. See if there's any type of like copyright.
E1 does suck, Robert. I don't like E1. They're so cheap.
So I see titles as far back here as it looks to be like around 2013.
Okay.
So
that'd be sad if that was a 10-year anniversary and they had to stop.
So at least 2013, I would say. 2013.
Okay.
So but it's it's you see titles come, you see companies come and companies go. Mr. Bongo is the top. I have no idea what this is, but or if that's an inside joke.
I'm guessing that's an inside joke, I believe. Mr. Bongo.
But it's like, I want to just check here to see how a good slash dance is doing really quickly. 151. Slash dance is down right now.
It's going.
151.
It's going.
And you don't want to miss out on this amazing slipcover.
Going.
254 for December. I'm not going to lie. How is this not sold out?
Yeah, well, I probably will. I mean, how many hours are left?
Right now, there is 20 hours left.
Yeah, I can see it selling out. I can see that Slash Dance definitely selling out. Maybe Wolfpack.
But when we live at a time when TC 2000 can sell out, these should sell out quicker.
Well, that's because the FOMO kicked in.
Yeah, got to get that posted.
Do you know how many people listed that on eBay brand new for like $80, £80 and so on?
People listed some of that stuff when it was still there. It's insane.
Yeah.
Because
I
that's the thing.
mean,
Like people forget. Like
yeah,
we know Vinegar syndrome, but there's still a
yeah.
large portion of the population that does not know that this exists.
It's like something always amazes me. You know, when you go on eBay, right? Like over eBay UK, and you see a German release, and people will pay an import person £160 to say, if I just want on Amazon Germany, I can get for probably 60, £70, right? And it's like, why don't they just check?
It's. I mean, we've gotten to a point where you. I feel like you should know. I mean, but again, I guess I take it from a collector standpoint,
Yeah,
where I do know. Even as a collector, there's always companies that are popping up or something. Do you know this company? And I'm like, wait a second, there's another company that I don't know. And then sometimes people they go before I get a chance to realize they even came.
yeah,
But it's a great people say like this is the gold time for collecting, and it really is, and it's changing, it's switching up. So
yeah,
for the days when things were coming out at your local Walmart and your local Best Buy and your local wherever you went to shop, and they were in the store, and there's like rows and rows of stuff in the store, you would not see Curfew or
no, you
a film
wouldn't.
like that, those style films, and there you would see a lot of mainstream stuff and a lot of like kind of actiony films and comedies and dramas and stuff like that. But as that space became more limited, then more valuable to put other things in, and things started to go online, then we started to see more kind of like going towards boutique label stuff, because
Yeah,
then in a store you're getting the casual person. It's like you're putting your candy bars at by your checkout
yeah.
because people are going to buy it, like going to just pick up a candy bar. With films, they're going to put films that are going to be more mainstream and not going to be offensive.
I
To
I think I think that's why I preferred the VHS days to a degree, because you always had something that was out the norm. Even when you went to a flea market or a boot sale or that, you could always find a title that you'd never heard of, that no one else had ever heard of. And that's what the time is like now with these boutique labels, you know. And that, in my view, makes them is what makes them unique, makes them special.
exactly, like we're seeing movies that would have been like, in all honesty, would have been in the 50 cent dollar Kmart, like
Yeah,
VHS film,
yeah,
getting amazing releases with slip covers and sometimes 4K. I'm looking at you, Where versus Vampire Women. Where's the first place I saw that? In a Kmart a
yeah.
dump bin for on an EP release. That's where I first saw that movie at, and that's where a lot of people like my age would have first saw that movie show up on VHS. Um, but as 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 it moves away to as it moves to more of a collector's market, as it moves to like uh, to the type of market that it does, then we are starting to see more and more of like of these type releases. But here's the thing: as this becomes the norm, as more people start to come in, so as what
Yeah.
was looks like a kind of a more niche boutique thing, as more people start to notice, and more people like it becomes cool, it becomes
Takes
hip.
it away,
So
doesn't it?
it does. So then they have to pivot, and they start to pivot more towards releases that
Yeah,
you have seen at your Walmart. So there comes Roadhouse, there comes Showgirls, there comes
yeah,
stuff to bring in like a wider market because they see it as being a wider market there. And then we start to see partner labels, and we start to see more partner labels. And I'm gonna relate this to something that makes sense to me as a guy that's collected a lot of physical media and comic books.
okay.
In the 1990s, um, right after comics almost went under, like it, like where Marvel was going to sell their company and
I
tried
remember
to
that
sell it
time.
to DC, and DC
Yeah.
turned it down. Uh,
Well, imagine if they had done and it had gone through, what it'd be like now.
Probably not as good, actually.
Yeah,
Then what happened was Image came about, and there's a lot of like superstar like artists, and art became things. So for a period of time, what suddenly happened, and the stars aligned. The card market, the baseball card, hockey card, sports card market had started to fall off. Collectors were not making money with the cards so much anymore.
Yeah.
But around that time, a few older Superman titles, like comic books, started to sell. So the speculator collectors market came into comic books.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, we got a proliferation of, polybag stuff with cards. Wizard magazine came about to kind of
Yeah.
edge on the spectator market. We got like chromium covers, holographic covers, the works. We started to get like cards done by Skybox and Tops that were focusing on comics and niche type of things.
Yeah, I
And
remember them.
we started to get other companies. There was Image and Marvel and DC, but then there was Valiant, and they focused more on writing. And then
Dark
there
Horse.
was Defiant, who decided to make one of their issues. You had to collect cards and put all the cards together in a case to read the comic. And there was so many more companies until there was too many, and they're all in this bubble, and that bubble bursts, and it gets down to like, okay, then there's the base, then there's the people that could survive, and a lot of people couldn't. So now there's Marvel and there's DC and there's Dark Horse and there's Boom Studios and there's a couple, and there's ones along the way that are trying to make up to that spot again, and that glory day has never been reached again.
No.
So we got main labels. We got Vinegar Syndrome, we got Severin, we got the Marvels and the DCs,
Yeah.
and Criterion, and we get other companies that are coming. We've got Terrorvision, Culture Shock, we've got Kenny, 100 Innocents, Utopia, Gunpowder and Sky, BFI, Flipside's gone, Network's gone, Olive's gone.
Yeah.
Not everything can. There's a lot of niches, and a lot of them are trying to fill those niches, but not everything can continue to exist.
Well, it's like a few years ago, you really didn't get a lot of the Kung Fu movies released. And now everybody's doing it, aren't they? Because it's thingy. Same with the Jallos a few years back. After Arrow started releasing the Jallos, other companies started doing it once they realized they were getting bigger. And that's for Kung Fu now. Everybody thinks, oh, they're going to keep releasing Kung Fu movies. Eventually, they'll get tired of doing it. It'll be another.
Oh, it's the same like slashers. Remember, like 80 slashers. Get it? Like Scream Factory and good with 80 slashers.
Yeah.
Like Vinegar Syndrome's got some slashers. Let's put out our slashers. Let's get all our slashers out. Then all of a sudden, okay, well, what are we going to put out now? Well, Kung Fu movies. Let's do Kung Fu. But instead of like having like a couple of companies focusing on that, every company decides to start doing it.
Yeah.
So when you see like FCE, like Fancy Editions, or when you see Culture Shock, when you see Utopia doing different stuff, then it's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Then that's when you see people that are saying, I really do love Vinegar Syndrome, but I'm intrigued by their partner labels sometimes a bit more, because sometimes it's a bit of the same.
It's different. It's unique. There's like Yellow Veil Pictures, right?
Exactly.
I've picked up things somewhere, and they have different things each time they release something.
I would love to see somebody start putting out a lot of those like good editions, like really good editions, a lot of those like kind of those Shutter movies that I like. I want to see The Watcher, like a nice good edition of The Watcher right there. I want to see some good editions of some of those. Like I know like they put out some like scare package, and those got like
but still it'd be different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like it'll be something at least a little bit like kind of unique. Why haven't they picked up? Why hasn't somebody picked up and said, like Joe Bob's out there, like Avar's out there, like Svenguli's out there? Why isn't somebody like grabbing these guys and like?
I would love more Joe Bob releases, the commentary and all that stuff.
It would be incredible. And what a fan base, like what they call them, the mutant family, right?
Yeah.
So what a base he's got, and like they all do, and it's such a shame that like they're not realizing that these people are out there, aware of like we like are passionate about physical media, and a lot of the people that like some of the people that works on these films really aren't. So you want to do special features. You want to get people like talking about movies, you want to like get that passionate like base there. Um, this is YouTube. We are the place to go.
I'll be honest. Robert says kung fu flicks are coming to North America because the horror pool is getting smaller and smaller. I actually think the horror pool is still really big, but I think there's a lot of titles that they don't think will sell because they're unknown, and a lot of titles of the older times. We're talking about the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but could easily be released. But most of the modern generation are not as interested in them as, let's say, you or I, because they're slower. They might have a little bit more less Shazam to them to people. Do you know what I mean?
One
I
hundred
mean, there's
percent.
tons from Germany that could be released from the 40s.
Just give you an example right here. I talked about actually.
I agree. I'd love it if all movies weren't exclusive, were exclusive to DVD, were actually at least done on Blu-ray, because it's awful.
Where the hell is this?
You'd think it would be released, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying it's a Stone Cold classic, but
Yeah.
it just seems like a given.
Well, like I said about Fatal Games, wasn't it? It's
Yeah.
like, where are they? Makes no sense. I mean, when I look at these Walmart or Amazon releases where they're just DVDs, it just makes me feel bad, because especially when they're released on Blu-ray in a different country.
So, a movie need on blue slashers.
Yes, Slashers. That's an amazing film. You seen that?
I don't know if I have. What year?
Well, yeah. I don't remember the year, but it's the one where there's a chainsaw, a doctor, and a hillbilly, and it's on a game show. 2000.
Maybe I did actually.
It's a great film.
Darkness Falls. It never got. Yeah, it seems like a given. Like some of these movies, when we look at them, like there's a lot. Like when I initially said this to you, like, well, maybe the pool is getting shallow with so many people.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not that the pool is getting shallow. It's that people are chasing a trend. And
Yeah.
right now, kung fu is the trend, and it's better. Like for my better half, and you especially, both you guys are massive like kung fu martial arts fans, stuff like that. So when Shaw Brothers stuff gets announced and like the martial arts stuff gets announced, my better
Yeah.
half is like dancing, like with excitement, and I'm like, that's great. I want more slasher because that's one of the things that
Yeah.
I truly love. I want to see more horror. But there's a lot of stuff. I want to see more erotica stuff. I was excited when when Culture Shock said they were going to do like
That was amazing, considering yesterday we were talking about it, and all of a sudden they said we're going to release it. I
exactly. They said erotic thriller, and I'm like,
I think you secretly work for 'em.
that's it, guys. Yeah, see, this is what I do. But if you've got a movie company and you need somebody to work in like behind the scenes and acquisitions and doing features, stuff like that, hello, I've got the time. Malcolm's here.
Yep.
We can do stuff together.
Yeah, we can do it. I'd be more than happy.
Oh yeah. Well, in the days of the VHS, I mentioned this before. I almost started a label. I was working on getting the rights to Chopping Mall, which at the time wasn't.
That's quite big. That's quite a big one.
Yep. And that would have been my first and I would have went from there. I wanted to put out some different type of releases. I was working really hard to get the rights to it, and there's a few others that I wanted to get the rights to. Offspring. I was looking for the Offspring, which otherwise known as From a Whisper to a Scream, but when I saw it, it's called The Offspring, right?
Yeah.
But I wanted to do like titles like that. I wanted to do titles that I remembered, and that weren't getting noticed as much. This was like Convoy, which seems like a really silly title, but it had gotten out of print, and Convoy was extremely hard to get. And I wanted to get Giallos over to North America because at the time this was pre Anchor Bay, I wanted to get like some uncut Jello, so I wanted to get like Tenebrae because we'd only had at that point Unsane, which was a cut version
Yeah.
of Tenebrae here in North America. But thankfully, like Anchor Bay did that. But sadly, I didn't actually end up like I was moving at the time.
What was the label going to be called?
I wasn't sure. We didn't have like a. Well, I was like workshopping names and stuff like that, but I guess I was a bit ahead of the game when it came to it because I thought about like I looked at like the early stuff I'd seen from Full Moon, and I said, well, if I do a label, then I have to have interviews, have this other stuff on there because I want to do it in the Full Moon way that after you watch the movie, there's other stuff that you can dive into, and of course, special features became more of a thing with DVD and with Blu-ray.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's the route I wanted to go.
It's funny because Robert's saying about slashers. It makes sense that we're a Fangoria Films production by the way it was made. The shot video aspect, I don't know. It looked pretty clear when I was watching the DVD of it.
Well, to be fair, like Intervision, and like there's a whole like a bunch of like companies that do like shot on videos. Isn't Saturn's Core basically shot on video?
Basically. Hell, and some of their things are practically unwatchable.
Yeah, so if you can put Wave Productions on Blu-ray,
yeah,
Robert, I'm sure we can do some stuff with the Fangoria release.
Yeah, exactly. It's crazy what's released.
Like
what's
that's
that?
another Fangoria release that I'm surprised has never gotten like a big release. That one hasn't got a big release, has it? Children of the Night?
I believe not.
Like I still got my old DVD copy of that one.
Thing is, there's a lot of movies released on Blu-ray in Germany, all right? But you can't find them, not because they're thingy, but because they have the German title. Because there's tons of Shudder movies released in Germany, but they've got foreign titles.
It makes me want to let me just try something. Well, we're still here. So I want to sign in, but I do want. But Amazon Germany. Let's go. I'm actually going to Amazon Germany right now.
Oh, nice. Because I buy a lot of Blu-rays from Germany, normally doing their sales.
Like they do a lot of like here, like they do media books. I just put in media books just because I know that's like a big thing to do over there. So as you can see here, they got like different look how gorgeous these releases are, man.
Yeah, they're beautiful, aren't they? It's just a shame that so many of them are so expensive.
I know. Eden Lake here, look.
Oh, I'm gonna get that. I'll get that now. Thanks for showing me that. I'm gonna get that.
Your wife's gonna kill me, man.
Yeah, because it's a 4K.
Yeah, it is 4K. Like, let's check it out right here. $34.99.
That is actually a good price.
It is, especially for a media book.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. For those that are looking at like this, like there's a 4K, and then we talked about Eden Lake as being a film that we both really enjoyed.
Yes. It's such a dark film.
It is, but it is such a beautifully amazing film. And really Michael Fassbender for people that like like that type of stuff.
I need it. I need them all.
So we get through some of these here. Like, gotta go through some of these a little faster. Silent Night. Is this Silent Night Deadly Night?
Oh, that's nice. I think is that the remake or the original?
I think it's the original, but it's the guy. Like, say there's a.
Oh yeah, that's the original then.
Yeah.
It's just. What did you think of the remake?
I actually really enjoyed the remake.
I loved the wood chip a bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. It was exactly. I didn't want it to be the same thing. Hey, Wave, welcome, man. Do you recommend any of the titles in the Vinegar Syndrome self? I gave my recommendations. I'll let you guys know here. So I recommend. I'm actually not in many Vinegar Syndrome titles. I recommend 2 Undercover Angels. Kiss Me Monster. It's not going to be sleazy, but I will recommend. I'm going to recommend Deathcember. I'll recommend Slash Dance and Raw Nerve. So I'm going to recommend the Culture Shock titles and probably Curfew with Kyle with Carl Richards. What do you think?
Hey, Wave, I recommend Curfew. I recommend Raw Nerve, even though it's not the greatest. I recommend it because it is a fun time. Tracy Lords is in it, and there's some weird, funny stuff that make it a bit more fun for watching. I would always recommend the Jess Francos because I think everybody should have Jess Franco in their collection. Death December I haven't seen, but it looks good from the trailer. Even though I own it, I haven't seen it yet. And if you like shot and video, I recommend maybe giving Slash Dance a go. Especially considering it's selling out.
And a City Burglar from Hell is one that you kind of mentioned before because we got the Patty guy.
Yeah, and and if you like having burger, get the Patty guy.
There you go.
Nice one, Damien. Definitely get Franco. Always go Franco. Even if they're not the best films, they're still fun. You know?
That's the thing on my channel. I always go Franco. I actually have a T-shirt in my shop. Franco is the future T-shirt. The only T-shirt that's never sold in my shop, sadly.
Alex says, I'm 99% certain Second Sight will release Eden Lake.
We are doing. No, you're never interrupting. This is exactly what we want. We want questions. We want people asking stuff like this.
Exactly. Never interrupting. You guys what we need to understand is commenters are what bring the chat to life.
Exactly. We wouldn't be if we'd just be two people talking to each other. If I was doing this myself, I'd sound kind of insane.
Exactly. So thank you for being here and asking the questions.
Yes, and we very much appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thrower on Franco disc is like icing on the cake, and it's delicious thrower icing. And as we know, somebody recently ordered a Stephen Thorpe, like a Franco book.
I did. I just got to wait for it to turn up.
That's it. You show it to your wife. You're like, this is one that that's one Aaron recommended. And see if she how much music.
Well played, Mondo. It's taste, isn't it? Sometimes they're unwatchable, sometimes they're not. It depends on how you feel about them. Exactly. I've watched some Francos, but I think I'd struggle to watch again. But then I've watched ones I think are incredible. I've always loved Shining Sex, for example, but I really disliked the one of Notre Dame.
Oh, Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Yeah, no, is that one?
The Saddest of Notre Dame.
The Saddest of Notre Dame, but then that was a re-edit of another film, Exorcism.
Yeah.
So
I think Bahia Blanca and House of Lost Women are two that people should watch if they don't like Franco and the Franco Noirs.
I hate the Franco Fu Manchu movies. I think they're terrible.
They are terrible, but I love them.
Compared to the first ones, they're awful. But it's things like that, But it all depends on how you're feeling as well for me, mood-wise. But I can definitely understand why you'd feel that way. Who was it I watched and I hated their movies? Oh, there was a director, and I was just like, this director's movies are awful. And everybody was raving about them. Again, it's such high ratings. Who was it?
That kills you when you can't get the name, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember, but I just know that I've been in that position, so I can fully understand.
What I'm not finding here, which I did find a few times on the German sites, is you'd get these sets that would almost look like a board, like shaped like a board game.
Yeah.
And you'd have there was a Texas Chainsaw one, and it had the movie, and it had like T-shirt, and it had an action figure from NECA.
Yeah.
There's amazing stuff to find from Amazon Germany.
There is. How much does it cost to get sent to you from Germany?
Which one?
Because you'd get sent to France, wouldn't you?
It shouldn't be too bad from Germany. Like, we're close to Germany.
Yeah.
Like when I fly in from Canada, Germany's usually, I love this. Like, we're for London.
Oh, that is nice.
That is cool. This is uncut. There we go. Leatherface.
Alex says, I have the TCM set. Awesome. Is that the one where you had to get like 3 replacements? Because it had like scratches on the box.
Was that the one with the with the figure and stuff too, or?
Yeah, it had all the stuff in the like this big box. Like you said, the ball game looking
Yeah.
one.
Like
Yeah,
I'm trying to
that's the
find
one,
one of
yeah.
them now, so I'm looking for actually.
Yeah, you had to get it replaced like 2-3 times because it kept coming damaged. It was ridiculous.
It'd be interesting to see some of that, see some of the stuff because like until you see it, like it's hard to like. All right.
Do you remember the company that released it? Because it might be easier if you put the company in.
I wish I did,
You know,
man.
the
Like if I did,
search.
that would have done. That's what I would have went first. This Hayao Miyazaki's collection looks gorgeous.
Oh, that is nice. Platinum Cult Films.
Platinum Call. Thank you so much. Actually, you may have saved us some time, man.
Thanks, Warlock.
Okay, so there's some of the regular editions right there. These some nice look. Oh, Black. Good guys were black. Was apparently was called Black Tiger over there. And had that very famous actor, Chuck Morris. I love to see that happen. Chuck Morris in Blue. So I love this.
Blue Jean Cop.
So breakdown. It's called Blue Jean Cop.
I'll be back in a minute. I just got to check something.
He's going to come with a bunch more movies. Just like here's not like it's not a same, but here's like a set here, like it comes in like a wooden box. We got like it comes with like comes with a t-shirt. Love the way they do their stuff. And who doesn't want a t-shirt with Franco Nero on it, right? Who's not there for a Franco Nero t-shirt? See if there's any more down here before I go back. Looks like they put out an Edgar Wallace set too. If you like the Cremmy stuff, then there's a Edgar Wallace set. There were 33 DVDs. That's pretty massive. If you're a Cremmy like fan, that's like you get your entire Cremmy collection right there, just like in one set. I did not know this existed. Anybody have this? 33 DVDs. Like some people wouldn't buy it because it's DVD. I'm not that person. I will buy it anyway. Apparently gets a good review right here. So I'm guessing I'm the only guy that buy this. I've been streaming today longer than it takes to watch Charlton Heston and the Ten Commandments. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Yeah, it does. It looks like something Tim Lucas probably has. I got Tim Lucas on Facebook actually. What a very nice guy. I tried to keep this on long enough to actually tempt Malcolm to pick it up. But it was a pretty good day overall with the sale. I got to say, like we've seen something. We talked about a lot of stuff on here today. We got pretty deep for a while in here. If you guys have been watching this for a while, we went on a few like kind of cool tangents. Malcolm actually showed off some movies that he got. Hey, do you have this set, by the way? I'm just kind of curious.
So I saw that set.
Yeah, I was like intrigued. It's like Edgar Wallace, like 33 disc set.
Apparently, it's only in German.
Oh, that sucks.
from what I saw, because I looked up because I was going to buy it at one point, and all I could find out was it was just in German.
Just because you're from Germany doesn't mean you can just have them.
Exactly.
Like Platinum Cults edition there of Shockwaves, which is a fantastic little film. I actually love Shockwaves.
Shockwaves is good.
Extra Statue edition. Yeah, I saw that one actually. The Avengers Emma Poole collection looked nice from imprint. I have the regular edition of that one from I bought, and I love the Emma Poole edition, Emma Peel edition.
I would have bought that imprint version if I'd have had the Studio Canal Blu-rays from over here. Because I really wanted that set originally, but then...
What is it? They got a lot of these like box ones here, look.
Motorstop. I like when it comes with a shirt and a record, like an LP.
Yeah, like they did like a one there for the Franco Nero one too, which was kind of cool. I was like saying, like, who doesn't want like Franco Nero on the T-shirt?
Yeah.
Extra. There's the nun statue one, Warlock.
What's that one? Oh,
Star Trek, the motion picture in 4K. There you go. I'm expecting more. I'm here to try to show you guys some impressive box sets, and I'm like, I'm totally not. It's not working, man.
No, it's because Amazon's so awkward.
It does.
Like, you search things, and then it always gives you stuff that you've not looked for. Like, why would you want Marvel 22?
There's another good Campanero. Look.
Ooh.
2 T-shirts. Only one T-shirt.
Oh.
Audio CD. 2 T-shirts. So.
Oh, you got the non-statue version. What's the price difference? Was there a lot of difference?
For which one?
The extra, the statue edition.
I think it would have been like a bit like so. Let me bring.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Damien. Sponsored listings are killing the Amazon search because that's what happens constantly.
Let's go. I'm gonna put an extra. See if it actually shows up.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Chuck Norris. I'm gonna start calling him Chuck Norris from now on just to see who actually watched this video.
Chuck Morris.
Chuck Morris in.
Chuck Morris in Good Guys Wear Pink.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go the old school route. There it is, right there, guys.
That's nice.
Of course, and as you can see, beautiful T-shirt there.
I like the way the statue looks. So I'm guessing it goes inside.
Yeah. There's another picture right here. It's a better picture. That's actually pretty damn cool looking.
It's actually pretty cool.
I'm guessing that was pretty expensive. Only 500 limit run on that one.
Probably between 90 plus euros, maybe.
So, but wait a second. Why did I not think of that? You just said you bought right from the Platinum Cult Edition website. Okay.
We didn't think.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, true. Nearly 5.
We're getting up there. If you're loving this stuff and you like these longer ones, super chat, super sticker, donate, like, share, subscribe, all that jazz.
Yeah.
We do this for you guys.
Yep.
We got here like Giant Spider Invasion, 4-disc collector's edition for Giant Spider Invasion.
Oh,
that's kind of cool.
1 Blu-ray, 2 DVD, and a soundtrack CD. How much is that?
Limited to 1,000.
That's not bad. 25 euros.
Art of Horror. These are nice. Let's see if there's any special edition stuff here. That's it, guy. You know, I realize I'm going to send you down a rabbit hole now, Malcolm. You're not going to like me after
There
this.
you are. You're doing this on purpose.
We got there's the original Campaneros. I don't know. I don't know if I could buy this after seeing the one with the box and the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Under Pressure, Charlie Sheen media book there as well. We got Burt Reynolds' Raven media book. That's not exactly the Burt Reynolds movie. It's a media book, but okay. Creature from the Abyss 2-disc media book, limited edition Blu-ray and DVD.
Cutting class.
Limited edition, like what's this? Cutting Class limited edition. I got to check on this. I remember this movie. Joe Show. That's different, man.
Well, it's actually got pictures as well underneath.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a VHS case.
Yeah, clamshell.
Yeah, well, definitely like a clamshell. Look, here's look what they're doing. You gotta love the swag here. They're like, hey, if you bought a bunch of these, look how nice these look.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cruel. Smart, but it's cruel. Looks like they got wow, you can buy like, what's this? 15 Blu-ray, kind of like a surprise package.
You can get 35 one for €100.
I wonder what it would be.
Let's have a look, shall we?
It's like you're kind of curious, like, it's a surprise. Oh, you can buy them like this too.
Oh, wow.
So is this like, I don't know German, guys. So if anybody can like let me know exactly like what this is. Like, do you randomly get stuff?
AirPods. My AirPods.
I cannot. I had to go back because there's some stuff there that I can't show. Well, you can end up getting a Nail Gun Massacre media book. I will kid you not. I would love to have that, and I'll tell you why right now. One of my first like kind of video podcasts was called the $1.98 special, and it was named after the Nail Gun Massacre movie. Does anyone have a Criterion Laserdisc collection? I wish, man. Almost but my Laserdisc all went to my oldest. But yeah, this is neat. I mean, like you get a chance to pick stuff up, limited edition things, kind of like media books. Yeah, if I knew some of these would be in English, and I'm gonna like mark the site. Like I was just saying, always checking from time to time.
What is it?
Because there's some interesting stuff here.
If I translate to English, you will find 35 stacks of Blu-rays in a surprise package. Some of them are real rarities or unique pieces, but have not been available for a long time, or that are even relatively expensive when used. In Germany, of course, free of charge. Don't miss out on this offer.
Oh, wow. So you did the translation that Google Translate, did you?
Yeah.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
As if we weren't getting you to buy enough stuff already.
Let's have a look. Let's see what that works out to. Oh, it's a gamble.
You can end up with like stuff that if you don't have any other stuff, it's a great thing.
That's true.
And you can end up with a bunch of stuff that it's not out there anymore. And you got like, okay, I got stuff that nobody else has. You're getting up with stuff that, you know.
Yep. Well, if I've got any of it, I'll lend it to. I'll give it away to a random person in the street.
Dracula.
Let's have a look. How much is €100 in pounds?
Oh, they got an Emmanuel Blu-ray collection here, guys. 7 Emmanuel films. And this is not the black Emmanuel. This is actually Emmanuel, I think.
How much are they?
€15.
Well, that's not bad.
Not bad at all. Let's just check it out here. Let's see. Hopefully I can check it out. So Emmanuel Blu-ray collection, Emmanuel in Tibet, Emmanuel in Africa. Aaron's carefully checking this out. It looks to be Sylvia Crystal, and one of them on the cover. Whether she's actually in the films or not, I'm not quite sure.
Are they in HD?
I'm not quite sure. I can't go up too far because they do tend to be. No, standard def on Blu-ray. So it is standard def.
That's not.
We
good
do know
then,
the
is it?
silver crystal there. George Lazenby's the one.
Mm. Have a look.
But a lot of this stuff, like the pricing of it's actually pretty good too. Hey, Trash, welcome, man.
It's not bad, is it?
No, like there's a lot of like decent stuff here. Like that I would definitely pick up. There we get another box set right here. Nina. So for those that don't know, Nina did 99 Lift Balloons, which became a huge hit. We're looking at a German site called Platinum Cult Editions that put out some really cool stuff, including an extra statue set that was really nice looking. So, and if you were like younger and you're like grew up watching, like listening to Nina, I remember being a kid and finding it like Nina acted in a movie where she was naked.
Yeah.
You know this, right?
Yeah.
And then you go looking for it.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, me too. Grizzly 2, like, yeah, that's a film. That is definitely a film that people filmed. Happy How Nice. Like, they got some beautiful looking stuff.
It's crazy how much this was actually released with Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah, I
All
know.
88 films, you know?
5-disc edition. Oh, we got a Leon, which is Lionheart, right? That's Lionheart.
Yeah.
So with the Media Book Edition, comes with a T-shirt and a poster. It's a 3-disc set. Lionheart, the Inside Edition. Oh, look, it's written in English right here too. Look.
Oh, lovely.
So yeah, you're gonna get like 6 discs, 6 freaking discs
That's crazy, isn't it?
for Lionheart. That is. I mean, like, amazing stuff, guys. I'm bringing you down another rabbit hole on my channel. So either your significant others are gonna like, and families are either gonna love me or hate me after this. So they got Mad Mission here as well.
Well,
Mind
I'm trying
Rage.
to catch up with you on my page.
Are you really? Am I going too fast, Matt?
No, I'm just trying to keep up so I can see some of the titles, you know, like as you go through them, so I can mention them. Let's have a look. Where are we?
What is Mind Rage? There's a very much.
Mind Rage.
And it tells you there, like, if it's in English or not. Like, you can see, like, this one here has Dutch and English. So you're never, like, stuck out in the cold not knowing.
Yeah. It's only €10. That's not bad.
It's not. Like, there's some decent stuff here, like, to check out. Like, just to check out, like, if the... You got to check on, like, the shipping prices and stuff of this, of course, as well. It's going to be important to know.
Yeah,
but if the price, if the shipping's good too, like New Rose Hotel is here, which is Zay Argento. Trust me, I know that one.
Project Shadow Chase, Slasher.
Fun slasher stuff.
Yeah, a film called Slasher.
Oh, nice.
I think it's on the next page that you're on. It's like 18 different versions of it.
Oh, wow. Is this the one you're talking about?
Yeah, but you wait till you get to the next page.
You serious?
Yeah, you wait how many there is.
Oh, my God. Oh, if you're a collector, this is a rabbit hole to go down, man.
Imagine if that's your favorite film and you have to own every edition.
And they're like limited too. Like there's like, so you got to really choose. Like you're going to choose one or you're like, oh no, I need all these films.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that TNT one. That's pretty cool.
Oh, you're ahead of me now?
Yeah, a little bit. It's on that page, so you'll see.
There we go. You could get the limited edition one for 500. You get the regular ones for fairly cheap, but it's £10. €10 is not bad actually.
That's not bad, is it?
No, not at all actually. The Boogeyman. Oh, a limited edition of the Boogeyman here.
That's really nice looking.
That is a gorgeous looking one.
You can tell it's part of that collection as well because the blue tint on the side.
Yeah. Gorgeous cover.
But
Like
the
to know
scan
if it's
version of that, it's only €5.
man. Like if I go down the media book route, like my better half's going to kill me. But there are some gorgeous stuff here.
Mm. Yeah, I try not to get too many. I mean, I fielded the media book of that new Bloodsport.
Like for titles that you really like, I can understand. Like
Yeah.
okay, I want to get like a real nice edition of this one. If I saw like a really nice Black Christmas, for instance,
Yeah.
for Malcolm, another media book site you found a few years ago. What do you mean just for Malcolm? What about me? Hopefully, I'll eventually be able to buy some of these too, you know. And we end off with the Camp and Arrows one.
There's so many of them, isn't there?
Oh, good Lord. Do I want to check that media book website? Do I want to before we end this video?
No, let's look at it. Have a look.
I'm always interested, man. I'm way too interested. That's the problem.
Have a look. Oh. Okay, this is nice.
Oh, wow. Is that a Sugar Hill media book?
Oh, I like that one.
I love this movie.
Vampire Girl versus Frankenstein Girl. You can't look that one out. It's got nudity. But it's nice.
That's it. We're going to get you in trouble, man.
Oh, no. Let's have a look.
There is so much on here.
Oh, there's some 4K ones too.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I didn't know Gwendolyn was in 4K.
Funny Face. Is that what I think it is?
Yeah.
What I love is like the way there's so many different like art editions of some of these.
Yeah.
Like kind of limited to 333, limited to 550. I've seen ones here limited to 100, limited to 60. You know, like just crazy limited stuff.
Yeah, it's incredible. You have to wonder how comes that was sold out. What's this one?
Then you got to check to make sure it's going to be the language you understand. And then again, if you have let's just say you're a big collector of like a movie. Let's say you like, I don't know, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And you see like a German media book, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You got like 20 editions of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Pick up a really sexy looking media book. You don't give a crap if it's in English or not. You're getting it because you want to add it to your Texas Chainsaw collection. That's what you're doing.
That's true. Wow, I think there was something. I didn't know there was so many of those Swedish pump girl movies.
Like normally sidetrackers again. There you go, man. Well, we're gonna get people to buy. We're getting people to buy some media books today. That's what we'll do.
Can I zoom in? So normally you can't zoom in on an image because it's so small.
At least, yeah, I hate that. Oh, look at Count Yoga.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Oh, there's one for you. 9 Deaths of the Ninja, man. Uh-huh.
Oh,
I got some ninja.
Oh, no.
Check one of these because there we go. Shokuzuji, 9 Deaths of the Ninja.
Oh, whoa. If you put in ninja, there's like thousands.
Oh, yeah. Honor Films Physical Media DVD.
Oh, dear.
Best media book you have is the Snuff Tapes one. You got that one?
No, I got that one. I got a friend I'll come on tomorrow and be like, well, you know that site?
I was in, we were coming back the first time from Morocco to Canada, and we were in the German airport in Germany. And at that point, they don't have it anymore. He had this store that had all these physical media releases, and they had this like really nice German media book of Reanimator,
Yeah.
and they had another one of like another film, like a couple of horror films that I really like, and I was going to pick them up, but then the flight came, and did not get the chance to do it, and so I had media books in my hands, and never was able to pick it up. So I've always had this kind of like this thing in the back of my head where I got to get a media book.
Oh, Alex mentioned snuff tapes. Yeah, I know that one. I was one who helped him pick what one to get. It's one of the most beautiful media books with nudity I've ever seen.
Which one?
Oh, they're snuff tapes. There's like 3 versions, I believe, and there's one where the woman's naked in front of like this camera. It's lovely.
Okay, so you see this here.
Yeah.
So I recently picked up. I don't have it yet because it's in Paris. The Hell High, the
Okay.
limited edition cover for Hell High, right?
Yeah.
And you remember it, right, from Arrow Video?
Yep. I remember.
Come here. That's this. Alice, Sweet Alice. What?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Yeah, like
That's
this
weird.
looks like this definitely looks hell hot, but it does. Like, if anybody's ever seen Alice, Sweet Alice, otherwise known as Communion, maybe seen as Communion, or what's it, Holy Terror? One of the 3 titles usually goes under. That's not from Alice, Sweet Alice.
Oh wow. Some of these black Emmanuel media books are nice.
Are those ones I can't show on screen?
Yeah, you can't show it, but they're nice.
All right, there we go. We've gone down a. You remind you of Matt Frewer. You know, you're not the first person that said that. For those that don't know, Matt Frewer is a Canadian actor that is probably best known for playing the role of Max Headroom back in the day, and went on to a Canadian TV show called Sci-Force, and he was in Supernatural.
Yeah.
But ever since I was younger, I would always get, you remind me of Matt Frewer, or you sound like Matt Frewer. So, yeah, I used to get that a bit, actually.
Wow.
I think it's like the lack of hair. He's got a bit more than I got, though. All right, but at, what is it? Almost 5 hours.
Yes, almost. We've got.
Do we round it
8
up?
minutes
Do we
left.
go now? Do we round up to 5 hours? What do we do?
I say we round up to 5 hours.
We round up to 5 hours. There we go, guys. And if you want a super chat or super sticker or donate, you've got 9 minutes to do so. Keep us here with some interesting thoughts. There we go. Can you believe, Malcolm? I do apologize for keeping me this long, by the way. I did not realize it has taken on, these videos have definitely taken on a life of their own.
Haven't they? It's crazy.
They really have, and I'm having a blast. Have a great day there, Warlock. It's gone to finish off some work.
Take care, Warlock. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for the links.
Yeah, because there's some cool stuff. You've probably made some people buy stuff that they probably initially weren't going to buy.
I've got a divorce coming up.
That's it. Well, if you need to send some of your movies somewhere, like for
Oh yeah.
purpose.
No, I'll be living with you soon.
There you go. Living on a
So
nice
you get a
warm
whole
rock.
load of them.
I like my better half said, you and your family, you and your spouse, got to come visit us sometime, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Not
Thanks
this
for
time of
being
year,
here,
because
Alex.
it's hot as hell, but like I wouldn't put this on my worst enemy. So
Just get more
another time
fans.
of year, I'd say. Thank you,
Thanks
Alex.
for
That's been what you've added to the chat, which has been fantastic.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
I have to say, this has been a pretty good sale overall.
Yeah.
If you take this as a Vinegar Syndrome sale, it's meh.
Yeah.
If you take this as as trying to get you to subscribe sale, then it has a bit. It's still a bit mad, but it still has a bit more life to it. Is like here's these sexy partner labels to try.
Yeah, I think the partner label is always going to be what draws you in.
But when you're vinegar shrimp, do you want that to be the case?
Not if they're leaving.
We got our first super chat for the day. Which what do I have to do?
You have to press the thing. You have to get more.
I got to get more cakes. Thank you, dude. I want tiramisu now, though.
Yeah,
I really do. Actually, I suddenly got a super craving for tiramisu.
Uh-oh.
For those who don't realize this, I've been streaming for close to 5 hours. I literally, and Malcolm knows this, got up, ran downstairs to do this stream. Just have not ate, have drank a coffee and a Diet Cola, and that's been my food so far today. Luckily, my better half made a big mac and cheese in the oven, not Kraft, like a big mac and cheese in the oven. So I'll be definitely availing of that after the stream.
You'll be loving that.
Oh, I will. Gleeman said he thinks the Ultra Shock releasing titles will be $10. We won't be there on Black Friday. Gleaming, they're actually going soon. I think will they even be available? Will they still be available to buy?
I reckon someone will.
I was actually
surprised Rainbow Boys didn't select, because of how long it's been up there for.
Adam, thank you so much. My videos have been better recently due to Malcolm. I'm not going to lie. You do incredible.
Oh, thank you for the kind words.
Final call. Slash down is down to 95 to get your slash on. There we go. What? How is that not the tagline for some movie? Get your slash on.
It should be, shouldn't it?
It's a natural, isn't it?
I mean, they say get your stab on, so why not get your slash on?
Exactly. Norway from Terrorist is still available and sells out. So as long as you got copies there, but I think they're going to keep
that was in the 10 for 10 as well.
It was, and it still isn't sold out. Eat that cheese on stream. I'm not going to be that bad. No, I'm not going to be that mean.
If you give $20, then there you go.
Yeah, ASMR mac and cheese eating.
Yeah.
This has been our longest stream yet.
Yep.
And we got a 4K one coming up.
We do. I think we can go longer than this sometime.
That's it. We'll do like a stream.
Hours.
That's the thing. We'll do a stream and basically, we'll see. We'll get to the end of the hour. If we get a decent donation, we go into the next hour. Do something like that.
Yeah.
Huh? Be like what's called PBS Marathon. Remember those?
What people need to do is then they go. Malcolm is awesome. Is £500.
That's it, right? And you got to put the words "Malcolm was awesome" in there.
Yep. The sad part about this, if someone did get £500, you won't get £500.
Yeah, get 30% of be taken out of that £500. That's the killer thing, guys. But the good thing about it, still, to be honest with you, is because of this week, I hopefully should at least make the $100 mark. It's insane.
Nice.
That I've gotten great donations from some very amazing viewers.
Yeah.
And that should have easily got me to that spot. But because of the way they structure it, you still have to wonder.
Yeah.
As it'll be the 11th or 12th, I think, when I'll know for sure. And because they never let you know, what's the cutoff day? What's the, for this? Is it going to go to the next month?
Well,
I'm still here, man. I'm still here. We're here till for another 3 minutes.
Let's hope it reaches it. So you get that.
Vinegar Syndrome sale, Severance sale now on, and Arrow sale. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll probably talk more about the Arrow sale tomorrow, actually.
We can do that. Yeah, that'd be quite awesome. Actually, we'll go through that more and recommend some titles because there's a lot of them there I've got and watched.
I'll actually, every once in a while, I'll put it one of these ones that the Malcolm actually doesn't have, and like kind of be all. So Malcolm comes and burgles my place.
Yeah, I got a burgle, yeah, haven't I?
Yeah, there we go. We're like burgling each other's place. You're like running it with the deck, like I said. I'm running with your zombie.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to home alone my place so you keep getting hit in the head and stuff with stuff.
Why have they never made a Home Alone horror movie like that? That seems like a given right now.
They did, didn't they? It was called
Well, that short film with like Malcolm with Macaulay Culkin was cool.
They kind of do. Better watch out, even though the twist changes, halfway through.
Yeah, that is such a good movie, isn't it?
That is a great movie. I just wished it didn't change. I mean, I love the movie for what it is.
Yeah.
If they'd have kept it that first part, I think it would have been like the old Home Alone horror movie.
It is so. But I do like the switch though, because you don't. I didn't expect that anyway. I didn't expect him to go there, and then like to get to that spot, I'm like, oh, this is darker than I thought.
I will say this. I do love that ending where looking out the window and you see the.
Yeah.
I love that.
Exactly.
It's a great film. It's an underrated film.
Did you get the one that had the Christmas card inside? Christmas greeting card?
No.
Walmart, actually, of all places. I bought it when it first came out. Better watch out. And I opened it up. It had like this Christmas card on the inside of it.
Because I've got a German edition of it. So because I got it after I moved there.
Oh, you got a fancy edition.
Mm.
And there we go, guys. We have actually officially reached the 5 hour mark. One of my bigger videos, guys. Thank you so much for coming in, and thank you, Malcolm. Stay for a couple minutes at least. I am going to eat mac and cheese, but I want to talk to you for a video. But guys, have a wonderful day. We will see you tomorrow. I will try not to sleep in.
Yep.
But sleeping in got you 5 hours, so maybe worked out okay. And Violent Night was kind of Home Alone. It really was, actually. I will see you next time right here with Malcolm for the next video tomorrow.
Yep. I'll be here tomorrow, guys.